If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
...and the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
Madison with a T, show 'em what you got.
Thank you, Claire. We are live today from the Passport Studios in New Orleans, but on the other half, not in Nashville. Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler are broadcasting live from Radio Row, the Army-Navy game in Baltimore. Go ahead and take it away, guys.
We are actually at the Baltimore Convention Center. Well said, Madison. It is Media Row here for the Army-Navy game, which is happening tomorrow. It's going to be happening across the street, as a matter of fact, not in Camden Yard, just a little bit further on down the way. We are in the shadow of the home stadium of the Baltimore Orioles. I wasn't surprised that Jay Grimes was one of the first people to jump on the social media and welcome us to this particular city. As you know, he's a long-suffering Orioles fan and got a chance to kind of welcome us to Charm City, as it were. Hey, Lindsay Lawler, good morning to you.
I feel very charmed here in Charm City. As a matter of fact, when we walked up and I saw that banner, I thought, I think I might stay here. I live at the convention center now. It's great. There's a bathroom right there. There's coffee right there. What more does one need?
A sign that says RadioNemo, Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler, hashtag Army Navy. If you guys decide to comment on any of our social media posts today, put that hashtag Army Navy along with the hashtag RGR. We'd love to see that. Big thanks to USAA.
USAA.
For making this all possible. We are thrilled to be here.
Actually, we have some friends from USAA right here today.
We do. They are
Come join us.
Come join us. Come grab a headset. Come grab a headset. We'll get you guys in here for the conversation. You jump on in and we'll see what's going on out there. There's a lot happening today, guys. A lot of people lurking around. Lindsay, well, I tell you what. Why don't let our first guest here actually introduce himself? Good morning to you.
Hey, good morning. My name is Bill White. I'm a retired Navy captain. I work at USAA. Thanks for joining us today.
Thanks for having us. USAA putting this whole beautiful production together and sponsoring it. I'm wearing Navy as well.
Well, I love that. Go Navy, beat Army.
Go Navy. But I will say also, how do you feel about this? Because somebody gave me their Army and his name is Keith Wilcom. He's like, you tell people I gave this to you, because I was like, this feels incorrect. And he said, I have one other one. I'm giving it to my daughter and you. And I felt very nervous. And so this is me being not political, I guess, by wearing my friend's Navy sweatshirt and my other friend's. How do you feel?
Well, it's tough, kind of
right?
funny. No, it's fantastic. Here's why. This is a family business for a lot of people. So, my youngest son is a junior. He's a cadet at the Air Force Academy. I have a niece at West Point.
Okay.
So, it's this thing where you have lots of military families that are in different branches, and we root for each other 364 days a year, and then one day a year, we go hard at it against each other, but we're always there to support one another.
That's typical boy, by the way. I have a daughter, and so we're a 7-year-old daughter, and we're always talking about how when I was growing up, too, that girls are bitchy. Girls will say things behind the scenes, whatever. But boys will just like punch each other and then be besties and go grab a beer again. That feels like the Army-Navy game. We're friends all year long. That one day we sort of punch each other, and then we're like, okay, you're not so bad.
Yeah, I have 3 sons. I like to, and I had all these nieces. And so I like to say with boys, it's violent and brief. And with girls, it's kind of subtle and a really long time.
I'll make you laugh. So we have the majority of our listeners are over-the-road truck drivers, many of them veterans. Sure. They have the same sort of exchanges that go on in the chat rooms. One of them was a soccer coach for many years for his grandchildren. He coached the boys and he coached the girls. And he said this is the way it would play out. First half of the game, 2 boys get in a fight, brutal fight, nasty fight, pull them apart. End of the game, everybody's hugging, everybody's talking, everybody's friends again. He said, first half of the game, 2 girls get in a fight. It ends pretty quickly. Everybody's fine. Nothing bad happens. After the game, all hell breaks loose.
Oh, gosh. That's funny.
And by the way, here's my interpretation of what you're doing, Lindsay. You are rooting for Navy, but you have a little concern for Army. Just let people know you have a little concern for Army.
I just want everyone to have a good time.
Well, it's going to be a great game. It's going to be a hard-fought game, and it's an electric atmosphere. You get out there and you see these 2 teams face off that have I like to tell people the first 4 words you are taught at the United States Naval Academy are "Go Navy, beat Army." It's before they teach you yes, sir, and no, ma'am, right? It's the first 4 words, and you repeat it over and over and over again. It's drilled in.
And it's amazing, too, because even for the service members who did not attend the academies or have no direct connection, my father was an Army officer in the Pentagon during the Vietnam War, and he would just go up to the game every year.
Sure.
And it meant everything to him, and he was basically on the exact opposite side. You were, of course, but, I mean, he was deeply invested in Army winning that football game. And they really do create a culture where everybody in the service understands this is where we focus our attention this weekend for all of the right reasons, right?
Yeah, I'm walking through the hardware store on the weekend, or I'm going to the airport. I see, a person wearing Navy gear, right? It could say that they're a Vietnam vet, could say Persian Gulf, could say their squadron or ship that they were in. And no matter who they are, I will greet them as shipmate. Hey, shipmate, how you doing? Right? Make eye contact, and, man, you get a smile, you get a how you doing, and it's a brotherhood and a sisterhood that never goes away.
That's why I love wearing, because I went to the University of Oklahoma. So whenever I see anybody, and I live in Tennessee, when someone's wearing that, I can just yell "Boomer" from across the way, and you hear "Sooner." And I'm like, it just puts you at peace to know, like, someone from my tribe is here.
It is.
That's why I love a jersey. I normally hate labels unless it connects us in a good, positive way.
That's exactly
I'm
right.
here for that.
Tell us what you're doing with yourself now other than having a great time at this event. What's happening in your life? What's going on?
Well, I live in San Antonio, Texas. I've been at USAA for coming on 13 years.
USAA.
It's a great place. We keep our service standards really high, and we are there for military families. I lead a team that when you call in to talk to us, you're probably talking to one of my teammates. And we want to provide great member service and make sure that military families achieve financial security.
Boom. Boom. You can head over and find more about them at USAA on their website, which is USAA.com, of course, obviously. Do you know a lot more on USAA in a second, but do you know much about, since it is the 250th anniversary, what's happening for both the Army and Navy uniforms?
Sure. So the Navy uniform, I've actually got the jersey on right now. So as you mentioned, it's the 250th anniversary of both the founding of the Army and the Navy in 1775. Next year, our nation, from our birth on Independence Day. And what the Navy uniform commemorates is Old Ironsides. So the USS Constitution, it's the oldest commissioned ship in the world, not just in the United States Navy. And those cannonballs used to bounce right off that thing. So this thing commemorates that. Just the strong defense that the Navy has, I think it's going to show up well.
I was actually showing my good friend Lindsay here pictures of y'all's head coach, and I said literally if you asked an AI-generated device to come up with what the head coach of a naval academy should look like, he looks like he's straight out of Central Casting.
It's fantastic. It's fantastic. Super chill. Looks like he's the seafaring captain, steady at the helm, and he's going to ride through rough seas, calm waters, whatever you got to lead us to victory.
And the picture I found of him not only had him looking like that, but he was wearing a beanie cap with a skull and crossbones on it, which I just thought was like perfect out of Central Casting. And the other thing is too, I remember this. I remember when in watching those teams play, they get to the third or fourth quarter, and no matter what the score is, they are playing, Lindsay, as if it is the first play on every down. There's a lot of college football teams that really struggle to kind of maintain their character as games kind of unravel. Watching a service academy, watching Navy play in the third and fourth quarter, up by 4, down by 4, down by 10, up by 20, it doesn't matter. You're watching the same level of effort and commitment to excellence. It's an incredible culture on the football field that these guys create.
And speaking of commitment to excellence, we thank you guys for allowing us to be here today.
My pleasure.
USAA.com. Bill, go Navy, beat Army.
Absolutely. Have a great day, everybody.
Thank you so
Let's
much.
Go.
We're going to take a quick break here to play our pledge national anthem, and we'll get a good word from the Reverend Pastor John. Come on back and see where else the road takes us. Thank you, sir, so much. Good to see you. Madison, with a deep breath, take us away.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming? whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rocked away, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Friday, 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 Friday. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hey, just wanted to say something to you. I know you gearing it down, you're unstrapping stuff, and you're making sure stuff is in place. Hey, just want to drop this in your spirit before you get out of that truck. It's found in Psalm 107. It's verse 9. It says, "For he satisfies the longing," the longing soul, and the hungry soul he fills with good things. I want you to think about this. Are you leaving that truck this weekend? Or maybe you're still in the truck and out there on the road, and your soul feels like it's empty. Well, maybe it feels that way because you're not feeding it with the things of God. You're feeding it with the things that you enjoy. But the things of God, God says, I want to give you, listen to me, I want to give you all the things that you desire to make you full and plump. But the problem is you're not coming to the table to eat. Let's sit at the Lord's table and eat together. Let us reason with one another. God bless you, brother and sister. Hey, enjoy your Friday.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
It is, in fact, Friday, is it
It's
not?
Friday,
Friday, Friday, Friday. That's what I call muscular Christianity right there.
Yeah, buddy.
Look out for yourself. Take care of your own business. Don't be minding other people's business. Walk in the right direction.
It's not that hard, people. We make it harder than it needs to be.
They also instill these kind of values at the academies. You know that, right?
I do know that. And we've got, actually, we just grabbed our friend Bill from a minute ago, Bill White, who we grabbed earlier. We grabbed him back because our new friend Rob Braggs is joining us, and apparently they're a good duo. It's a tag team. We do have Army and Navy represented. So yeah, I'm like, go Navy, beat Army. Go Army, beat Navy. I'm nervous. And Rob, as I said to Bill earlier, I'm wearing my Navy shirt because my dear friend, I know, but wait for it. My dear friend just did his 25 and retired from the Navy. But my other friend, Keith, he pinned me with his Army retirement pin last night, and I feel very conflicted and also very at peace.
Well, I'm super excited about your friend who retired from Navy. Congrats to him. Thanks for his service.
However,
as much as I detest the Navy on tomorrow, every other day of the year I value my brothers and sisters in arms because what we do is special, and who we do it for is even more special. So kudos to him, but go Army, be Navy.
Kudos to him, but also tomorrow, not so much.
I had a big head start, Rob. They had me on solo before, so I got to give you some running room. Put your comments in.
Yeah, and honestly, we took the L last year, so I'm always very careful in the words that I use. But Bill's very gracious, so I appreciate that, brother.
Oh, it's going to be a beat Army day. It's going to be great.
Let me give you a couple of shots from the Peanut Gallery, by the way. Ten Ring, our good friend Ten Ring on the chat says Army all the way. He's a veteran, by the way. Our good friend Trucker Bosun says go Navy, of course, because that's what he's a veteran of. Our good friend Chowder says, as an Air Force guy, I should cheer for Army because it's where I come from, but as a coastal Maine hard, it's all sailing, scuba diving, and go Navy.
There you go.
Sell out, absolutely. We got a lot of great truckers out there who are supporting you guys. It's one of those things, too, where it is unlike some of the rivalries like Auburn, Alabama, where people go around killing trees, this really is something that is based on a great deal of respect, admiration, and for about 4 or 5 hours out there, some real intense feelings, right?
It is, and Bill and I talked about this earlier today. One of the things that's true is on this day, for 4 hours, we're watching Mortal Kombat. But the reality is, the second the game ends, we're back to being what we are, which is truly brothers and sisters in arms. And when I was out in the field, right, like when I was in artillery, and you're lasing for fast movers, and Bill was a pilot, so he knows this. When they're coming in hot, you're looking out to make sure that they can be successful and achieve their job. You're not worried about, where they came from, what branch they're in, because, we're trying to get the mission done. And so I really value the fact that, unlike a lot of rivalries, this is bigger than the game. And our goal and objective is to use it as a platform to make sure people realize that there are people out there who are serving us every single day. And this game represents, like, the fun of it all. But the reality is we're one service, and we stand strong together. So as much as I detest Bill tomorrow, he's my brother today.
364 days.
364, you got it.
And you mentioned, where we come from and remembering that. So speaking of that, what age did you know you'd be going into the service?
So my dad was in the service. He was enlisted. So he was a sergeant major back in the day, and so there's a game that Bill's team actually won. And I'm watching the game. So I was on the fence about what to do with my life, and I'm watching the game, and they won on the last second field goal. And I remember telling myself, I'm like, just watching the cadets march in, and then watching just how much they put into the game, like to win. It was freezing. I have never seen people look as cold in my life, but every single minute of the game, they're bouncing up and down and putting I'm like, I want to be a part of that. So for me, it was at the age of 16, 17, I knew I wanted to be there. Bill's an old guy. So
I was in that stadium that he was watching on TV. We had lost to Army 3 years in a row, and it was freezing cold. It was in the Meadowlands, and we won on a last-second field goal. It was kicked by a fellow whose name is Shank. It looks like the word shank, one-letter difference.
Not living up to his name.
And really unfortunate.
Right down the middle, and we won the game. But, boy, I felt a lot warmer when that field goal was made.
Yeah. So it's early in life you figure out what side you're on. Pick the right side.
Yeah, it's good.
It's weird, though, because I know you guys have all played organized sports at some point in your life. It's weird because when you're in the middle of those games, you don't realize how physically cold you are until it's over with.
That's right.
And it's like one of those things, when you're outside with no gloves on, and then you get inside, you go, why did I put my hands in glass? And there's something about that when you're with people that you love, fighting for something you believe in, and having a good time. You don't realize that it's got the requisite amount of suck. I mean, that's just really what it kind of comes down to, that you are willing to go through things with people you loved in order to kind of really bond with them. And that's part of what this is about, isn't it?
Everybody who serves has that experience. It could be that it's cold weather. It could be boot camp. It could be deployment. It could be standing guard duty. We got a lot of men and women listening to your show that are over-the-road truckers, and, they go through hard days. Mm-hmm. And every other trucker knows they've been through hard days. Right. All they need to do is identify each other, and all of a sudden they know.
Right.
And when you're a military person and you meet another military person, they've been through the suck, right? Yep. They've been through a hard day or a hard year, and you instantaneously bond with them. It's an important bonding point.
I agree. I think about the mind over matter thing, right? Where you mentally tell yourself it's part of it. We got to get through it. And when you have a team around you, it's a support network you need to get through it. So you talk about truckers, right? It's a network. And it's the same thing where you just got to depend on the network to get you to those soft moments when it's really, really hard, but you got to get through it.
Did you have something running through your head when you guys were trained, and then your whole service? I watch. I have not served. That I would not make it 30 seconds. And I
bet you would. I bet you would.
I'm surprised Bill did, but you keep going.
Exactly.
I mean, I can make it more.
30 seconds at a time. 30 seconds at a time.
No, but I go watch sitting there on the shoreline, and then you just getting knocked over into the water and over, and having to, or they're all connected. You know what I'm talking about? That kind of. But I'm getting knocked underwater, and I'm like, oh my god, you just walked me down there, and I turn around and walk away. So when you watch stuff, when y'all are in the moment of that, is the one thing, or what is it? But in my head, it would have to be some other people have made it through. Certainly, I can too.
Well, I'll speak for me, right? So for me, it's you don't want to let the team down. Typically, all the things you're talking about, you're with your battle buddies, you're with your platoon, your squad, your fellows, your teammates. And if you're in the moment and you think about what you're trying to get through, what you're thinking about is, I'm struggling, but I don't want to let the team down. And so you focus on what can I do to make sure that the rest of the team is, who's also, we're all one team, that they don't feel because of me. And so for me, it's always been doing what I need to do to make sure that I keep the rest of the team in the game and make sure we get what we need to get done.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I joined for my country, but I fought for the person next to me. And it's beaten into you from day one because the only way you're going to make it out is that person next to you. And then you go back and, have a hot dog and, say the pledge and all those things, right? But in the moment, the only person that's there is you and that other person, right? You've got to make it through together. And it's for a bigger cause. But in the moment, it is. You do not want to let another person down.
Yep. And when you're with them, is also the thing is when you're just getting to know them, you want to get to know them more because when you go through something like that with somebody, it says, okay, this person obviously had the character to get through this.
Right.
I'd like to know more about this kind of person. Right. What kind of person is the kind of person that can carry me through and that I feel connected to enough to carry them through it? Because that's kind of the combination thing. Who has the ability to get me through something bad? Right. But who do I want to get through something bad? Right. And it's the same person.
It is. Well, it's about shared experiences, right? So when you first go to the academy, whether it's Army, Navy, Air Force, Coast Guard, that first summer is about taking you from being a high school kid to being a teammate, right? So we all go through that same shared experience of it really sucking for an extended period of time. And once you get through that, that's the foundation for what you said, right? Which is I now know the person next to me has been through a thing. We've been through that thing. And so when it gets tough, we have this basis of belief and conviction that we can get through because we've seen it. And so your first year in academics, it's rough, right, for most of us. For me in particular, I'm the smartest guy. And it was that shared foundation of that first summer of going through some really tough physical and emotional and mental things that gave me the basis. And when I started to struggle and feel doubt, I turned to my partner next to me and say, man, I'm sucking. And they'd be there for me to say, hey, you got this, man. We got this. And because they've been through it too, I believed them. And so I believed that I could get it. And ultimately we did. Same thing, you go to boot camp or whatever you go through. Sure. It's the same principle, which is if you go through a shared experience together, which is tough, you're more likely to make it through the other side for other things that are also equally tough.
I want to brag on my new friend here, by the way, Lindsay. He just said, I'm not so good at academics. He essentially went to the equivalent of an Ivy League education where they have physical demands of you, by the way, and they expect you to serve your country afterwards. You're probably just
I went to the University of Oklahoma and did a lot of sitting. I sat a lot at the University of Oklahoma, so thank you.
Well, thanks for that. I appreciate that. And like I said, I think for me, as a growing up in the military, as my dad was in the military, for me, the greatest pride and honor of my life was to serve. Because for me, when I think about all of the people who've come before me and have either made the ultimate sacrifice or just served the country, it's a tremendous accountability and responsibility to say that you stepped in the breach and we're there when needed. So thanks for that. But, like I said, for me, getting through school was like one day at a time, one struggle at a time.
We're talking with Rob, who's Go Army.
Go
Sorry,
Army,
I'm going to say go. I'm going to say them both.
Yep.
Both of these.
You don't have to say the other one.
You can say Go Navy.
And Bill White, Go Navy. They're both with USAA, and join us here today. Before we run out of time, I'm curious. Do you guys remember, since we're coming up on Christmas, do you remember a best and or worst Christmas when you were away from family and friends and service?
That's a good one.
You first, Bill.
One can take best, one can take worst if you are. No.
Well, it's funny, sometimes you have to pick when you're even on shore duty, whether you get to go home for New Year's or for Christmas. And so one of the things that I remember was I was still stateside at the time, but I had duty on Christmas Day. And my operations officer, Biff, that's his call sign. Everybody had Biff King,
Everyone
right?
got a Biff.
Yeah, exactly. He and his wife and his 2 kids had me over for Christmas dinner that night when I was done with duty. And it was one of those things that like, hey, we know you're away from home, and we have our family here, the 2 little kids and everything, and they just made it feel so great. And so I'd worked all day, and I was going to work the next day, but they made Christmas special just because it was family. Right? So it was just a great memory. It was a great leadership lesson for me.
And great example for them, too. I'm thinking of those kids today now.
Correct.
That'll be a memory. I'm sure they're grown and hosting other
Yeah,
people
here's a
as well.
stranger that we invited into our house for Christmas dinner. It was really great.
That's awesome.
Make Christmas Christmas.
That's right.
That's awesome. So for me, I'll go to my daughter. My daughter actually graduated from the academy as well, and she was deployed to Poland, and she was supposed to come back after the new year. And then they actually changed at the last moment and brought him back before Christmas. So for me, just seeing my daughter come home before Christmas when I wasn't expecting it, because once you've and Bill's a child in the military academy now as well. Once you've been through it yourself and you have a different feeling for your children doing the same thing. Mm-hmm. And so even though it would have been a big deal to her to not be home for Christmas, seeing her come home for Christmas was cool for me as a father. So
for sure, especially the unexpected.
Versus I'll see you at the New Year.
Where in Poland was she?
So they deployed to Poland. I'm not sure exactly where because they don't really tell you where they put people.
My nephew's in Poland right now.
But
he's first lieutenant in the Army.
Yeah, but there's a mission now, ongoing mission to have a presence in that part of the world. And so when they sent her there, that's when there was the height, in the initial part of the Ukraine-Russian war. And so it was just that doubt about how could that bleed over, right? And
just reminding anybody in the world that Poland, in fact, is a member of NATO.
It is.
It's a beautiful country.
It is.
It's gorgeous.
I've been to
Loads.
Country.
I've been to Loads in Warsaw, and it's gorgeous.
Beautiful country. Wonderful people.
They are. So, anyways, it's an opportunity for those who are currently serving to go see a part of the world and hang out.
Hey, can I just give a shout out to the folks listening who are driving trucks? When I walk my dog, this is a true story. When I hear a train or when I hear a truck, I say out loud to myself and to my dog because she pays attention. That is the sound of commerce. And that is the sound of commerce, baby. And they are bringing you dog toys, and they are bringing us clothes, and they are bringing us food, and they are bringing us all the things we need. And I can't thank you enough. Like, you make it happen. So I pray for you, and I thank you for what you do for all of us.
Wow.
And that we can agree on.
Amen.
Gratitude is the attitude. I'm here for it.
Here's one for you and your friends over in the Navy. Don't forget, guys, that all the goods and services that are delivered from around the world are only as cheap as they are because our good friends out there are protecting those sea waves. And that's exactly how that's supposed to work, and that our borders are secure is due to the fact that people understand the might of our military. That, when you hear freedom, people say, it's the cost of freedom. That's actually the tactical cost of it. That's what keeps that goods and services as cheap as it is. And by the way, thanks to the Army and the Navy for teaching a lot of these people how to drive trucks in the first place.
That's right.
So
that's a great qualification.
Appreciate you.
Bill White and Rob Braggs, our new friends from USAA. And that's just a good reminder, by the way, USAA hiring good people, taking care of military and their families so we can continue to all take care of each other. So
thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Marshall Platters, by the way, one of our favorite truckers says, thank you both for your service and the merriest of Christmases.
Yeah, man, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Beat Navy.
Oh, he got it in.
Santa's a Navy fan.
Oh, he got it in. We're broadcasting live, y'all, from the Baltimore Convention Center at the Army-Navy Radio Row. We will be back here in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home. As part of the Road Gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org. Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to RadioNemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
And by the way, since we celebrate all kinds, that means we celebrate both Army and Navy here.
We do.
On the Road Gang.
I'm wearing them both. I feel a little bad I'm not wearing Air Force, but that's not.
They don't play in this
There's 4
game.
branches, but yeah, they don't play here today.
They don't play
you know
in
what's
this
so
game.
funny, by the way? So when we were on the air yesterday, live over there from ATA, and Gina Harrison from Fastport said, oh yeah, we're doing a 4 Roses like fireside chat later today, and you're like, oh, my grandfather was one that started 4 Roses. By the way, later she came up to, she goes, don't get too excited. I was wrong. It's not 4 Roses. It's just the 4 branches. I was like, that is wildly different.
Wildly different.
Wildly different.
Wildly
by the way.
different.
I mean, I'm sure the 4 branches drink 4 Roses. However, I was like, oh, that's a very different conversation.
Well, no, because if it really been, and I asked around, I said, where's the 4 Roses people? And somebody just told me, I don't know what you're talking about. I kind of said, oh, okay, fine. Because if there'd been somebody from 4 Roses, I'd have been like, hey, do you know who Jim McKay is? They would have, because it was where the company they should have known it, and they would have known it in all probability. So, it was kind of a letdown. Now that I know that it wasn't even that.
Now that I know it's just the 4 branches of service.
I know. What's that? What's that about?
Well, the 2 branches that matter today and tomorrow are Army, Navy. Your father was in the Army.
Correct.
So go our Army da. And my dear friend who's marrying my best friend, just retired from the Navy. So I'm wearing her sweatshirt that he got in Guam, by the way. The sweatshirt is all the way from Guam, where he was stationed, and not too far from where my daughter was, where my daughter's people from up in the Marshall Islands. So that's why I'm representing Navy today, because the Navy, it would take the Navy for me to get to the Marshall Islands.
I have by the way, the reason why anybody can get to the Marshall Islands is because of the U.S. Navy.
Yes.
And we got a chance to talk with our good friend Logan of Let's Chow yesterday, and he was talking about how much of Hawaii's economy is dependent upon those naval contracts, those DoD contracts. Yep. Don't forget, there's a lot of great places in the world that you get to go to on vacation, guys, because of the U.S. Navy. There's a lot of great.
So when you're sipping your little pina colada with your little teeny tiny Speedo on the beach, loving your life, just remember, go Navy.
Well, and the truth of the matter is that anybody who is a Marine often cheers for the Navy, as we well know. It's one of the few times they actually admit to being in the Navy, as my father loves to remind my brother of when he cheers for Navy. In fact, when Navy wins, he gets very delighted and says, just my way of reminding you that you, in fact, finally admit that you're in the Navy. My father does not like LSU football. He begrudgingly roots for LSU football not because his sons went there, could care less about them. He roots for them because his granddaughters went there. The only LSU game that he has attended in the last 20 years was the LSU Army game. LSU Stadium is infamous for rising up as one in I guess you would call it 2 minutes of hate when the opposing team takes the field. Mm-hmm. My brother Ryan.
Unless
the U.S. Army or the U.S. Navy takes the field. Yes. Army took the field against LSU. It was the strangest thing and the most heartwarming thing to watch all of Tiger Stadium, all of Death Valley, come to its feet in a sustained standing ovation for an opposing football team. Very moving, very moving.
And rightfully so, by the way. If you're not doing that, what are you even doing? So rightfully so. Especially because LSU, one of the largest stadiums, they're doing, Zach, we were talking about it in Country and Western Music News because we celebrate both kinds.
All kinds.
And LSU, Zach Bryan's going to be playing at the LSU stadium. The only really other person to sell it out and do that before is Garth Brooks. And Zach Bryan is doing it next year, I think in either March or April.
This feels like almost like anything you can do, I can do better kind of Garth Brooks challenge because
yeah, but certainly Zach Bryan is the darker alter ego. It's like he's the Christopher Gaines of Garth Brooks.
So basically, Garth Brooks tried to invent Chris Gaines, and Zach Bryan said, "Why don't I just be who I am?"
Yeah, why don't I'm Christopher Gaines? I'm Chris Gaines, except my name is Zach Bryan. Exactly. And I tell cops, don't you know who I am?
Guys, we have a lot of great content all over our platform, by the way. There's a lot of the interviews that have been happening over the last 2 days that I'm going to be pointing you to, that Lindsay's going to be pointing you to. One of the people that I was sad that you didn't get a chance to interview with me, but you got a chance to meet yesterday. Could you believe Fahad's story from Amazon? It is one of the most extraordinary stories. When that content goes up there, guys, if you missed it, it's really important that you listen to it.
Give him the Cliff's Notes.
Basically, Fahad was in Iraq, was kidnapped by Al-Qaeda because his family was known, I guess, what you would call collaborators with the U.S., was deeply invested in trying to get ISIS out of their country and therefore sided with the guys who wanted to help them get ISIS out of the country. He was kidnapped at the age of 16, and he was held hostage, and essentially his life was threatened on a daily basis for 3 days. He was savagely beaten while negotiators played back and forth. They asked his family, who was destitute of money, for $1 million that they didn't have. And poor Fahad never got to hear his parents on the phone. It was always the negotiators and his uncle. You have to play such hard-knuckled ball against these guys that Fahad became convinced for a while that his family didn't care about him because they're saying, we can't pay that killing. That is literally a negotiation tactic.
But we literally cannot.
Yeah,
but that's what they're telling him. That's what he's hearing.
Yeah, what they're saying is not that he's worth $10,000 to us. He's priceless. So if he's dead, you get nothing. But if you kill him, you will get nothing. This is what we have. This is all we have to give. If you can't give it, we can't help you. And it will break our heart, but we won't do it. But they wouldn't let his parents on the phone at all, because you get the parents on the phone, then you start seeing breaks and cracks and all that kind of stuff. They got him back 3 days later. Rather than tucking tail and running and hiding, he then volunteers to become a translator for the U.S. military in Baghdad. They said that we have enough translators in Baghdad. The only thing available to us is over in Fallujah. If you know anything about Fallujah at the time, this is 2006, 2007, it is a bad scene. It is a bad scene. It's during the awakening. And he then gets in a car and drives to Fallujah, where he spends time with the biggest motor mouth in the service, a guy basically, an oxygen thief, spends his time around a guy who can't shut up, and he uses him to learn English and becomes a crack translator. Makes his way over to the U.S., where he is now a driver and a trainer for Amazon. He has been the subject of many a video, of many of a campaign. He's one of the bravest people I ever met. And the funniest thing is that the man who was with him, Ian from Amazon, who does what now Bo Higgins used to do. Our friend Bo Higgins used to recruit, military veterans for Amazon. Ian does that now. He spent some time with us on the air, too. Once again, Lindsay, same thing. Well, by the time I got to Fallujah, by the time I got down there, it was fine. No, it wasn't.
Never.
This goes on and on with every single person we talk to in these situations. The number of people we talk to, whether they are civilians or veterans who have done extraordinary things, the common thread that seems to run through all of this consistently is it was everybody else, not me. It was somebody else, not me. And yet at the center of the Travis Manion Foundation is, if not me, then who? it's a series of men and women who say, if not me, then who? But when they do, they end up saying, oh, it wasn't me, it was somebody else that did this kind of extraordinary work. And on it goes. And in many ways, the game that we're covering today, the game that we're talking about today, that will be played tomorrow, in fact, is a chance for those men and those women, their families, and their fellow service members, all of whom root for them, their classmates, and their extended families, and all the branches, to really get a chance to see these men and women, these men, get together in a celebration of fun, sportsmanship, and good old-fashioned competition. It's a wonderful event, and we are so glad to be here under the auspices of USAA and our good friend Brad Bentley, who put all this into motion. Big thanks to him as well. Every year we do this, Lindsay, it's a little bit different. What has been different for you? I always learn a little something different. What I have kind of been noticing recently with a lot of the people we're talking to is now I am noticing that there's a lot of organizations, some of whom do the same things, but I'm beginning to believe that those kind of duplicate organizations should be doing the same thing. That much of what we talk about working and doing here works in small teams rather than in big, vast organizations. I don't know what you've seen since you've been here, since the people you've talked to, listening to your friend Lee yesterday, both on the show and off, but I just feel like every time I do one of these events, 7 years now of doing this Maine to D.C. to Arlington, there's always a new lesson. Anything landed on you this year about all this?
Well, I mean, sure. Sure. I think that particularly being at the getting to spend a little more time with Keith, who gave me his military pin last night, gave me his Army pin. We got to talk a lot, and he works for the Bob Woodruff Foundation. He was on our show yesterday. And he and I spent a lot of time sort of talking in the corner last night. And he, by the way, is adopted. And, it's funny. I said to him, we were talking about people getting into, say, the nonprofit game and how people come at stuff like this. So, I want to celebrate and support my veterans, support the veterans and support the military. I don't know how. I'm going to start a nonprofit. Like, people just think, I'm going to start a nonprofit. As opposed to being like, okay, what interests me? Where's my heart at? What's the common denominator here? And now let me go find an organization that I can volunteer for, that I can get involved with, or I just raise some money in my community and we give it to that organization or whatever, as opposed to trying to reinvent the wheel. And that came up in conversation with him last night because I said, I'm so obviously passionate about adoption and it not being people's last resort and it being the first option or being presented as it could be a first option. And he is adopted. And he said that both his adopted father, so his father, was in the military as well. And that's what really inspired him. And then I said, is there any sort of source of community for veterans who want to adopt? And he's like, I've actually never heard of anything like that. I'm sure maybe there is. I don't know. That's not the point. But the point, I was like, because for me, I really would like to I'm not trying to start an adoption agency by any means, but I'd love to be a place where people are like, I don't know what to do. I'm like, come to me. We'll just talk through it. And then maybe I can help send you, knowing all the years and stuff that I went through and the research I've done. But it was very specific to myself. I can try to feel you out and send you somewhere. It's like that place to go just to have an ear to talk to and then be sent on your way in the right direction, And so I thought about that with talking to him. He's like, I've never thought about that. He said, but I would ask somebody who's been adopted, because I would love to talk to other veterans about, because me being adopted, he said, by somebody in the military changed my whole life. It's like if I could talk to veterans that are healthy and encourage them to adopt and be raised by somebody that has really strong morals and these values, he said, I think that'd be really cool. I've never thought about it. So anyway, I bring that all up because it's just another, for me in that moment, like the stuff that Keith has done and seen is so far above my comprehension of the little bubble that I live in because of Keith's service and people like him. And in that moment, it was all stripped away. And he and I just had this moment. We were both tearing up. I feel like Keith will be a friend for life for me, which is why he just gave me his pin. And I lose everything. I will not lose this. I will tell you, this is me being starting to be responsible with this pen. And the whole rest of my life has changed. But it was just in that moment for me.
Some people do that, by the way. Some people get one moment, and that changes
it all.
everything. Yeah.
For me in that moment, it was so important to remember, like, these servicemen and women want to be asked their story, not about their service, even about who they are as a person, where they came from, and reminded that we are really all are one. And as when Rob from the Army, from USAA, sat down with us at the very beginning, he said, it's just as much about who I'm fighting with as who I'm fighting for. And he meant us. He's fighting for us. Anybody listening right now, those men and women are fighting for us, fighting or peacing, hopefully more of the peace side. And so, yeah, they're all humans. And that was a very long answer. But to say that we're all humans, and some just take a different, hopefully, I mean, you're supposed to be in a life of service on this earth in some way, shape, or form, whether that's just to your son or daughter, or to your dog, or to somebody at your grocery store, or in combat, in the military, or at your church, or volunteering. Like, do something of service in your life. Something. Whatever it is, figure it out. And you probably are doing it, maybe, and don't even realize it. But we are supposed to serve on this earth, whatever that looks like for you, and it's all relative. And thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
There are a couple of things. Remind me when I get completely lost in the weeds about the first thing I want to talk about in regards to gratitude, to come back to the adoption thing in a second here. The other thing you just reminded me.
You never get lost in the weeds, but assuming you do, I will let you know.
Okay, if I really get down deep. There was something I did also notice that I didn't get a chance to, and by bringing up Keith. For those of you who couldn't see Keith, you could hear it in the tone of his voice yesterday when he came on with Chris Miles. One of the consistent things, and I'm sure it was there before, that I noticed from a lot of our guests. So, you know, the comedian Des Bishop is an extra like you and I are. And he talks about the idea that people say practice mindfulness, practice gratitude. He said we don't have to practice that. Many of us who grew up in that time period, you had no choice but to be mindful. Waiting on the bus is before your Walkman. I mean, a lot of times you literally had to watch the condensation. You had to be kind and rewind. We talk about practicing gratitude on a regular basis, too. The amount of gratitude that I've seen over the last couple of days, and some of the veterans, some of the other stories that we heard, I don't know if you got a sense from Keith about this. He seemed to be grateful from his adoption to his the parents that actually picked him, to how his service ended up resolving, to his time at the Woodruff Foundation. Nikki seemed to have that sort of gratitude, as did Chris. There's a real, I'm noticing a lot more, and I noticed it with our two friends here as we were talking.
Rob and Bill.
Rob and Bill. I noticed that they had it too, a real sense of, not a sense of, you know, everything is fine and the world is where it should be, but a sense of, I am grateful to be here. I am grateful to be talking to you. I am grateful to have this moment with you in space and time. And that sort of gratitude doesn't make you complacent. What it does is it allows you to focus on the moment as it kind of comes to pass. And I'm wondering, in your thoughts about adoption services, is that, you know, one of the problems I can see kind of coming up with veterans in particular, if somebody's on maneuvers, somebody's out in the field, somebody's overseas, somebody else is at home, it's a tough sell to make. Right? I mean, I can see where
shouldn't be, but is.
You can see where, but I'm also wondering if, in fact, there are services that help couples. Let's just say you're doing 10 or you're doing 20. Because remember, if you do 20, you know, if you come out and you're 41 and your wife is 35, it's a perfect time to adopt. I mean, you are perfectly positioned at your 41 years of age. You got some nice career prospects set up. The world is changing on your behalf, if in fact there is any sort of, you know, along with transitions into public-private life, if in fact there is a service set up to help veterans who, I'm finished up my duty, I've served my country, now I want to start a family. Some of those.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I was asking him.
Yeah, I mean,
and the answer so far is no.
No, but if we can in fact target it really to that kind of specific thing, but it also seems to me that you asked the right question. It's not a matter of should that thing exist, but if in fact, and I'm sure there are in regards to adoption agencies, Lindsay, they've got to be ones that focus on not late in life couples, but later, people who start families in their 30s. And if in fact those programs, those agencies, those nonprofits, in fact, have a veteran component to their focus. Because the next step for a lot of that seems to be not so much we should get a nonprofit going. But as you asked, the right question is there a nonprofit that is set up for people making life transitions, and can, in fact, it be tailored to kind of respond to military life, if that makes sense?
Well, I mean, I think, too, certainly the military component, somebody would want to be assessed. But we all have to be assessed. We had to go through, Seamus and I had to go through rigorous evaluations, and we had to go back to everything in our life and our record and whatever. Like Seamus, for example, when Seamus was in college in Fort Collins, Seamus is 54 now, so this was a long time ago. Love you, Seamus. But his roommate in college got arrested for something small in college. That came up when we were going through the adoption process, 30 years, or let's see, he would have been, I don't know, at least 20 years later, whatever. That came up. So he had to go up, because somehow Seamus's name was attached to it because he lived with him. The guy was growing weed in his bedroom in the apartment, by the way. So Seamus was attached to it because his name was on the list. Seamus was not arrested even. But my point is, so that came up.
But his name was taken. It was in the court report.
Yes. Now, it wasn't a big deal. All we had to do, go back and show it, and it wouldn't have been a big deal, I think, even if Seamus had been arrested. But my point in bringing that up is I think a lot of people, probably military for sure, are nervous to go about things because they're like, I don't know what's going to come up on my background check. Some people have done things that they regret or they're embarrassed about, or maybe that happened in service. That doesn't mean you're a bad person. It's that, listen, I've got stuff that I regret or embarrassed about, but it doesn't redirect your life. But I know personally some people that are like, I wouldn't even try to adopt because I'm scared what might come up on my record. And I'm just here to tell you it's not a big deal. But that's again one of these one more programs where it's like same thing with Passport and the people with Hiring Our Heroes. They take veterans and be like, we will help you with your resume. We will help you with this. We will get everything clear so that you're in the pipeline to do what you want to do next. And that's kind of the same thing I think that would be in particular with adoption, with veterans saying, like, I mean, who better to, assuming you're an adjusted, and you're an adjusted veteran, by the way. I know so many veterans who are just the best parents in the entire world, and their kids look up to them so much and respect their service, and maybe don't necessarily want to be in service as well. But it's like our buddy Doug, his kids are so much better behaved than my child, by the way, and they love and respect their father, and they do chores at home, and they go to the military parade, and and I'm just like, that's wonderful. That's a guy that should be a dad, and more people like that should be parents, and there are more children that need homes that could come into a life like that. I was 40 when we adopted Freya, and Seamus was 48, and we're doing just fine. So you can do it later in life.
Couple of questions. Did you feel like it was designed deliberately difficult and slogging to really kind of, make sure the wheat got separated from the chaff?
Yeah. I mean, I think anybody even contemplating having sex to have a kid should have to go through the process that we went for adoption. And I mean that genuinely. It's like, you're going to have sex? Here, you're going to have sex? Okay, you need to go through this process as well, because you might get pregnant, you might have a kid, and I want to make sure that you can be a good parent.
And I don't want you unleashing your kids across the mall while my kid is there.
We don't need more of you in the world.
Yeah, I mean that I can like I said, that's the other thing too, is that like it just feels like that some of this stuff is designed, in all fairness, to make it difficult, to keep on saying, do you really want to do this? Do you really want to do? Now, sometimes it feels like, come on, man. These are people who really want to kind of step up and do the right thing here, and you're making this much more difficult than it needs to be. But on the flip side of it, not having been through it, it also seems like by the time you get to the end, they're like, we feel really good about giving Freya to you.
Yes.
And in many ways, it's not just that the child is with you and that you have the child, is that there is a community of people who have vetted you, looked at you, and said, Lindsay, despite whatever you think about yourself, you're actually going to be okay. We think you're actually going to come through and do a great job here. And that plays a big deal. A couple of quick questions, by the way, for everybody out there. As a truck driver, many of who are on the road out there, if you've ever had those kind of adoption issues or contemplated adoption but were worried about your job actually being a black mark against you, you comment on the chat. As always, you can go over to our social media, or you can give us a call and drop in at 615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO. Please give me a call if you want to hear what it's like here Call us. We'll tell you. There's a, let's see, is that guy, can we see, is he Army?
Cannot tell.
Cannot tell. He looks Army. There's a wonderful gentleman over there who is a badass. He's going to the game tomorrow. I wonder if he's Army or Navy. He's an amputee. He's got his service dog with him. I wonder if he knows about Sierra Delta. There's a lot of military, a lot of veterans here, either Army and or Navy, of course. And we'll be talking to several of them coming up. We will be talking with Nate Boyer, by the way, who he went to UT. That's Texas, not Tennessee. He was a long snapper there, and I won't hold it against him. But he's a good-looking dude.
Yeah, you will.
He's a good-looking dude, so I definitely won't hold it against him. And he was a Green Beret. He is an actor. He's done a lot of things that we will dive into. He's going to be joining us in a little bit, and as well as Cassie Donegan, who is Miss USA, and she was Miss New York as well earlier this year.
That's tough, man. Because,
Yeah,
look, you win in any state, it's a big deal, but winning Miss New York, winning Miss California,
That's a tough one.
Winning Florida, Miss Texas.
Yeah, because you can't get away with the Southern answer to win Miss New York. It's not like, I just wish that everyone would have peace and babies and unicorns. Like New York's like, those answers are very different up in New York.
Yeah. Talk to us about UN policy and how it relates to the over-the-seas missions of the following three agencies. And then you're kind of in the middle of all kinds of nightmarish stuff. So tomorrow we'll be heading on over to Arlington for the laying of the wreaths. That's going to be an interesting broadcast, too, as well. It's the first time. It's another change in policy for us, is it not? Because we're going to be joint broadcasting simultaneously, simulcast, as it were, with Wreaths Across America. Won't lie, guys.
How's that going to work?
I have no idea.
Cool.
Don't care.
Great.
Don't care. I'm just gonna. I know I will be on.
So are we like doing the show with Jeff from Reese, or is it his show's happening there, our show's happening here, and they're both being broadcast? You don't know.
I have no idea.
Okay. I feel like that's something we should figure out.
No, we're going to be doing the show together. It's going to be on the same live platforms at the same time.
So is it like you, me, and Jeff co-hosting together?
Yeah,
tomorrow?
basically, yeah.
Okay.
Let that land.
Noted.
Let that land. And Dave Nemo lurking around.
Got it.
And the more fun it gets, the more he insists on coming on the air with us.
Can't wait.
It's going to be an absolute. What I'm really excited about, though, is that we will not be out there at 4 o'clock in the morning freezing to death on the back of the.
Apparently we will. We still have to be there that early.
No, being there early is not my problem. My problem is having to be outside for the entire thing.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, I understand we got to be there at the crack of doom because the only way you can get in. There's no other way to get in, to be honest with you.
When I'm president,
you will change that policy?
I will change that policy.
That's what's going to go on here. I understand.
You just everyone go in whatever time you want anywhere. Just mass chaos. Don't vote for me, guys.
Yeah, really don't. I mean, that's a bad. You realize, of course, you would be president for like a month before somebody got to you.
But you know how much fun we'd have in that month, America. You're welcome.
Everybody but the Secret Service.
Yeah, I don't want 4 years or 8 years. I just want 1 month. Just 1 month. Hi, Tara.
Hi.
Tara the turtle is here, of course.
The Terrapin.
Hey.
Pushing all the buttons. Hi. How are you, friend? How are you? Great.
Good.
Are you with USAA? Oh, hi. Are you Jimmy as well?
Jimmy.
Great. Okay.
Hi.
Another Jimmy.
Another
Jimmy
Jimmy.
just walked the
We're
table,
live right
guys.
now on iHeart on Road Gang Radio, but we want to say hi to
Wanted to
Jimmy.
say hi.
Jimmy Shapiro with Little Guy PR.
All the things.
Perfect. All the things.
Good to see you, Jimmy.
Thanks for putting this together and sending us guests. Send whoever our way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Tara's here with us, pressing the buttons
I
and
am
putting us
here.
on the ones and the twos. What are you? This is your third time to DC.
DC, yes. This is my second time to Baltimore. We always talk about like if you count the airport or not, because Dave and I were here and then left here to go to York, Pennsylvania for
I do
the
not count the
ATHS. Okay, well then this is my first time here.
Okay.
In Baltimore.
Looks great on you.
Thank you. Everything looks great on you, Lindsay.
you.
But yeah, first time in Baltimore on the ground.
First time on a train this morning as well.
Yes, that was fun.
So now you've done planes, trains, and automobiles. You've done it all. Because when Tara started
Yes.
working here, she had also never been on a plane.
Yes, that is true.
You had been in a car before,
Yeah,
but
of
you're not great at
course.
driving, so you don't love it.
No. Don't put me behind the wheel of anything. But yeah, so we've done all the things.
What's your favorite memory or the favorite thing you've seen in DC?
DC.
On your
I thought you were
third
gonna
trip.
say favorite form of transportation. I'm like
Trekking?
semi-truck. Duh.
Duh.
I've driven plenty.
What's the thing that wowed you the most in DC that you'd seen in movies and stuff, and all of a sudden you saw it in person? You're like, holy.
Lincoln Memorial.
Yeah.
It's bigger than you think it's going to be.
It is. And
Even when
just-
you see the perspective of people, it's like
100%. And just like, I don't know, just like the vibe of it. It kind of feels, and I've never been there either, but kind of New York-ish to me. Like, just like the vibe of the city and, you know, the trains, planes, trains, and automobiles.
I do
all the
love
things.
Lincoln. It's my favorite. It feels very powerful.
It's the trains that make it feel. That's why that vibe is shared. The Philadelphia, New York metropolis, which they call from Washington, D.C. to Philadelphia, guys, if you fly above it, is one giant unbroken sea of lights. It looks like one giant city from above. That's where we get the term metropolis from. So if you take the train from one place to the other, you find yourself in the middle of a break, which we've got to take right now.
Oh, well done, guys.
We'll be back on the other side of this. It is the season. We are thrilled to be a part of it, by the way. We're at the Army-Navy Media Row across from Camden Yards at the Baltimore Convention Center. Lindsay Lawler, Tara Garris, Jimmy Mack, and our friend Madison with a T over in the Fastport Studios. Head over to fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. Find out what they're all about. They're about us being here, along with Road Dog Care Company. Check them out as well, too. We'll be right back.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang, because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
And the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
Madison with a T, show 'em what you got.
Thank you, Claire. You guys are listening to Road Gang Radio. This is a special edition because I might be in New Orleans, but your hosts are broadcasting remotely from Radio Row in Baltimore for the Army-Navy game. Jimmy and Lindsay, take it away.
Thank you, Madison. By the way, guys, we're having a little bit of a phone line problem. We know you're trying to call in. We're going to be looking at that and see if we can get your calls in as soon as possible. Thank you for your patience on the issue. Hey, man, we're just making this up as we go along, so we really appreciate you guys kind of hanging with us while we figure out the next step in this journey that we're taking. Good morning to you, Lindsay Lawler. Good morning to you, Touchdown Terrapin Turtle Tara.
Good morning.
You have all the Tara things now. So Dave and Cheryl got you a turtle puzzle.
Yes, which guys, this puzzle is difficult and it's tiny, but I sat there for like an hour. I felt high. I was like, why can I not put
and
one
for once
piece
you weren't.
For once, you know. For once ever, I was not. But yeah, I literally could not fit one piece. And now Lindsay got me a turtle beanie. Yeah. And it is so cute. So I got 2 turtle gifts. And it's not even my birthday, guys.
2 turtle gifts.
I was thinking the same thing. And a radio named Nemo.
2 turtle gifts. By the way, over there in the chat, several people are talking. Yes, Marshall. No, you tried calling. Give us a minute. We'll figure it out and come back.
Give me a minute. I'm coming.
JB says, go Navy, of course. Okay. And the Paranormal Pie Man, by the way, says, this is so weird listening at home on the computer since we're on at a different time. He's not in his truck right now. He can listen at home. As a reminder, you can listen so many different ways, and that is the beauty of here where we are on the new platform. Can we say new anymore? We're like 6 months at this point.
I know.
It feels new.
We're still
everything's new for a year. So until June of next year, this will continue to be new. But you can listen to us if you go over to YouTube. That's where you can get in on the chat. And you on YouTube, just search Radio Nemo. On Facebook, you can find us. I think you can search Radio Nemo, but it's still the Dave Nemo Show. Don't get me started. You can listen on iHeart as an app in your car. That is a free app, by the way. So in your car or truck, you just listen like you would listen on, to Pandora, but actually Sirius as well. Those are all apps on your phone. So you can listen to us on iHeart. Free app, just search Radio Nemo as well. Truck, yes, Paranormal Pie Man. You can listen in so many different places, so check us out. The best thing to do, by the way, is just go to RadioNemo.com.
Yeah, where all those platforms are available for the clicking. That's
available for the clicking.
If you go to RadioNemo.com and click on the platform that you like, you will find the link that will take you to that particular place. Big thanks to Claire and, of course, Nick and Tara for setting it up in such a way that makes RadioNemo.com your one-stop shop for the way you want to listen. Hope you will join us over there. Listen, on YouTube in particular, I'm going to keep on saying this. It has become very clear that more of you listen than subscribe. We need more of you to subscribe. So you don't have to pay for it. You don't get emails from us asking you for money. There's none of that involved there. But the more of you guys can subscribe, the better off we will be, both you guys and us as well. And once again, big shout out to Marshall for dropping a little bit of those buckies. A little bit of that money. I always like that.
Not Buc-ee's, the travel center.
Those big buckies.
I know the trucks don't like that. Understood. I know the trucks don't like that. Hey, you know what thing? So being in the... There's like a vocabulary that's right and wrong. And like when you say he was a Green Beret, it's like, no, he is a Green Beret. Because they're like, once I'm that, I'm that for life. You're Army for life. There's obviously veteran is if you're out of service. Military, I guess, sort of is you're in service. But there's so many semantics around it. But what I've noticed, the men and women are always very, once I am that for life. Which made me start thinking about tattoos because I'm ready for a new tattoo. Sorry, Mom and Dad listening right now. It's probably going to be of you and Jimmy's face on my face, I assume, probably.
One on each cheek.
But neither one of yes. Which cheek?
Which one?
Neither one of you, Tara or Jimmy, have a tattoo, right?
Correct. Well, you never know. Just kidding. I don't have a name.
And you think like with military, like that's something that so many people in the military have a lot of them, and they they would get things that memorialize something that was happening that moment, or they were just a drunken sailor one night. Also that too, but it's permanent. I've never thought about when I have like 8 tattoos, and I've never thought of them as permanent, which is bizarre. I just go in and get it. I'm like, yeah, let's do that, whatever. Fun. I mean, all of mine have meaning, but they're quick. It is outside of it just not being something that you're interested in. Does the permanency of it Permanency. Does the permanency of it, is that what deters you from it?
No. Absolutely not. I actually have a tattoo plan if I do certain things. I won't discuss what those things are. If they get done, I will get tattoos. I have 2 tattoos I want to get. One is a quote. I won't say what it is until it goes on my body. The other one is an image. Once I do something that I want to do, I will get a tattoo, and I will find out a lot about myself if I don't do it.
Ah, good to know. So if you die with no tattoos, I'll be like, "Aw, poor Jimmy."
If I die without tattoos, unless of course I die like in the next month in an airplane crash, that will be sad and
dear
tragic.
God.
Okay.
You know.
I'm on the plane with you tomorrow, so let's talk about
No,
this.
there's a second. There's a second line. There's a second. I get a second flight. Your flight's fine.
Oh, we're good. So it's the second
I've always
flight.
known I'd die alone.
Whoa. Like, not in a sad way, but like in a... Or maybe a little sad.
No, not in a sad way. Not in a sad way.
Not
Just
like I'm alone in my basement.
I just one thing I've taken solace in that if my plane goes down or if I get in a car wreck or I don't know what it is. You have your woos, I have my woo. There will not be a child I care about. No one else will leave the world with me. It won't be like Jim was driving badly and took the life of the following 3 people he cares about. Jim talked his brother onto a flight with him, and it both went down. It will never be that situation, unless it's Dave Nemo. For some reason, I think it might be Dave Nemo.
God.
Jesus.
Hi, Dave.
Well, he's weaned. He's been through it.
He's lived a good life.
He's had a good life. I hate that expression, by the way. I hate that expression. The only time I can live with it was when my Uncle Joe passed away. He was 109, and people he lived a good life. Like, he did. I'm like, you know what? He did. Mm-hmm. He had a good life. Literally the man played 1 hole of golf every month up until the time he was like 108 years old, and he actually played the back 9 up until he was 100. Yeah. He lived a good life. So when he died, it was like he lived a good life. Mm-hmm. But people die at 91. I'm like, did he have dementia? No. Was he about his wits? Yeah. Like my Uncle Paul's grandfather passed away at like 93. He was like fit and vigorous, and then he died. And people were like, oh, he lived a good life. I'm like, he was awesome.
He was vigorous, and then he died.
And then it's like, I'm like, people are like, well, he lived a good life. I'm like, he was awesome. People enjoyed his company. We liked having him around. He was great at the dinner table. He told stories about the war in the old days. He's missed. I'm not going to do this whole thing on what a good life. Shut up, dude. I want more of him.
I hope you get a tattoo or 2. I hope you get 2 tattoos, Jimmy Mack.
Peepaw. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I do too, because it means that, this has not been in vain.
The Paranormal Pie Man's like, I think your gravestone will say the Paranormal Pie Man died from being an idiot.
That's what mine will say?
No.
Or that's what the Paranormal Pie Man.
The
Paranormal Pie Man is rooting for Space Force in this game. That explains all you need to know about the Paranormal Pie Man. That's what I will tell you about that right now.
You know what? Someone just said, Marshall said, your girl Dolly is going to go head-to-toe with Buc-ee's because of, obviously, the truck stop that she's now. But when you said head-to-toe, because we're talking about tattoos, so there is a rumor that Dolly has sleeves, like covered in tattooed sleeves.
Because she wears the gloves.
Because she wears, yeah. And I don't know if it's true or not, but I'd like to think it is. And so I started talking about that one day, and I was like, ooh, tattooed Dolly. Like, that would be, first of all, a really great coffee table book, just somebody doing artist of Dolly tattoo.
The way you said that made me think that you were changing the lyrics to Hello, Dolly. Well, tattooed Dolly, looking swell, Dolly, and the ink on your arms makes you look so fine. You've got those images, Dolly, on your arms, Dolly, and it makes us feel jolly from time to time. Dolly, Dolly, Dolly.
This is why people listen. That right there.
Or turn it off. Either way is fine.
They're gone.
It's fine.
We are actually, by the way, we do have a number of guests that are going to be joining us in a little bit. We're over here at Radio Row, at the Army-Navy Radio Row at the Conference Center here in Baltimore, Charm City. That's what the banners say in back of us, by the way. America's game, the
Go
Army-Navy
Army,
game.
beat Navy. Go Navy, beat Army. Actually, go Army, beat Navy rolls off the tongue better, unfortunately.
Here's what
unfortunately for Navy.
Our good friend, Tom Bray, of course, when I posted the picture of you lurking behind our banner, wrote, Go Army. Our good friend, Jerry Bowers, then responded with the GEAUX, Navy. Go Navy.
Go
Navy. You know about the Cajun Navy, by the way? Have we talked about this?
I don't believe so.
In the aftermath of Katrina.
Okay.
There was a group of dudes from Lafayette
Okay.
Lafayette, Louisiana.
Lafayette.
From Cajun country, from New Iberia and all those places. City of New Orleans floods terribly.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, completely overwhelmed. I mean, I don't mean 2-3 feet of water, Lindsay. 13 feet of water, 15 feet of water. I can show you pictures. These guys got their pirogues and their boats and their wind boats and their power boats and all their boats, and they came as close as they could to the city of New Orleans, and then they got in their boats, and they went through the city of New Orleans rescuing people from rooftops, rescuing people from, interstate systems that were above the water and all that. So the Cajun Navy were all these guys from southwest Louisiana who came rolling into the city in their boats because they know how to boat in dangerous areas and rescued all these people from rooftops. So Jerry, of course, being in the Lafayette region, he writes, Go Navy. So I guess that Jerry,
Go Navy.
Go Navy, he is an honorary member of the Cajun Navy, by the way. So thank you for your service, Jerry. Thank you for your service, Tom. Weasel, if you're listening, thank you for your service, my friend. Tenring, thank you for your service. And many of you guys who haven't, Trucker Bosun, thank you for yours. Everybody out there, my dad who is listening, thank you, Da, for your service. We really appreciate you. We've talked to a lot of service members over the last couple of days. Been thrilled to kind of hang out with them. Our good friend Jerry Hayes, Marine Corps veteran that he is, thank you for your service, Big Jerry. What you got?
Well, I was going to say, Seamus says, so my husband, he's works, as you know, in TV and film, and he's gotten to film a little.
I've heard.
Essentially, it's propaganda, by the way, but he's worked a lot with, I use that term loosely, but you know what I mean. He's worked a lot with several different entities where they go in and they film training and they get to see these guys. He's worked, it's some really badass, the stuff he's gotten to see, and he's so mesmerized. He's so in awe of it. He respects those men and women so much. And Seamus always says that's the closest. He didn't serve, he didn't enlist, so getting to see it all is so powerful to him. And he said his biggest regret is not becoming a pilot in the Air Force. He always thought that would be so cool, and just seeing that and being part of it. So it's a big regret for him. I don't know if it's a regret that he didn't join, but he definitely has reverence around it. Was there ever a time that you thought you were going to enlist? Never.
Absolutely not. Let me make this really clear. This is one thing that. And I get it. There's a lot of men out there, and it's one of the saddest things I encounter. There's a lot of men who carry a lot of. All right, so remember we had Bob on, and he was talking about. Bob Book was on. He was on both days, so I can't remember. He wasn't. Yeah, he wasn't. This was the day you weren't there. Bob was talking about the Five Who Came Home, a documentary about. You've been watching the little documentaries. A documentary I really admire about the 5 great American filmmakers who. Not only became documentary filmmakers during the war, they went overseas, all 5 of them, and shot stuff, except for Frank Capra, who did something a little bit different. But they all became members of the military, and they served. One of the people who did it was John Ford, the great American Western filmmaker. He always regretted that he didn't serve in World War I. It haunted him. So at 46, he thought he'd never get the chance. But because the Film Corps was started, he got a chance to not only serve, he got to go to Midway, and he filmed the Battle of Midway. And it redeemed his whole life. As far as he was concerned, he got the chance to do what he was hoping to do. The irony of it is the fact that, for me, you asked me that question, Lindsay, when I tell you on my tombstone, we're making tombstone jokes, right? It will say, did not serve well with others.
Tombstone Jokes is a good band name.
Yeah, I think so, too. It said, did not serve well with others when he was in charge, did not serve well with others when others were in charge. And there is something about myself that I know in regards to I can't take an order to save my life, and I really don't like giving them. If I could do everything that I wanted to do alone and in peace, and then go see my friends later on and have fun with them, I would be a much happier person.
That's why you need just a writer. Just write in your cabin in the woods.
No. I want to be in the middle of the action. That's why I like being a reporter.
Right in the action in the middle of the city, and then go out for dinner later.
And then be able to tell my editor to drop dead. To be able to tell the boss, I want to be one of those people who busts his ass and does his thing, and it says, drop dead. You can't write that. Watch me.
I got news for you. You're doing that. Just lean into it more. Don't try to do all things. Just do that. Just do that. And whatever else is meant to happen will or won't. Everything might fall apart, and that's fine. You'll just get to go do that more.
My friend Lou said that to me once. He just basically looked at me and he said, "You know what? The heck with it. Just go do your thing and let everybody else figure all the other nonsense out."
Yeah.
You know, because it's really funny because you and I was talking to Tara about this before, and she made the idea that it's like, if you told me here's your itinerary, just show up at these places. You don't have to worry about if anybody else shows up. All you got to do is just go here and do this thing. I'd be great.
Then
Which is
just
why,
do that.
as a reporter, I had so much fun. It's like, where do I got to go? Do I get to go bother people and force them to tell me things? I love that.
You're great at that. You're great at bothering people. And
I really am.
Do more of it.
So tell me more about my eyes, Lindsay. Guys,
Do more of that.
You're listening to Road Gang Radio at RadioNemo.com, live 365. Of course, that means Odyssey. It means iHeart. If you're listening to iHeart, welcome. We're thrilled to have you as always. If you're listening on Facebook and the tube of you, we always love your participation and your comments. Keep getting in the action. Keep being a part of the game. Speaking of games, we're covering one here today on Road Gang Radio. Tara, I wanted to talk to you for a second, too, because you have never been on a train.
No.
And it was, and matter of fact, it's kind of a nice first-time train experience for you because it was easy.
Yes, very short, sweet, loved it. Not cramped either. It was very nice.
We got very lucky, though.
Mhm.
We also, it also makes you realize that, like, remember the whole thing with Dave, like, it's expensive to fly to York, and I'm like, well, then you should fly to Baltimore. But Baltimore's in Maryland. That's in Pennsylvania. Dave doesn't talk like this, by the way. But then I said,
But in his head, in your head, that's what he says.
That's what he sounds like. But,
Yeah.
but the thing is, I'm like going, no, Dave, fly to Baltimore. Trust me. But it's, and then he's like, wait a minute, it's only 45 minutes away. And I'm like, so you guys flew to Baltimore, right?
Mhm.
And then you drove over to York, right?
Yep.
I think a lot of people who live in the American South, or especially in the American West, have no idea how close all this stuff is to each other.
Yep.
Baltimore
Very close.
gives way to D.C., D.C. gives way to New York and Philadelphia, and
Mhm.
it's all one giant
Even
train
my
line.
first trip, I was like, okay, we're going to D.C. for these events, but Arlington National Cemetery is probably farther away, so we're going to have to get a train or something to get there. Jimmy's like, it's like a 15-minute Uber ride. I'm like, oh, well, in
Right.
that case.
Yeah.
Great.
And like, in case you weren't aware of the fact, the airport we're arriving at is actually kind of sort of in between.
It also looks so small now flying into Reagan. I love Reagan so much. It's so easy.
Well, of course
It's
you
so
do, Lindsay.
easy.
He's America.
He's so great. I love him too. But that was pretty good too, by the way. It's starting to look even smaller and smaller as the Nashville airport as B&A continues to get. Every
Yes.
time I show up at B&A, which is a lot, either me going or me taking Seamus, every time I'm like, oh
They're
my God,
cutting
that's
the ribbon.
new.
They're cutting
That's-
the ribbon.
They cut ribbons every day in
Yep.
Nashville these days, and it's not even that Reagan's obviously getting smaller. Nashville's getting bigger and so much bigger, and
Even
so much
just
bigger.
the small town that I am from, I live in the country, but I drive into the city that I live in. It's still a small town, but every time I leave the house, there's new apartments, duplexes, and I'm like, where are these people coming from? Like, it just keeps getting bigger. And I'm like, are people having that many babies? Like, what is happening? How are they all coming here?
Stop. It's because shows like The Road and Country People on American Idol and it's I mean everyone wants to be a part of
Everyone wants
Nashville.
it.
Everybody may think, oh, you're in Nashville? My friend's cousin's grocery baggers wrote a song one time in Poughkeepsie. I'm like, that doesn't mean I know who they are, but thank you.
Everybody's also looking for the action, too. I mean, that's a big thing that happening. What's happening in Nashville, everybody in Atlanta right now is looking at you guys going,
Yes.
because now you understand.
Mhm.
Atlanta is spreading. It's spreading in every direction. Atlanta is the new South. It's where all this stuff gets started, the idea of this massive growth. People forget that, when you add in the suburbs and all the counties that are around Fulton, that's a mega city. And the same thing is coming for Nashville. I've told you, when that Major League Baseball franchise shows up, that's the ball game. See what I
We're
did there?
close.
You're
We're
close.
close.
You're very, very close. And of course, because Nashville has what Baltimore has, this kind of complex. Here we are. Behind us is Camden Yards. Raven Stadium is right over there. The whole world is in one area, and more people are falling in love with the idea of living in places where you can have everything and do it on foot.
Well, Nashville's got that. You know what I don't love about Nashville with our, the new stadium is being built there, which will be up probably about a year out, something like that. And and so people don't really tailgate there are some tailgates that get set up, but a lot of the idea of when you're coming to Nashville, if you're not a locals tailgate, but if you're not a local, you'll come and you go just downtown to all the honky tonks, and then you walk the bridge, and your tailgate, we have a built-in tailgate because of the honky tonks down there. Then that being said, if you're sitting there tailgating and or having a Bloody Mary at a bar downtown on Broadway before the game, you have to wrap that up. I like to tailgate and be like, oh, it's game time, let's go in now, that kind of thing. You can't do that because you have to then obviously close your tab, assuming you're not dining and dashing, and please don't do that. But then you have to go get in line to walk up the stairs, to walk over the bridge. It's like at least a 30-minute process, at least, to get from where you are to get to the stadium. And I don't like that. That might sound silly, but it's sort of anticlimactic to be like, oh, it's game time, let's go. And they're like, oh, I gotta go stand in line for 30 minutes, walk up the stairs. I have to walk. Obviously, I'm lazy, so that's a whole thing. So I don't love that's how Nashville is set up in that regard. But it is cool that we have Bridgestone Arena right downtown, all the bars, and then Titan Stadium right there. We'll have the new stadium right there. But it's a lot of work.
I actually am. I think a lot of people don't really, and New Orleanians have never had this problem because we've never had a tailgating situation. Tailgating is actually the result of bad planning, not tailgating itself, but tailgating exists because of bad planning. People built stadiums in the middle of nowhere and forced people to drive out into these open areas of space.
Patriots.
Foxborough. Kraft,
the best, worst
the Kraft
family
tried everything in their power to get that stadium into Boston. They did everything in their power. The New York Jets, the New York Giants are in the Meadowlands when one of those two teams should be in New York proper. And
how are they still sharing a stadium?
Well, it's because because the problem in this country is NIMBY. Not in my backyard. Everybody wants all the amenities of city living with none of city living. And you've got to have Detroit solved the problem. This place has solved the problem. Tailgating there's nothing fun to do here, so we're going to have a party in the parking lot. Mm-hmm. Now, the people, of course, Americans improvise, adapt, and overcome. They figured out something cool to do with it, but tailgating sucks. You literally, it's like you have to set up bathrooms. Why can't you just go around the stadium, go to a nice place to eat, hang out with your friends for a little bit, then walk.
Yeah, because people like the nostalgic throwback, though, of having a field party.
I understand that.
A kegger at a field party. I love a good field. You love a good field party, right? Yeah, this guy loves it. He knows what I mean.
But the problem with a kegger at a field party, that's a college mentality going to a professional football game. I have a problem with it. I think it's a great response. You stick me in the middle of a freezing cold tundra.
Here, Tara, hold my feet.
You stick me in the middle of a big nowhere land. Of course, it's really cool that people have giant grills and all that kind of stuff. But it's like the whole point of this is the fact I don't want to tailgate for a baseball game. I want to go to the baseball game. Mm-hmm. I want to be going to the stadium, have my hot dog, have my hamburger, have my peanuts, see the game, go home. And they've made people drive to the middle of nowhere. What do you give me a finger?
Because Dallas is driving to middle of nowhere too.
Which finger?
Keep giving him the finger.
Okay, I will. You love living in the city, though, yes? You love being close to things and being walkable and all the things, right?
Correct.
I'm the opposite. I like to go visit a city and get that hustle and bustle experience, but I love being where there's nothing. I'm 20 minutes from Walmart.
Let me make this really clear, though.
I like both, by the way. I want my city house and my country home.
Okay.
And by the way, I really do think when it comes to college football in particular, I think tailgating's real and wonderful and joyful. And by the way, I have no problem with a great tailgate. But a great tailgate exists because some moron said, hey, you know what? We're going to call them the New York Giants, but we're going to make people drive forever out to the Meadowlands.
What accent was that of his?
That's not even. I don't know.
Who was that?
It's just some guy who talks like this and is constipated all the time.
That guy's annoying.
Yeah, punch him right in the snot locker. It's a city planner. It's somebody who went to an Ivy League school and sounds like, you get the idea what I'm talking about
move
here.
His handle out when he talks.
He loves the smell of his own self. Just one of those guys. But no, that's what it kind of comes down to, guys. It's like I said, college football tailgate. By the way, University of Tennessee, Boatgate. University of Washington, Boatgate.
As Paranormal Pine Man says that tailgating is tradition in Lambeau, as all the bars, the restaurants in the area, putting them on, it's a spectacle. But they do like that he could walk to. He does like that. Should he want to, he could walk to Lambeau Field. And yes, Marshall, the same thing is happening in Texas as well. Yeah, Cowboy Stadium is in the middle of nowhere. I mean, I say that it's between Dallas and Fort Worth. It's Arlington, adjacent, and but it just exists. You pull up, and then all of a sudden, Jerry World. So Jerry created his own freaking city. He's like, "What city are you from? What's the stadium?" It's in Jerry World.
I want a tax break to build a stadium.
Jerry talks like that too.
Jerry Jones do like this. It'd be
it's
like
kind of Russ Perot.
No,
Russ Perot would be higher pitched.
Yeah, you're the boss. I'm just Ross.
In there. Speaking of the boss, Madison with the T, we're going to take a break.
Oh, my God.
It's time to take a break because I want to go get something to drink. I see a Sprite over there calling my name.
Okay.
There's
This
also
next break
food
is brought to you by Sprite.
Actually, it's brought to you by Truckdown. Go to truckdown.com. They've been doing it since '97.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to RadioNemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
You are in the Road Gang, as a matter of fact, and if you're in the Road Gang, you're actually listening to us live from Baltimore, Maryland. Of course, we're at the Convention Center, right in the shadow of Camden Yards. Our good friend Jay Grimes of OOIDA sent me a welcome to Charm City note. Thank you for that, Jay. I'm sorry for your long-suffering O's. Looked like things were going to turn around. Things have not looked so good after this year, though. Hope springs eternal. We're also in the shadow of the stadium where the game will be played tomorrow. We got some great friends joining us. Of course, it means Touchdown Tara, the Terrapin herself, is on the ones and the twos over here in the city of Baltimore. It means that Lindsay Lawler, as always, is to my right. And our good friend Madison LeBlanc with a T is dotting those I's and crossing those T's as Road Gang Radio continues. I turn it over now to Double L.
Thank you. Not in Nashville right now. We're not in Kansas anymore. We're not in Nashville anymore. But we are here. It's actually about the same weather here as it is in Nashville right now.
Mid-Atlantic, essentially.
Different than New Orleans, of course. Although y'all been chilly. Anyway, that's a story for another day. We have 2 new friends sitting down and joining us. And so for everyone listening, as I told them briefly, a vast majority of our audience are over-the-road truck drivers. A lot of them, of course, are veterans. A lot of them are wishing that they were going to this game tomorrow, but they are on the road delivering goods so that we can drink our Cokes at the game tomorrow. So thank you, men and women out on the road. I'm just going to start with this before I introduce Sully. Hey, Sully, are you going to the game tomorrow?
Absolutely.
And he's like, oh, hell yeah. Why else wouldn't I be here? No. I assume you're going as well?
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm going to introduce Sully and then let Sully introduce our next friend as well, because I walked up to Mike. You saw me, I think, twerking up against our banner before we went on air today, because I'm
impressive.
the professional one.
He, by the way, he enjoyed my disdain for your actions as much as he enjoyed your actions.
Understood. That feels right. But Michael Sully Sullivan, I just thought that looks like a guy I want to be friends with. So we went up and started talking. He's a retired Special Forces colonel who served 30 years in the U.S. Army. Thank you for your service, friend.
Thank you for the support.
And is the executive director of a brilliant organization. You can head over to teamrwb.com. They are a community of veterans, service members, military families, and supporters. As you say on your website, united by teamwork, shared values, and common goals. So you get together and you do excursions, and you guys have something amazing that happened last year we're going to talk about. But Sully, welcome to the show.
Yeah, it's great. I really appreciate the opportunity. Thanks for tracking me down and having us over on the show.
I'm a stalker. I will continue to stalk you for the rest of your life, so you know.
Get ready for your DMs on your Instagram account. Just
I slip in, but it's all fine. It's all fun and games here. And you brought another friend to sit down with us.
I did. So this is Zach Palega. He's one of our members at Team RWB, but he was also a part of something that we did extraordinary earlier this year in the month of May. So we're a veterans organization that's been around for 15 years that primarily is built on the idea that veterans lose their sense of purpose, their sense of belonging, and then maybe step away from caring about their health and wellness as much as they should have when they were forced to do it when they were in the service. So we build a team environment for folks to get together. We have 154 chapters across the United States, over 250,000 members over 15 years. And the goal is to get people out and active and use movement as medicine. And they bring together that, that team environment, that community. It gives them that sense of purpose and that sense of belonging that they may have lost when kind of that Band-Aid gets ripped off and you leave the service. We're very much about celebrating the power of our veterans and everything they do. I mean, veterans are the lifeblood of this nation. A lot of them, as you said, are driving trucks right now, providing us with everything that we need, right? They continue to serve, and they continue to serve as examples for everybody. So at Team RWB, as we put on these physical fitness events and other stuff, we like to highlight that each year. This year we went big because it was our 15th anniversary, and we took a flag, and we found 12 veterans who were just crazy enough to raise their hand and said, we want to be a part of this. I'm crazy.
In the good way, though, right?
Zach's crazy in a good way.
Okay.
And we said, hey, this is what the deal is. You're going to have this flag. It was a flag that I actually flew in combat in Afghanistan and carried with me over a couple tours. And I said, we're going to take this from the deck of the USS Midway in San Diego, and we're going to go as fast as humanly possible, carrying that flag, relaying it. It never stops until we reach the home of the future Global War on Terrorism Memorial on the Mall in Washington, D.C. So Zach and his team did that in 16 days.
Okay, as I said earlier, I don't think I could drive across the country in 16 days. That's how many stops I would have to do and still be tired. So, by the way, this is phenomenal. When Sully said to you, hey, I got an idea, was there any part of you that thought it was crazy, or were you like, cool, yeah, I'll do that? Did you second guess it at all?
Didn't second guess it at all. Obviously, it was a little bit crazy, but right, I think most of us, at least coming out of the veteran community, myself, always willing to sign up and do something just crazy enough to push the limits and figure out what you're capable of as a team and as an individual.
Let me ask this question though, because I interviewed an author many years ago named Kevin Farco, and he and his friend decided to walk the entire length of the Grand Canyon. Their first attempt was an utter monumental disaster. The wheels just came off. They went back and did it again the right way. It took them a very, very long time. How much planning went into this, though? Because in order to do something like this, and at the time frame you kind of mapped out, was there any? What was
to do it and make it worth it? Not like, oh hey, we did, there's pomp and circumstance that has to happen.
Well, yeah, but there's also, like I said, people's shoes. I mean, that's one of the things about the story about the Grand Canyon was their shoes fell apart. They overpacked. They didn't understand. They didn't go with anybody who knew what they were doing. Talk about the prep work that goes into this, because we talk with hundreds of thousands of truck drivers on a daily basis. The trip sometimes is the easiest part.
Yeah.
It's the pre-trip and the post-trip. So talk a little bit about how you guys as a team worked out how you'd get there.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. So, obviously on the runner side, right, the individual preparation varied on how people trained, right, the logistics that went into it, what shoes people were wearing, right, all of the things that you think don't matter, but as you just highlighted, right, definitely do matter. I'll let Sully speak to the logistical support a little bit more, but we had, right, a couple opportunities to come together, all 12 veterans, right, train as a team, figure out different things, go over mission planning, route planning, just like you would a military operation. But the thing that I'd highlight, right, before I turn it over to Sully to highlight all of the backside support that they went into or that they accomplished is at the end of the day, right, whether it's 12 veterans or it's one, if you tell them to go do something, they're going to figure it out, right? And so that was like, maybe it won't be the fastest, right? Maybe we'll all be broken and bleeding at the end, but doesn't matter if it's public sector, private sector, whatever it is, you ask a veteran to go do something and they're going to figure out how to get it done.
All right, and that's such a great point because we spent the last week, Lindsay and I, for Fastport hosts the thing called the Vet Ready Summit, where they show companies how to be veteran ready as opposed to veteran friendly. You guys will do that. The thing is, though, is that you don't always need to do that. It's like if we can avoid bloody feet, we should. If we, you see what I'm saying? The idea we know.
We're not saying we like bloody feet. We just said we can if we had to.
I mean, it's exactly what I'm getting at here is the fact that like you have people that will do it regardless. That they've given you their word and they've made a commitment. So the question becomes like, how do we make sure that commitment is made in a sane way to these people?
Yeah.
That they can be like, hey, we're going to do this for you. Maybe you should get our back a little bit here. And I'm kind of wondering, and I guess it's where we shift over to Sully now.
Yep.
You guys are going to do it, and he understands who you are as people, so you then have to kind of make sure it happens in a way that honors them, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the event itself was born out of something that we'd done over a decade with our members, moving much more deliberate, just during daylight hours, taking a flag from one part of the country to the other. It was an awesome opportunity to get out, represent what Team RWB does, move Old Glory. This nation will rally around that flag despite anything that you hear that's going on in the news. You see someone walking, riding a bike, or running as fast as these guys did with the flag, you get honked horns, you get people excited, and people come out. It was amazing for that. So we had some
repeat
experience.
that again. People did come, no matter what you saw in the news. It was packed wherever they went.
It was
so
great.
Turn
we
the
had
news off.
Amazing support. But for us, so we had some experience there. But again, the pace of what we were going to move, how fast we had to do it, the flag was never going to stop, unlike before. We had to do it in a responsible manner because the other thing is we're a health and wellness organization. The last thing we wanted to do was damage the volunteers that raised their hand to say they wanted to be a part of this epic event. So again, we wanted to highlight that was part of our mission as well, that we would be responsible with that. So a lot of planning went into it, and it was consistently moving. So you always had something to work through. But and the other key was finding the right group of veterans. I mean, we were very deliberate in that process as well, because we probably could have found faster runners. But we really dug into some interviews and talking to folks like Zach and understanding how they work together in a team environment. We challenged them with different situations and what they might have to deal with getting out there, because really these were 12 veterans that didn't live near each other. They were brought from different walks of life from all over the nation, representing different services, different eras of service, and we needed them to come together in a team environment. And that mentality that they all brought is what I think was truly the success. I mean, again, it's that secret sauce of can you work together when things get tough, and do it in the right way so that you don't end with bloody feet. Although I think maybe some of the runners had some blisters at the end.
Sure, I had bloody feet just thinking about it.
Yeah,
it
was phenomenal.
Did it have to? This is probably a dumb question.
Lindsay's dumb question of the day, number one.
It's only one.
Only one.
I'm doing pretty good. Did it have to? Did you know ahead of time where you're like, it has to be done in 16 days, or were you like, we're going to take off and however long it takes, it takes?
So we actually got to set the record.
Okay.
I think we set one that I don't think anyone's going to be able to beat. I'll throw that out there. If you can find 12 people that think they can run the American flag from San Diego to D.C. faster than us, go ahead and try to take it. It's been been certified.
You will meet them when they cross the finish.
Yeah, we definitely will. We'll celebrate them. But again, I think the uniqueness of veterans, the ability to come together, solve the problems that we had to solve along the way, But we did set a goal. Like our goal, and we had shared it with the runners, was like we think we can maintain a 7:45 to 8 minute mile pace, which is phenomenal because that meant some of the runners were running sub 6 minute miles the whole way during their legs, and then others were running slower than that just based on their abilities. And they're carrying an American flag. In the weather, in the Rockies, in the snow, in 90-degree heat, they got to experience all of it in the month of May.
That's Police Academy mile.
Yeah,
you have to run that mile under that.
So
that's
so that was the goal, and we had set like some finishing event things with the Secretary of the VA came out. We had a big event on the National Mall to celebrate the finish. And we had to pick a day for that to happen.
Yeah, right.
And
people need to know when to be there.
So there was a goal of 16 days, and there was a couple times at the start we're like, I don't know if we're going to get there. We're going to finish. We'll set a record. But it was incredible. They just got faster and faster as they went across the country.
Good
it was
Lord.
insane.
And because you said during their legs, so what does it look like? How long do you
let
pace?
Zach hit that.
Okay.
Yeah, so overall 12 people, 3 teams of 4. Each 4-person team took an 8-hour leg.
And you just run for 8 hours straight?
You switch off between your 4 people, but yeah. So we just continued to the most important thing. The flag never stopped, day or night, going up the Rockies, down the Rockies, across the plains of the Midwest. And so roughly, I think most teams ended up doing about a 5K or 3 miles in 20 minutes, about every 60 minutes. So just in and out of the RV, cool down, eat some food, and put your shoes back on to get right back out there.
Who's driving that RV? I could have done that job. I could have been who was driving alongside, waving at you like, "Hey, suckers!"
Yeah, so this is where, as we talk about community, the power of community and seeing the support come out is so impactful. And so, there was volunteers, but a lot of them ended up being family members or awesome. Spouses. And so halfway through the trip, my dad actually met us in Texas outside of Dallas, right, and then ended up driving the RV for us, which we're extremely thankful for because obviously get a little bit tired running across the country. And so then to drive as well, we don't want to end up with bloody feet. We don't want to end up with car crashes either. Yeah. And so, but yeah, all that to say is seeing the community and the support that came out and how much people were willing to pause their lives for ideally 16 days, but again, who knows how long, 16 days just to support, the Team RWB mission was absolutely incredible.
It also, in planning this, it creates a balance. We want to have ambition, but at the same time, we don't want to actually be on the bus from Stupidville. I mean, really clear. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's like basically, we can. This isn't a hold my beer situation. This is get the map out. Let's talk about what it's going to kind of take.
Hold my beer for 16 days.
Hold my beer for 16 days. But it really is a matter. It really is working like a team because it isn't like it is because you have to say, okay, how fast can you run? But you can keep this going longer, and it becomes that kind of game of trying to figure out how to play to everybody's strengths to do it. Because once it starts, most of it's over. At that point, once you get going, it's just happening. The 9 months is there to prevent anything from going wrong for those 16 days. You talked about one moment or two where you thought, are we going to make it in time? When was the moment you knew you were going to make it? I mean, was it
now, sitting here today?
No, that's it. That is a great question. I mean, because there's these challenges, and like to Zach's point when we brought his dad on, that was one of those failures where we were like, oh, the runners can drive. Well, when they're not running, they can take a turn, and we realized this is we're asking too much. So who do we get? And we got that volunteer support. We had.
Zach's dad.
I do want to hit upon the other support folks that actually made it happen too. We had a guy who was an Army Ranger medic who then went to medical school. Worked at the Cleveland Clinic, Dr. Matt Vole. He just took time off himself, volunteered the time to be the team doc, and he had his own RV to keep these guys going, making sure they had what they needed, medically. We had a retired F-16 mechanic, Ryan Sattler, who has his own business fixing RVs and trucks that break down in the Florida area. He took time off of his life and his business to come out, drive a U-Haul across the country with a bunch of equipment, and to fix RVs for us as we needed those to continue to move. So it was this entire operation. But I think it was when we started, it really, things started to get exciting when we hit the halfway mark and we were trending back towards hitting our goal.
You're coming from California.
We're coming from California towards Washington, D.C.
Halfway was Texas? No.
It was a little bit.
Yeah, I think
short-
1,500 miles was
What part of
inside
it?
Oklahoma.
Inside Oklahoma. We had an incredible day when we crossed the pedestrian bridge in Nashville. A whole bunch of people from Nashville came out. That was a fun night. It was at night. Yeah, it's a very exciting day. But really, when we hit the backside of the Appalachian Mountains coming out of Tennessee into Virginia, and the pace continued to hold, even though one of the worst thunderstorms that the runners had of the entire trip, we realized, man, we got to get to D.C. because they are actually going to make it exactly when we want it to go down. And it was super exciting. I mean, myself and our deputy director were proofing the route every single day up to the last minute when Zach and his team, because we ended during the day, we had to reroute through the Arlington, Virginia area. I had to rent a bike, and I got on a bike path to proof the route to make sure they could run that way. And we were literally screaming left and right turns so they could get to the finish where we needed to be.
You were literally building the airplane.
We made it all this way, and they're like, "Sorry, folks, road's closed." But no, I can see where we need. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean,
typical
it was
DC
that way
police.
every single day. We had a reroute almost every day in terms of something happened, but it was
DC police.
Yeah,
here to make sure you can get where you need to go.
so
I'm just kidding.
It was, but it was.
We're in Baltimore. We're
yeah,
okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
Extremely emotional, I think, for all of us when they hit that just over 3,000-mile mark. Families there. It was like a big, gigantic, Army Navy tailgate party or something at the finish. But yeah, it was pretty cool.
What did you eat and drink at that party afterward? These are the questions I want to know.
No beer. They're going to have a lot of beer.
Pizza and beer.
Yeah. So there were, celebratory, champagne popping, and then a bunch of sandwiches laid out. I can't remember. I think it was, maybe it was Jersey Mike's or Subway. I think it was Subway. So I'll give the shout out to Subway. But so a bunch of sandwiches and everything, and then just to be greeted by family, by community members, local Team RWB members coming out from DC, absolutely incredible. And I think it was that kind of revelation of holy shit, we did this, right? We knew we were gonna make it, but not did we just make it, everyone crushed it, right?
We did it.
Yeah.
Making it's one thing, doing it's another. We've had a couple of friends of ours, close friends, who've actually bicycled from California to the East Coast. Everybody consistently says, crossing the Mississippi River and getting to Virginia were the two big kind of emotional kind of uplifts. I'm just curious in regards to when you look back on it, would you do it again?
Absolutely.
Didn't even hesitate.
To include, I think there was multiple of us right out afterward. And this is what I'll highlight, right? I think this is the phenomenal thing again, right? About veterans, you get done going through something hard, right? Yes, it might suck in the moment.
The requisites suck.
Yes, absolutely. Right, but then when done, right, shared misery and suffering when done with company, right? You're like, man, that was awesome. And so there was multiple people afterwards that was like, do we get to turn around and do this again, right? So much effort went into it. And everyone paused their lives for 16 days. But the fact, and I think it's a testament to the team and the individuals that they were able to select, the fact that people would be willing to do that again, right, for another 16 days was absolutely incredible. And I think that's just that's the spirit of the American veteran, that people need to know that that's what you're getting, right, when you interview them for a job or when you're asking them what do they need for help, they're not going to quit, and they're going to they're just a natural leader, right, and they're probably going to move your company in a direction that you otherwise wouldn't have known was possible.
Okay, will you do it, since you're saying you'll do it again, will you do it with me over your shoulder? Because here's the thing, I want to do it. I want to do it, but I don't want to do it. You know what I mean? So if all 12 of you, I could find probably 11 other girlfriends who are we'd like to do it too, but we would like to do it being carried.
Yeah,
so I'm
absolutely.
Just throwing that out.
As long as I can run a little bit slower, then yeah,
totally.
Absolutely.
And we can do it enough months after Christmas where I've taken off the holiday weight, if that's helpful at all. That is what
Lindsay,
I will bring to the table.
You are so generous.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service, by the way.
Thank you. I'm here for the people.
What do you have planned next, Ollie? What's going on next for you?
He's like, I'm going to leave you two dum-dums
no,
as soon as possible after that.
It's been enough of this nonsense. I get there's some real people around here.
No, it's immediately we're going to enjoy the rest of the warm up here, the day here in Baltimore, and then the game tomorrow. But I spent 30 years in the Army. I retired last year, and I immediately transitioned into working full-time for Team Red, White, and Blue, and then just recently took over as the executive director. So just continuing this mission going forward is the future for me and for the organization. We continue to grow. We continue to get new members every single day, people coming out of the military, people that have been out of the military and find that they miss that community, they miss that drive to go after some physical fitness. So we're going to lean into that. Our next big event is we're challenging all our members, and anybody that wants to do it, is to move 100 miles in the month of February. So that month when you've given up on your
I could do that.
I could do that.
January, everyone's going, I'm going to do this year. I got this big fitness goal, or I got this New Year's resolution. And then February hits, it gets a little bit colder. It's a short month, and you're like, maybe I'll just take February off. So we're going to challenge you to move 100 miles. We're going to celebrate the service of global war on terrorism veterans and tell their stories throughout with little cool videos and things. But if you go to Run Sign Up and look for the GWOT, GWOT 100, we encourage you to sign up. It's 100% free. If you want some memorabilia, then we can sell that to you. But the goal is to raise some money for us, but raise awareness for everybody's health and wellness journey.
You can do that when you head over to their website, by the way, teamrwb.org. I'd love to have you back in February to talk about it.
We got to get him on Highway to
Encourage
Health,
people.
too. We got to get him on Highway to Health as well, because there's a thing is a friend of mine was joking about this. She was like talking about how she's like 58 years old. She's a really attractive woman. She's looking for a new husband in her life. She said, but you got to be really careful.
And her phone number
is. What Nancy said was so great. She got to be really careful. All these 55, 56-year-old guys, she said, there's a thing that men go through from 55 to 65. She said either they come out the other side looking pretty damn good, she said, or they come out the other
Or it
side
all goes to
just
hell.
absolutely shot to hell. And she's utterly convinced that it's the guys who make a decision in their mid-50s, people who are coming out of the service,
There you go.
retiring, making the decision to keep moving, to stay physically active, are the ones who come out. Their hair's a little grayer, they're a little bit more worn and torn, but they're more or less themselves. But you know the guys I'm talking about, right?
Yeah,
where it's
absolutely.
like, what happened to Frank? Frank
Or, hey, what happened to Frank?
What happened to, look at Frank.
Hey,
Like,
girl.
exactly.
Frank, call me.
And it just seems like a lot of what you're doing is really encouraging people to remember. It's like, I know that some of the ways you got in shape in the military might have seemed sucky, but the way you felt was pretty amazing. And let's kind of stay linked into that, right?
Absolutely. I mean, that physical fitness, we have motion is lotion, movement is the medicine. But, I mean, it really, truly is key. I mean, more science is coming out about it that just, 40 minutes of walking each day can do so much for you. But we encourage everyone to continue to do that. I mean, it's just it's an awesome way to get your day started or to end your day. It's even better when you're going with a teammate. So we're just really encouraging people to embrace that.
Stretching, too.
I'm
I'm obsessed with
yoga.
stretching. Like,
I mean, if you
just
get into our
moving.
community, we have an application. There's activity groups for everything. We
I'm
got
gonna give
yoga,
Dave-
cycling, jogging, rucking, you name it. You can do it at Team RWB.
My father-in-law and my dad are both Army veterans. My father-in-law at 78 is in amazing shape. My dad, though, at 80 was 320 pounds. He is now 260.
Nice.
And it's because he made a commitment to eat less and exercise. Funny how it works that way. Huh?
It's so easy,
It's never
and we
too
make
late.
it so hard.
It's so what do you do to keep in shape? Because you both probably have your own things that you really enjoy. So what do you do?
So I do a lot of cross-functional training, right?
Runs
So
across the country.
that'll do it.
16 straight days. Yeah.
But generally find myself in the gym trying to lift weights and do functional fitness style workouts, and then I also run, and it's just a lifestyle that I've adapted because it allows me to show up as my best self.
You probably eat pretty well, I'm guessing.
I have a big sweet tooth. Normally, you would
Okay.
find me with the Reese's Fast Break.
I'm
right?
okay with that.
It keeps me
It's
going,
good.
but
Makes you relatable. You're relatable.
Absolutely.
Still human.
Yeah, I love good. I love some good food, good tailgate food. So it'll be good.
What's your tailgate food of choice?
Ooh, sliders.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And
Nice.
you?
Beer. I'm
Beer.
sorry.
Yes.
Oh, you said food.
I know
said
you're
food.
fine. I get it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. You both
I
are
like
our
barbecue.
people.
Are you a weight guy? Are you a
I
cardio
a
guy?
little bit of both. I get up every morning, and my wife and I, luckily RWB's we're fully remote, so we live at Hilton Head, North Carolina, and I can get on my beach bike right to the gym every morning, and I do a little bit of weight training, but I love running. Like running's kind of my thing. It makes me feel good. So I don't go fast anymore, but I like to go far. So running marathons, ultra marathons, doing crazy stuff like that is what really gets me going and moving. Going 100 miles in February, I'm pretty excited about that. But Yeah, it's enjoyable to continue to like do those things that challenge myself. Whether it's lifting heavy weight or running far. But I always try to find someone to do it with me.
It's a big thing for me too.
Yeah.
I do some. Anytime I have a friend in town, I'm like, let's go to the gym. I mean, it's just
You don't ask me that because you know my answer.
Oh, yeah, I know
will be
your
no.
answer.
Our new friends here are Sully and Zach. You guys can find out more if you. By the way, over in the chat, Marshall Platter says that, but when we said hold my beer, he says, well, that beer is going to be very warm and flat. So maybe get him a new one when you get to the end. By the way, check it out. So teamrwb.org. That's where you can find out more about the organization. That's where you can sign up. 100 miles during the month of February to honor those who served during the global war on terror. Get involved. Join the mission. We will certainly have you back to talk about this more.
Absolutely.
If you will have us. Thank you guys for your service.
Thank you.
Go Army, beat Navy, right?
Absolutely.
Beat the hell out of Navy.
Let's go. We'll be right back. We're live on iHeart, YouTube, Facebook, wherever you find us. And if you're listening back as a podcast, welcome. You can go to the website too. We'll be right back with more.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home.
As part of the Road Gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life.
It is so
It's
crazy
the
loud over
biggest
here right now.
Fat joke?
And the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this
Welcome to the ball game.
Madison with a T.
Been up for quite
Show them
some
what you
time.
got.
We are in the shadow of Camden Yards, are we not, Lindsay?
Why do you say shadow? Like it's big and gloomy. It feels like a fat joke.
It is a fat joke, by the way. So is the Ravens Stadium. That's a big fat joke as well, too, by the way. There'll be a football game tomorrow.
Dude,
Have you heard of it?
let me tell you.
Here it
Let's
comes.
talk about the Ravens quarterback who is not doing me very well on my fantasy football team this year.
Matter of fact, I'm just going to say at the beginning of every season, who did you pick on your fantasy football team and bet against?
Everybody
all
bet
those
against
people.
it because it never works
Disgraceful.
in my favor, including being a Cowboys fan. Not by choice. Listen, I didn't choose it. It chose me.
Yikes.
It's fine. I
Go
know.
on.
This is right. Yeah, but two wonderful humans that both live in Texas.
Who don't deserve this.
No, they don't deserve being on this show. That's for sure.
We don't deserve much.
Yeah.
Thank you for your service, and sorry you're now stuck with us.
And by service, she means putting up with us.
That
Go
is
on,
it.
please.
That
Thank
is
you
it.
very much.
That is it. First of all, I'm going to start with Johnny because I've just been wanting to say for a long time now, Johnny Vargas.
Hey,
Johnny
yeah.
Vargas.
Pretty good.
And it felt like that, but he's also better known as Viva Las Vargas. So that works with my Johnny Vargas.
There you go.
It's coming to you live.
Johnny V here.
Johnny V. Johnny V. Johnny, by the way, better known as Viva Las Vargas. That's really Viva
Las Vargas
on TikTok. He's a military community sensation, by the way. I'm going to let you tell us more. I'm not going to read this bio.
Sure, yeah.
Because you're more than your bio.
Tens of millions of accounts.
Are you going to the game tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm going to the
Hell
game,
yeah.
and I'm excited. It's going to be good.
And who are you rooting for?
I think I just want both teams to have
Just
an
want everyone to
amazing.
have a good
No, I'm just kidding.
time. We're rooting for Army.
I hope the Army wipes the floor with the Navy. So.
I want everyone to
Swabs
get along
the deck.
Yeah.
as long as half of them are killed that day. Yeah,
Yeah,
got it.
I want the Navy. I want all those naval players to reconsider. Like, should I have done football? You know, like I want them to go back all the way.
I could have played lacrosse. I
Yeah.
could have played lacrosse.
Chess, something.
Have you ever thought of pickleball, sir? Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. And then Austin. We'll dive into you more. Austin, by the way, Austin Vaughn.
Letkeman.
We're gonna call him Letty.
I had it down, dude. You could have let me do it.
Super common last name.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I hate when you're right.
There's only one of those names in the Army, believe it or not.
And it's you.
And
Von Letkeman.
Letty. Von Letty.
Yeah,
Is
that's
that
fine.
okay?
Sounds like a national security advisor, doesn't it? Austin Von Letkeman.
He's, by the way, better known. He ain't no Johnny Vargas, but what he
Johnny V.
is mandatory fun day. That's your. How does one get? Was that deemed by you or somebody else?
Yeah, well, it's funny. A buddy of mine, his name's Kevin Taylor. I went to a military school with him, and when this stuff started popping off, I wanted to take my real name off of like social media so I could have some anonymity. Zero anonymity now.
Yeah, that was.
But he said you should go with mandatory fun day because you're like sarcastic and that's on brand for your type of humor. And I thought it was great. And so yeah, I mean I trademarked it and everything.
Well, that's the thing, man.
Mandatory fun day. My name sucks.
Yeah, your name really sucks, Lindsay Lawler.
It's so boring
That-
now. Mandatory
Name
fun
is
day.
It sounds like a Mortal Kombat character.
She's a
honestly.
country and western songwriter, and her name is Lindsay Lawler. I mean, it's like you didn't have to invent that.
Yeah.
It's just given to you. Go on,
it
talk
pairs.
to these people. It's
It
about
pairs
them, not
perfectly.
about you, Lindsay.
But I'm not Viva La Vargas or Mandatory Fun Day. Anyways,
My
sorry.
mom helped me with that one.
That was
She came out with that one.
She did good.
Yeah, she did.
I love your mom.
What was that conversation like? Son, I
Uh,
got to talk to you about Viva
well-
Las Vargas.
Yeah, sit down, son.
Yeah,
your
well-
mom, your dad, and I need to talk to you.
We've been talking.
Have a
but-
special conversation.
Yeah.
And that was it.
Oh, no.
Was your mom like having a cocktail and talking to you about it?
No, so it all started back when Xbox Live was the thing. I was trying to think of a handle for Xbox Live so I can
Why do I have a feeling I know where this is going? Is this based off a commercial?
No.
Oh, okay. I was getting a little disturbed there.
No, but I was like, I was asking her, my name's taken, I can't use my name, blah, blah. And she was like, Viva La Vargas. And I was like, all right, cool. And that was just my nickname, thing for a while. And then I started doing TikTok. And I was like, I don't want to be Johnny. So I was like, Viva La Vargas. And it's stuck. And now across all the platforms, I reach about 30 million to 40 million users a month.
Casual.
So,
Well
yeah.
done.
Can we talk a little bit about, Johnny, what it takes to actually, because people think, oh, social media is so easy. You just kind of wake up in the morning and go, and then it's fine. It's not. There's a lot of work that goes into it, isn't there? I mean,
No, there truly is.
I mean, it really is about thinking ahead. As people who do a live show every day, we understand that you have to have new content every
day. Yeah. Well,
Interesting new content.
No, yeah.
Not
that's
just
one of the
Johnny
keys.
picking his nose.
Yeah, that usually does not do well. But
Although there is a crowd for that as
no,
well.
there's a crowd for everything. Trust me. I've been
Put anything behind a paywall.
Yeah, I've been offered money to do really weird things. But as you know, it takes a lot to tell a story. And my mom raised a salesman. She's a saleswoman still, and she basically taught me that you have to sell yourself. And right now, I'm selling stories, I'm selling information, I'm selling humor, I'm selling myself, and I really attribute that to her. So I try to ask myself these questions like, what's going to stop me from scrolling from this video? Or what's going to stop me from sending this to a buddy or my mom or my dad or a brother or something? As long as I can answer those questions, then I know that my passion and efforts are put into it, and it's going to attract the audience that I want.
You notice the clever thing that I've noticed a lot of people doing these days is what I call a moment of pause before they start talking on their video clips. Like if somebody will go,
Well, some of them.
Yeah.
The ones that you should stop and listen
yeah, but I
to.
mean, there's a moment of like, I need you to take a moment, and it's almost like understanding that in the midst of a sea of noise, you've got to somehow be a signal.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really what it kind of comes down to, right? Mandatory fun day. Let's. I want to get your own thoughts.
By the
on
way, let's also clip "In a sea of noise, be the signal." That feels.
That's pretty good.
powerful.
In a sea of noise,
Pretty
be the-
good.
Find your
I'm gonna
hurts.
set that as my ringtone in the
Please do.
In a sea of noise, be the signal.
Austin, Letty, in a sea of noise, you be the signal. Go on. Sorry.
Talk a little bit about your own experience with social media and your own experience with kind of getting your message out and getting the word out.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I started out, I got lucky. I've got a lot of buddies in the space, and some of them worked over a decade to build a platform. My 26th, 27th video, somewhere around there on TikTok, really took off and got about 80,000 views. And it was so easy to do. I was like, I could do this, every day. And I have for a couple years now. I've made, somewhere in the ballpark of 8,000 to 9,000 videos. And it's allowed me to give a life to my children I never thought I would. And I literally just get paid to make people laugh. And then I also get to represent, like, the American Legion, Black Rifle Coffee. Like, I get to work with businesses that I grew up in the military, like, only hearing about, and now having them approach me and say, hey, we would like you to represent our brand. I'm honored and very humbled.
And now he works with a Mexican. He used to be afraid of us.
It's going well, guys.
Yeah.
This is good. Building bridges.
Yeah, well, we got told that you guys would do both of us at the same time, and that's exactly where we want to be.
Yeah.
Okay, you all read into that however you want at this point. The hits, they keep on coming, folks.
You're not doing well right now. You realize
I
that?
have so many things I want to say, and I'm not.
That's for the after show.
Yeah, for the off-ramp show.
615-292. No, please don't call us right now. Please do not give us a call right now. I want to talk a little bit about in regards to putting it together. Take me through, is the schedule regular for both of you? And I don't mean your bathroom habits. I mean in regards
Although if
to
you want to talk about that, this is a safe space.
Pretty flippant.
just us and one or two other people listening. But talk about the idea of what a schedule like that, because a lot of our listeners love sausage and they love to see how it gets made too.
Yeah.
They're not afraid of it, and they really people. I want to be a social media influencer. I want to have a TikTok thing. And they go, it's so easy, money for nothing, chicks for free. It's not. And I wanted you to kind of talk about what the kind of rigor and discipline that it takes to create content that seems chaotic, anarchic, off the cuff.
Yeah.
But
And
there's
in
a
fact,
method to
there's
the
a
madness.
real method to the madness.
Yeah, the way I describe it, and I love this question because it allows us, Johnny and I, to give insight to people that I think a lot of times they don't get, kind of a peek behind the curtain, so to speak. But every content creator has a strength, I think. Some guys are really good at audio. Some guys are really good at lighting, videography, whatever it is. My strength has always been creative idea generation. And it's funny that it's the thing that I'm good at, and that's what I thought I would struggle with the most. But you'll see me day to day, like I'll stop mid-conversation, I'll type something out on my phone, I'm getting an idea, and I'm writing it down so I don't forget later.
Yeah.
And now I have more ideas than I could ever have time to film. And so it's been a lot of fun. But yeah, the discipline, just doing it every day, because there's a lot of days when I don't want to do it,
Yeah.
And, I hope one day I get to the point where I don't have to make videos every day. We're not there yet. But it's so much fun.
Right.
Like, even on the days that it's hard, it's still so much
No,
fun.
she and I could tell you the same thing. I literally come in, I'm like, this show sucks. I hate doing it.
I hate it
God,
here.
I'm
my
quitting
God, what
today.
the
This
hell
house
is
is a
happening?
prison.
What is happening?
That's
Hey,
what was going through my head in this one moment, right when you
right
when
at
you
this
started-
moment,
right-
yeah.
As soon as he came up with that question.
But literally
That's
though,
pretty good.
I will be like, good God Almighty, what am I doing? I'm like, hey guys, good morning. Look at the phone
Yeah.
calls; they're all lit up. It's great to be here, man. And I'm talking about some horse
turn
in
it
a
on.
pool,
And sometimes there is
pony
a
in a
level
pool.
of,
you know?
sometimes there is a level of acting that has to go into
Yeah,
it. You got to
that's
be
true.
upbeat, and that's
Yeah, it's
what
like
your
marriage.
audience wants.
Yeah.
Well, because you can't, there's so much. I'm a singer in Nashville, and so some of your friends, you'll go on tour, and people are like,
And she's good.
and she's great. And
Yeah, I
people
for
will
sure
go,
have heard your name before. 100%.
What, Lindsay Lawler?
Yes.
It's no Johnny Vargas or good time
I mean,
Charlie.
you have the alliteration. That's
Yeah,
amazing.
that's phenomenal.
And it's real. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Nobody had to make that shit up.
Yeah.
That's right. It is real,
Go
guys.
on.
I'm amazing. We'll talk about that in a minute. No, but the idea people will be like, oh God, I had tickets and I planned that whole night to go to that show, and then Keith Urban didn't show up tonight, and or Keith did show up, but he maybe
What
didn't
happened
show
to
up
you?
the best of what you thought the best of ability. And people have to remember, like, that person on stage, that person on TikTok also has a real life happening. Like, shit still happens in your life, and you do still have to be on. That's why they say the show must go on. But like, I mean, I know in particular two things that come to mind. One dear friend, Chris Roberts, literally, he was performing on the CMA stage, got the call that his wife was in labor, finished that song, ran to the hospital, said, hey, little kid that is now the human, I'm responsible, but I'm going back to CMA, and then, like, went back and got back on stage.
I would have drove to the hospital. He said he ran.
He ran.
Right, yeah.
Bloody feet.
Use the old Chevrolet legs.
It's very,
Yo,
very
Lamborghinis.
fast. Very fast. And then somebody else was like, my mother died, but I was on tour. I didn't go to the funeral. Like, that stuff just happens.
Yeah.
But it does come down to, and I would be curious to y'all how much of this, knowing because of your service, like, you miss a lot being in the service. You miss a lot of Christmases and birthdays and things.
Yeah.
And that's similar, same, but different when it comes to entertainment. So how does, because of your service and because of your work ethic, I assume a lot of that plays into your content creation?
You know, I tell people, I use this analogy a lot, and if you could just imagine a cafeteria dinner plate, they've got compartments, and, you know, your meat or your whatever, if you don't eat meat, it's fine. But the main dish it has the biggest portion because, you know, that's like the main thing. So that's your family or whatever that is to you, like your job, you know, whatever that is in your life, that's the main thing. And then there's usually 2 or 3 other compartments for like a dessert, a side, or whatever, you know, condiments. And you really have to portion out parts of your life onto this dinner plate. But then if all your compartments are full and then now you want to throw mashed potatoes on there, what's going to happen? It's going to fall off the plate. So you really have to pay attention to what am I packing onto my plate, and is this plate going to fall apart? Can I even eat all of this? Like, you really, really have to find that balance.
I like that. Did ChatGPT give you that?
No. That was a guy on the radio, actually.
I do really like mashed potatoes, and I would put them all over everything, but you're going to make me rethink that.
I always
now,
mix
the
them in
balance
with my
of life.
peas.
Yes.
You're still eating peas?
You damn right I do. Little green peas and you mash potatoes with
Are they out of a can?
Yeah.
What other way would you get peas? I don't
Frozen?
know.
Off a tree.
In the state of
From a
well,
tree.
in the state of
Johnny
Washington.
Varga, Johnny V picks his peas from a tree.
I buy mine from a
individually.
bag. A guy behind Walmart, real nice guy, good piece.
Yeah, those aren't
Good
peas.
Those are pills.
Yeah. Yeah, the P stands for
Frozen pills.
Medication
They're called greenies, and they help you pitch better in the major league.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's a documentary about the Eagles where they fire the guy who sings "Take It to the Limit" because he's not feeling it that night. And
Right.
Glenn Fry loses it. He basically tells him, he's like, "Dude, people drove from all over the country. People who have bought our albums for the better part of a decade, who are never going to get to see us ever again, have given up." Who knows when? It's the 70s when people had, like, no money. And he said, you're fired. If you're not going to do it, you're fired. So much of what you guys do is, it shows up. People have come to depend on it. I know it sounds stupid and silly, a little comic bit here, a little piece of content there, but they rely on it. Do you ever feel that pressure along with releasing the content? Like,
Every day.
Dude, where is it?
Every
Literally,
day.
the anger, people will be like, I know you've been here for 5,000 years, but you missed for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
You're fired.
Well, it's funny. I'm going to take this another direction, but and people notice, like, and it's shocking how rapidly they notice if you, like, miss a day. You know, my website, I transitioned websites, and I'm still having some issues with it, but it's up in most places. But as soon as it went down, I started getting messages from people. And so I posted like an Instagram story or something. And I was like, do not worry. I'm dealing with Russian honeypots. The website will be back. I made something funny out of it. But yeah, like.
Friends of Hugo Chavez got involved.
Yeah. It almost feels like you have this like giant friend that like very quickly notices if you're not around.
That's a good way to put it. It's like this big giant, amuse me.
Why are
dance,
you not clown,
amusing
dance.
Why are you not amusing me?
Occasionally bullies you.
Juggle for me.
Occasionally.
But then also, like,
you got better comment sections than we do.
I think it's consistently funny. Like, I have a membership section on my website. It's like similar to Patreon, but it's through a different platform.
Right, it's OnlyFans.
And when I launched it, people were
It's all peas
people
and
were
peas and
pissed.
toes.
They're like, "Why do I have to pay $5 for this?" And I'm like, "Then don't." Like, you've got 5,000 pieces of free content that I've given you. Go watch that.
We have friends of our show. Literally, the guys did their first 120 episodes were free.
Yeah.
Across the board with minimal sponsorship. If they put sponsorship on, why are you cluttering this up with ads? So, okay, we'll do a Patreon.
How do you expect me to keep doing it?
Do you want me to eat so I can keep giving you your content that you can sit there and watch while you're eating, right?
Yeah. Boy, we really love our fans, don't we?
Oh, I love the fans. It's just the like one in every 1,000 or so that's really vocal.
I know, because
the one Karen that ruins it for
It's like
everybody.
I call it the wounding. All these people over here have formed a choir in your honor, and they're singing it. And one miserable guy with a wart on the end of his nose.
Isn't it so easy to focus on that one person?
Oh, of course. I mean, that's exactly all that it really matters. Is that we get wounded because this is awful too. Somebody once told me that your worst critic is right. and what he meant was, what he's saying is, if you ever go back, if you ever want to get a sense of what something was really like, go back and read a negative review of something great.
Right.
Like there are negative reviews of the first time Streetcar Named Desire was ever done. It's like one, and it is the best description of the play you've ever read in your life. She's like, it's a bathroom comedy that turns ugly at the end. I'm like, Jesus Christ.
Okay,
but they get you, don't they?
Yeah.
They get you. Go ahead.
Well, so here's the thing too about continuing to create this. I know you'll be transitioning out soon, but like to be content creators while still in service, both still in service, right?
Yes.
Currently.
We kind of buried that lead, didn't we?
Well, yeah, I don't know. Transitioning out soon, but still in service. But how do you? Because there's got it. Does the military put any sort of rules or regulations on what you can do and say and be online? Obviously,
Yeah,
right?
I mean, the DoD itself has a regulation on and like a guideline of social media and the conduct. And truthfully, like we know that you have to be adults online. Like we're not going to do anything crazy online. And then each branch of service has their own kind of little pamphlet handbook. But at the same time, we generate a lot of us in the space generate content that is helpful and educational. It's funny. It's lighthearted. Sometimes it's telling an emotional story. And some of the branches have leaned into, we can use these people, these guys and gals to help us like recruit or tell stories, or maybe we use them there. So it's been an interesting relationship to kind of navigate between us as humans, as just regular people, to the DOD or DOW, whatever you want to call it now. It's difficult, but it's like interesting and fun and cool at the same time.
But you're also dads. And you want to make sure that
That's
whatever you create is going to be something you can be proud of.
Yeah, that's one thing I do. Like every single piece of content I make, I make sure like if my kids saw this, is it safe? Like, can they watch this? And that's why
they
I
can't watch mine.
But they also pick. I mean, I say pick. Like the military certainly would be. I mean, I'll use this word almost a little bit in a sort of propaganda kind of way. But it's like, okay, we've got two very exemplary humans who also are relatable and funny and dads and like still trying to make a living and also figuring out what you're going to do. You want to create something so when you come out, you have something. So you guys seem like the people will be like, okay, well, we've kind of put our fairy wand on you too, that like these are the kind of faces we think about that in trucking as well a lot. We're like these are when we're honoring men and women. That's the image we want to think of when we think of the Navy coach or the Army coach that are out of Central Casting, like all those things. So, but is that a conversation when they're like, you can do that and be online? That being said, keep being this brilliant human you are, and maybe don't fall off the wagon anytime soon.
At no point did anyone ask us to curtail who we really are. Yeah. They never try to stifle our messaging or our platforms because they can't really. Like, in a way, they possibly can, but like overall, we're both Americans. Me, maybe not so much. Just kidding. But
don't speak Spanish.
Arriba.
But that's why at the same time, like Austin and I have done the best we can to kind of navigate that space and to be as safe and fair as possible, and to just to keep all parties involved. Please.
By the way, he's a father. He's a servant in a feminist state.
I have 4 kids too.
No, I'm saying you got 4 daughters.
Yeah.
I got 3 boys and 1 girl.
You were a houseboy.
Yeah, it's an estrogen-fueled dictatorship in my house.
That's a great kind of contradiction in terms right there. Kind of nicely done. Very nicely done. What do you guys when do you plan to retire? When do you plan to get out?
I will be out in August. I may finish out my time in the Army Reserve. We'll see what happens. But after that, I'll just be doing content full time. I do keynote speaking, stand-up comedy. I'm now an owner in an apparel company and the CMO of the same company, Ranger Up. We just relaunched it. It's an old veteran brand. And I'm really wanting to get more involved in the American Legion.
Yeah.
I'd like to travel more for the American Legion because I truly do believe in the mission. I love everybody on the team. Like, it's not often.
He's got to meet Adam Rock.
It's
Our
not-
good friend Adam is very involved in
Nice.
American
Oh,
Legion.
really?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's not often. It's not often in an organization that size that every single person you meet, you're like, I'd grab drinks with this person. I'd have dinner with.
I'd do a crime with them.
Yeah, I would do crime.
Yeah.
With them. The American Legion does not do crime.
We've been asked to separate. And you said there was something a show, something specifically.
The rivalry.
The rivalry.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so the American Legion currently has their rivalry campaign. It's a donation campaign. Army and Navy, those are the two pots. The money's all going to come together and allow the American Legion to continue to do their work. But the Navy's been catching up to us.
It's ridiculous.
And it is ridiculous.
No, we can't have it.
We can't control the game, guys, because whoever shows up is who shows up. But we can control those donations and that money and allowing the American Legion to continue to work.
Yeah. Oh, it's my turn. Everything he said.
Johnny's
we're just going to stare and comment.
Johnny's not going to help.
You know what goes over really well on radio? Us just
Silence.
staring at you.
Well, I was
Sorry.
just going to start speaking like Taiwanese or something.
I like that.
Every girl I've ever talked to has always said I got a face for radio.
Yeah, they're right.
These are handsome men. These are good young men. These are handsome men.
I have 4 kids, so that's proof I've done it 4 times.
4
at least.
times.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of look like your mailman, but
Probably 5. Probably 5 because the first.
but overall,
In his defense, your mailman is hot. I saw him.
Yeah,
earlier.
he's-
God,
he
he's
follows
so
you around.
hot.
He's here.
it's a cutie
So he
patootie.
looks like Ryan Reynolds.
You call it your entourage, but we know you
Yeah.
just bring your mailman around with you.
But no, the American Legion has been great to everyone. I was talking about this earlier. Their reach is international. It's national, but it's also very local. I was recently in California, and as you know, the Palisades fires happened, and I'm from California, so
What part of you originally from?
Los Angeles.
Oh, you see, my wife and I live in Santa Clarita.
Okay, cool.
So we were there when the fire was
Yeah.
closing down on either
It's
side.
rough.
It
Yeah,
was
I
like,
still-
what do we do?
I still got tons of family there, and it was really cool to see the local American Legions, while some of their buildings are on fire.
They were awesome.
Out in the community helping.
Voluntarily,
those,
too.
Yeah, voluntarily.
They just jumped
helping
up
those
and said,
people.
hey, there's a need, and we're going to meet it.
Yeah. So it's the little things that people don't see, but then there's also big things nationally that the American Legion does for the veteran community.
And what is just at the very basic for some? Call me a dummy, for the baseline of what the American Legion is. Because I literally had a friend say to me the other day, the American Legion bus passed by in the Christmas parade in downtown Franklin, where we live in Tennessee. And my girlfriend goes, what's the American Legion? I don't even know. So for some dummy like that I am friends with,
I
tell
would
them
say,
the base of it.
Yeah, I would say it's, we all have voices,
Mhm.
and they're an amplifier.
Yeah.
And they're
They're also a resource.
Yeah, resource. They're an amplifier. They're a protector of the rights that these men and women have earned because of their service, and they're advocates. There's so many things wrapped up into just one giant community, like helpful community.
The voice, that's a great way to
Yeah,
put
and
it.
I do want to say, too,
This is the
so,
voice.
a lot of people, even people here have asked me, where do you think the patriotism's gone in the younger generation? I don't think it's gone anywhere.
I think you're right.
I think that we don't communicate in the way that they do. And that's been the most incredible aspect of the American Legion. And I don't want to. There's
so
no way to.
open.
There's no way to say this without kind of sounding bad, but it's an older crowd, right? And so their willingness to allow me to be creative in the way that I want to, they've never tried to stop me from doing anything. And they are like, hey, Austin, you're meeting the people that we need to reach, the people that we help in the space that they're in, which is on social media. Go do you and help us help them. And that's been incredible. Having people that are willing to be flexible, not stuck in their old ways.
Yep.
I don't know. It's just the feeling that I get when I do work for them is we genuinely want to help, and we will do so by any means necessary.
I've been looking for an excuse to get rid of you both for a long time. And My producer has told me we only have about 30 seconds left, right? That's about it. So
That's enough time to hit your TikToks.
Thank you, by the way.
Mandatory Fun Day everywhere, on any social media platform.
And Viva La Vargas everywhere.
Viva
all platforms.
Johnny V. Johnny V. and Austin Letty.
Von Leckerman.
Thank you so much for your
it's
time,
good
guys.
to meet you
Go
both,
Army,
guys.
beat Navy,
Beat Navy.
right?
Oh, yeah.
All right, let's go. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Guys, we'll be right back on the other side. This is Road Gang Radio coming to you at RadioNemo.com and everywhere you get your live information and on podcast everywhere. Get me out of here, please. There we go.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple
act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward. You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org. Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to Radio Nemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
That, of course, is about as much fun as I've had in a while. My good friend, the Turtle, is here with me, the Terrapin herself. Touchdown, Tara. Lindsay's grabbing us some water, taking a little bit of a leg in the shake. We used to have 6-minute commercial spots, if you remember correctly.
Yes.
And good golly, Miss Molly, we are, as in this new format, we are kind of rumbling and bumbling and stumbling. Don't be surprised if in the new year you start hearing a few more commercial spots as more people have begun to rally to the Road Gang. We are finding that there are people, especially after these last couple of trips, who are interested. You guys have really helped build this platform as well, and I'm so appreciative of all of you out there. So thankful to you. You have acted as the front line for a budget that we don't have. Our job is to make payroll. After that, we could pay for other things as well, but you guys have been in many ways a marketing team for us in ways that we never thought that you could be. We thought that you would want to. We just didn't think you could do it the way you've done it, and done a great job. A lot of the word is out on us, and it's due to efforts like our friends Marshall and Jerry and Trucker Bosun, who has literally put the thing on his truck.
Yes.
What's going on?
Insane.
What's happening here? Our good friend Lindsay Lawler is, she's doing the work that Tara usually does. She's grabbing people some water and getting some people some stuff. Thank you, Double O. Getting some water here. I'm having a blast. I have never done anything like this. I've done Media Rows, but I've never done the Army-Navy Media Row or anything like that has this kind of combination of, it's got that football energy.
Yes.
But it's also got that, service energy. which you don't always find is the case. And I'm just thrilled to be here with you both, and particularly you, Tara. I mean, I do stuff like this with Lindsay, and I was like, oh, how that's all works.
Oh,
but
yeah.
But a chance for
Whatever.
you to get to do something like this is really, really groovy and cool. I mean, do you have like a list of all the things you've done since you started this job?
I do. I have a running list in my phone notes of every place I've ever been with Radio Nemo, which is a lot. Yeah, gotta
What's
add this
your
one
favorite?
to the list. Ooh.
Favorite experience? How about that? That's your favorite place. We don't play favorites that way. But what's been your favorite
experience?
like
100% was Puerto Rico. The birds.
It was crazy,
The
wasn't it?
lizards, they were everywhere. It was so fun. We had a bird that like literally ran the front desk. It was quite remarkable. There was no one in there, and then someone just
What
started
do you want?
speaking
Want a room?
over and over and over again. We're like, who is that?
What do you
Look up.
want? You want a
This
room?
Beautiful white bird.
Turn your damn
I wasn't on
microphone.
that trip, so thanks for that being your favorite memory.
I'm
I appreciate
so
that.
sorry.
Appreciate that very much.
Do you understand what is being said here now?
I can understand.
Is it landing
I'll
properly?
go get the food for you, bitches, again. I'll be right back. It's fine.
Oh my God, I can't.
Have you ever watched an Army Navy
What's your
game?
least favorite experience since working here?
Anyone you've ever been on.
I felt that. It's fine.
We love you.
I'll turn my mic back off and
Let
eat
me-
my chicken wrap.
Let me just open the door for you here, Lindsay. Would you care to walk through?
Bam.
No, go on, Miss Lawler.
Just hit me in the ass.
Right the ass, right in the face.
Ooh.
Hit you right in the face.
Bam.
Yeah, it's it's so fun too to sometimes, like I said, I was telling Tara, one of my favorite things about taking a train is, especially for a longer distance, is, if you like the way things work, if you are a big fan of like seeing behind the scenes, it's not even metaphorical, it's actually genuine. Taking a train through a major city or into a city, you kind of getting a look at the back end of things, like turning the television set around in the old days and taking the back off, or messing around with like, your calculator. You might remember those, Tara, the calculators.
Do you know what a calculator is?
The one on my iPhone?
Not the one on
Oh.
your phone.
Oh.
Think of no.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Like, remember the old not flag football, the old video football games, the little those handheld Mattel things, beep, 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 with the little button.
Yeah, vaguely.
Yeah, people take the back off of them. Look at all this kind of group. And taking a train is like that. You take a train, it's like you see all these pipes and wires and garbage and like.
Makes me claustrophobic.
Oh.
Makes you claustrophobic?
Yeah. I mean, most things make me claustrophobic. But being on a train, being on the subway. I did the subway under the Capitol yesterday to go from one building over to the Capitol, and the subway underneath. I was the whole time wildly aware of what could go wrong.
Oh, gosh.
Just to be clear.
There is, in this horror podcast, there is a monster they have to take on called the Dark. And it really is it's the fear.
Is it the Capitol? Oh.
It's claustrophobia
Oh.
is what it is, and there's like whole episodes about people getting taken into the dark and like under just mounds and mounds of earth. I'm sharing this with you right now because I just feel like you need a little more joy in your life, and I'm giving it to you. There is a great scene where somebody actually goes into the dark and destroys it and brings people up to the light. Oh, wait, that was the Bible. Never mind.
Great book.
Welcome. I peeked at the end, guys. Spoiler, the devil did it. Just letting
Great
you know.
book. You know what? My Uber driver yesterday, when I was coming back from the Capitol, he said he's from Pakistan, and he said that he's got 3 children, one of which is getting ready to go to med school. But one, he said his son, he was telling me how smart his kids were. It's beautiful. His son has memorized the Quran. He can recite the Quran from beginning to end. It's like, 800
What?
pages or something? I don't know. I'm making up that
It's like
number.
reciting the Bible.
No, I got it. He can recite. He knows. He has memorized the Quran. Although Jimmy Mack could do that, I have a feeling.
I also have a feeling.
The kind of brain you're at. I've got to see. How many pages
Well,
are
it's not how many
in
pages
the
because
Quran?
it's you know that Bibles have different page numbers depending upon the layout.
I know, but I just need an ish. An ish.
Oh, an ish.
604 pages. What? I can. This paragraph, I just looked at two words and I've already forgotten them. I know it's a brain trick that you could. I understand
Right,
that.
but
Like the
still.
memory person we had on the show.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember what his
I have
name
no
was.
idea what his name was. Zero clue. Zero clue. Exactly.
Wow.
Case in point.
So tonight we're heading back to Washington, D.C. We got a little train to catch. Tara, of course, wisely, I think, made sure that we scheduled it in such a way that we're not racing from here to get there. We will then go attend the Reads Across America essentially appreciation gala. It's to thank both the Gold Star families and the drivers who facilitate the moving of all those reefs. And then tomorrow we'll be doing a joint broadcast with our friends at Reefs Across America, Jeff Pierce and the gang, from the Women's Memorial over at Arlington National Cemetery. As a matter of fact, the gentleman who set all this up is right over there. Just giving him a little bit of a wave before he turned his back.
Goes over
on
great
him.
on radio, pointing to people.
Yeah, it always works. By the way, he can see us. He goes over great on radio, pointing to people. No, he can see us. He was a Christian.
He loved it.
Christian bro was looking
He
right
loved
at us. But we'll be over there, and then we'll wrap it up. Many of you guys will watch Army Navy, the game that we're talking about today, with many of our friends that they've stopped by. Made some new friends along the way. That's been kind of amazing too. But then we'll head on back. You guys head back to Tennessee. I'm going back to New Orleans, but we do take the first flight together to get you guys home and to get me on the next flight.
I hope we're on time, because if not, I'm going to miss my church and family, the Christmas pageant, the Christmas big to-do.
I think more important than even you missing that, I think it'd be really fun if I actually had a flight that got someplace on time and wasn't delayed. That would be awesome.
Well, yeah, you're on our flight, so I'm sure it's going to be delayed because your travel luck is not great.
No.
But yeah, we take off here at like 5. We land in Nashville at 6, and I have to be in Franklin, Tennessee at 7 downbeat. So we'll see. Fingers crossed.
How much?
And by the way, what I was going to wear is the outfit that I wore. I realized I didn't bring something to go, so I was like, I'll wear the outfit that I wore yesterday when we were on air, and then from the ATA reception, the Fastport reception last night. Now, that being said, I spilled white wine all over my shirt last night.
That don't count.
On both arms, all the way down. Like it's starting to smell wilty, and that's what I was going to wear to church tomorrow night.
Oh, fun.
My wine-spilled suit. So I might now not be wearing that.
May I make a suggestion?
Sure.
Can you wash it in the sink? Can you wash the sleeves
feels like
in the
a
sink?
lot of work. I think I'd just rather smell
no,
like a
you know,
drunk
you just no,
at
you
church.
know, no way. You put lukewarm water in the sink, and you put a little hair conditioner in the sink with it, scentless hair conditioner.
Yeah, you've already lost me. Drunken church. I'd rather smell like a drunken church
Most
because
people
that
do
just
smell
would
like
be
a
easier.
drunken church.
Yeah. Anyway,
She's
just
having a
feels like it'd be
sandwich,
easier.
by the way. Okay.
So fun.
Okay, so Puerto Rico was your favorite experience,
And
right?
Back to that. Thing I wasn't a part of.
Well, you're having a
Past
sandwich,
it.
dude. You're on top of the sandwich thing. So okay.
Good
so,
afternoon to Bruce Almighty. Thank you for saying. Always the turtles in the chat. Thank you for that. Trucker Bosun says, best I've done is memorizing the radio bit from Good Morning Vietnam.
That's pretty good, dude.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good. I've actually, as you know from having seen the one TikTok video I've ever made, I actually have that memorized. That thing that I did. Yep. I mean, so when I get that number, 36,324 shares of Transit Talk Preferred, I actually do have that down.
I memorized it too. Good morning, Vietnam. Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, that whole opening monologue.
Oh no, I thought that was it.
Oh no, that's
yeah, just those
more?
3 words.
We'll go back to eating my
that first one in the movie is literally a lake of fire. It is a lot of words in an awful hurry. And if Trucker Bosun, if you've committed that to memory, good on you. I've also got the network Mad as Hell speech memorized from pillar to post. The network Turn Your Televisions Off. It's one of the best. If you've never heard it before, Tara, you can find it literally on everywhere. A lot of people lip sync to it. It's because it's really funny where he basically tells people while they're watching the television to turn the television off. So it's one of the. It's just turn it off right in the middle of the sentence I am saying. Turn it off immediately right now and all that kind of groovy stuff. I've memorized. There's about 20 or 30 things I've committed to memory that I could do.
I know the pledge.
Oh,
well done.
I only have one thing memorized, and that's pretty common, honestly, to have it memorized. But that is all of the states in alphabetical order, only because of that one song. But
Alabama, Alaska, Arizona, Arkansas, California, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, Florida, Georgia, Hawaii, Idaho, Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan, Minnesota, Mississippi, Missouri, Montana, Nebraska, Nevada, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, North Carolina, North Dakota, Ohio.
We know a different song because we're on totally different.
Oklahoma, Oregon, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, South Carolina, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, Vermont, Virginia, Washington,
West Virginia,
Wisconsin, Wyoming, We know partially the same.
Yeah.
You know what most of
Do you
my,
know that song?
I do actually. What's really funny
was
is I don't
beautiful.
think you guys knew how good that actually sounded if you could get it down. My other favorite is, I don't know how many of our listeners, probably Trucker Bosun falls into this category, but one about Weasel gets there too. The number of people who actually know the preamble to the Constitution because of Schoolhouse Rock. What is
Marshall Platter, Gettysburg Address.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Here's one for you.
Four score.
Ready for this? We the people, in order to form a more perfect union, ensure domestic. Wait.
Establish
Just
justice.
ensure domestic tranquility,
Yep. Mhm.
provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare and secure the blessings of liberty for ourselves and our posterity, to ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. And actually, that's real.
it.
That's the real one.
That's it.
That's the real deal, by the way. A lot of people know that, and a lot of people. It's funny because this is one of the best things. I was at an all-boys Catholic school, and in civics class, the instructor said, "Do you guys know the preamble of the Constitution?" And every single kid broke into the song because of Schoolhouse Rock, sang it from pillar to post. And he went, if anybody thinks that television isn't powerful, there it is right there. It's Road Gang Radio. We are coming at you live from Baltimore's Convention Center, right across from Camden Yards, not too far away from the Raven Stadium, which, of course, is where the Army-Navy game will be played tomorrow. Any more thoughts on...
No, it's just hard to be near the Raven Stadium right now. That's all.
You know, I realize what you and Nemo have in common. You have one thing in common on the radio.
We don't let shit go? Oh.
No. That's me, too. I have that in common with
what?
you, too. No, you have in common is you'll sit there in cold silence. And just let cold silence sit. Just sit there like, I don't care. I'm angry about this particular thing. Let's just sit here and contemplate that, by the way. Let's get into that conversation.
Steve, thank you. Bravo, encore. No encore, but thank you.
I got to tell you, the state thing was really impressive, though. It really was impressive.
We definitely knew two different songs, for sure.
No, they were about the same.
No,
There are just a few.
no.
I'm just older. No, here's what it is. I am 20 years older than you, and I forget a little bit of what I learned.
Oh,
so
I
I
know.
go, and I am a professional singer, so I like to put my own spin on things. It's a combination of those two.
And
but we
Nate
know the
Boyer
same.
is ignoring us. Nate Boyer is just
my
over there
God.
talking to people, won't even come by and talk to us. He's an unkind man. He's got so few things in his life that he's done. He won't
doesn't
even
find
share.
that funny. He's pulling his gun out of his pants.
Why are you coming over here, Nate? No, Nate, we're your
back up,
friends. I'm your friend, Nate. I'm your friend. He'll be joining us in a little bit if he gets a little bit of time away
That's a
from the
handsome
people.
fella, by
But
the
you know who's really screwing us, right? It's Johnny V. I mean, Johnny V literally won't let Nate come over here, man. Just totally sticking it to
Johnny
us.
V.
We're picking on all these people,
Johnny
by the way. Having a pretty good time.
Hey, you know
over
what
here.
I'm going to do? I'm going to steal that trophy before we leave.
Good luck. That thing is massive.
We will actually put pictures of that up in line. We're actually talking about we're talking about the trophy, guys. We're talking about the President's Cup.
I tried putting photos on Facebook for you guys, so I don't think it worked, though. Sorry.
Conjunction, junction, what's your function?
Those are all
Give him a headset.
He's got one right here.
Oh, you got one right here.
Yep.
Grab it. Grab this
Whichever one you
Yeah.
want. You're good. It is not.
Is that?
I did drink out of it one time.
Here,
Go
give him your.
get some water, dude. He's
I'll
gonna
be
gonna
right
get some water
back.
and come running back and
We'll
join us
be
over
right
here.
back.
I like this. By the way, we got a great helmet. I'm taking it home with us, dude.
Oh my.
You take the helmet.
Good
I'll
luck
take the
fitting that in
trophy.
your suitcase.
I got a football. The football's got to belong to us, right?
I would assume. Just because it's in like a box.
It's signed by somebody.
Oh, that's fun.
I think.
It's signed by Lindsay.
Oh, it's me. That's weird.
Funny, Lindsay Lawler.
Ma'am, we've asked you to stop signing people's stuff.
Guys.
So, to kind of get back to it all before Nate kind of goes.
No. He's here.
He's here?
He's here. Hey, Nate, we are live right now, but we're just going with the flow. I wanted to show you my dear friend Doug McGowan says hello. This guy here. Yeah, Doug is the man, and he's listening right now. So I just told him that he's like, oh, yeah, we did run the Veteran Day Parade, and he's best friends with Charlie, who manages your MVP team. So anyway, he says, He says hello, and we're glad you're here. Okay, Nate Boyer joining us. We've thrown you into the mix. We are currently live and very unprofessional, and we're cool with that.
We don't care.
No, perfect.
We don't care. We're
It's
like Kevin
fine.
Meaney. If the jokes don't go over, we don't care. We don't care.
It's fine. Everything's fine.
We're just happy to be here at, basically the Baltimore Convention Center. How you doing, man?
I'm doing okay. I left my phone in an Uber last night.
Oh, that's
so
rough.
I'm dealing with that. So my laptop is open right now because that's the text. But it was like as soon as I check into the hotel, I'm like pulling my phone out for the reservation number, and I'm like, I don't have a phone. Oh no! And
Nate, it's debilitating. It's a bummer. It's a bummer that
it's a really sad. Yes,
it's sad.
It's a sad state of affairs.
So are you learning what you can live without and what you actually need right now?
Learning that I'm not good at living without it. I'm too reliant on it. Way too reliant. It's bad. I mean, you know what, though? I walked here. So I had to go to a luncheon, and I got a ride down there. Somebody from there called an Uber for me.
Okay.
Then I had to scoot out early, and I was like, I can't call an Uber.
No.
And I'm like, okay, it's only like a mile because I remember driving here. And I saw the stadium in the distance. I'm like, just walk that way, and you will see. And just sure enough, just like the old days, I did it without nav.
Look
you
at
know?
you.
It was literally
Well done.
one turn.
You're like, listen, I know what I've done in the past. I can certainly do this.
Oh, man.
Let me show you how lame I am. So Tara took care of our hotels for us, and I had to go to the ATS. Let me just get how much the Uber is going to cost. And I kept putting it in. It kept just being like it wasn't working. I said, Uber's broken. And then I realized Uber was not going to book me a ride less than a block away.
Oh.
You're next door.
I was right next door to the. I'm like, what is wrong with this damn app? And then it was like, it's like
you're lazy. That's what's wrong.
I'm a fat ass. That's what the problem was.
Put the burrito down
It's
and
like
walk your ass.
they should have picked you up because it's like the old. It's like there's a James Bond movie where he picks the girl up, you know, and he like drives around the block or around the cul-de-sac and then or the roundabout and then just parks and they get out.
Or L.A.
Right where they
Story.
started.
Steve Martin gets in his car, he backs up, and then drives to the
Easy money.
next door. He's going to dinner next door. Just pulls right into. That's what I feel like. I would do that.
I love that movie, by the way.
That is a good
great
one.
movie.
L.A. Story. It's pretty darn good. I also like Grand Canyon. Speaking of Los Angeles movies, have you seen that with Kevin Kline?
Yeah.
You know that's in Arizona, right?
I love you. You're my new favorite person.
I don't like
always
anyone
looking for ways for him to be wrong. Even
I
if
don't
it's
like
not.
anyone here. You got to get yourself to the Grand Canyon, man.
Nate, I lived in LA, by the way, as well. But I also, before that, I need to say Boomer Sooner to you.
Oh God!
I know.
Why?
I know. I'm sorry. I couldn't.
I'm sorry.
I couldn't.
We kicked
I
your
know.
butts
I
this
know.
year. But y'all are in the playoffs. I got to give you that.
Yeah, playing Alabama,
some
who we should not be playing. We should be playing Notre Dame.
Yeah, some teams who have
should be playing Texas.
Yeah, some teams who have 3 losses are more equal than others, especially when you have the Saban rule still in effect, even though he's retired.
Well, so hold on. I have a hot take here.
Okay.
First of all, that last game of the year, we were pulling not because we just are obviously rivals. We were pulling for you guys played LSU in the last one, I think. We were pulling for LSU because of
Auburn.
Because of
our
Auburn
last
was playing
game.
Bama.
Yes. LSU was our last
If
game.
Auburn beat Bama and if LSU beat Oklahoma or at least won, we had a shot to sneak in.
Right.
But there was no that day had zero, what do you call it, like mayhem. You know, they're somebody's going to lose, and nobody did. So Texas was out. And I think that's right, even though we had the toughest schedule as far as any teams in the playoffs. You know, we did play we beat 3 top 15s, and 2 of them, or if not all 3, were top 10 when we played them. But we lost to Florida.
Florida's
That's
the
a
killer.
tough one.
Florida was the killer, which is why I also thought that I thought that Bama needed to be out. The only team I had a problem with, and I was telling Lindsay, you've seen The Godfather, right? Mm-hmm. Do you remember the scene when Don Corleone says, Tattaglia was a pimp, he could never have out-fought Santino. I didn't realize until this moment it was Don Barzini all along. The joke I make is that they got Miami and Notre Dame fighting and slipped Bama in across the fence.
I mean,
it was beautiful.
Well, Miami slipped in there, too. I mean, everybody's my whole thing was, yes, you can't lose that game. However, to Florida. However, if we didn't play Ohio State to open the season, we would have been in with the loss to Florida. Because the other loss would have been to Georgia, who's probably the best team in the country. No one really knows. Everybody's, Indiana, Ohio State, whatever. I think they're probably going to win the national championship again. That's what my
and I know the other thing is too.
No offense.
That a lot of people and there's a lot of people in Bloomington and in Columbus and in Athens that have breathed a deep sigh of relief that that they're not going to have to face the Irish. because
yeah, they're hot. You're right.
I wanted to. It would have been fun to play Texas.
To start 0-2 like the Irish did, and and the losses were A&M and Miami. You know, to be fair, but they never really.
Well, and
they never beat a big team.
The other problem was they had maybe the worst. Like Miami beat them straight up. That holding call, the non-holding call that AM got at the end of that game, it was like it was the most egregious. How do we get here, by the way? You know why? It's Nate Boyer.
Well, it's Nate Boyer. I did do real quick, but it does feel a little bit, real quickly, I went to our neighbor's son plays, he's a D-back for Tennessee, Edward Spillman.
That's where I was born, Knoxville.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, right on. And so they're like, do you want to come to the game when OU was playing Tennessee? And now I live in Nashville, so now I can actually, because we're in the SEC, see some games. And I was like, yeah, we want to go. And she's like, okay, heads up, you can't wear any OU gear. You'll be sitting in the parents section, and those mothers will beat the hell out of you if you do. So I had to wear a University of Tennessee sweatshirt and sit in there.
You could have gone neutral.
I could have, but I know, it's weird that I didn't. Everyone's like, you're just wearing black, right? I'm like, no, I feel like if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it.
This woman knows nothing about football. She's cheering at the worst moments.
Yeah. I couldn't even cheer. I had to, sit on my hands when OU scored, and it was a terrible thing. But anyway, and then when Vanderbilt was playing you guys, was playing Texas, which was rooting Vandy, but also I would never root for Texas because I'm from Texas State, but went to OU school. But it is nice, to... I don't know, to see at least a team that have some attachment to do well. By the way, we're talking with Nate Boyer, who was I'll let you give the bona fides, but he did play at University of Texas, and yet we're still friends, and that's why I'm here to tell you that love can build a bridge, Jimmy Mack.
Can build a bridge.
I got to tell you one thing. We're going to be talking today just for a brief moment here, because at 2 o'clock we got to talk to Miss America, by the way.
No, but it's because
well, you're talking to Mr. America right now, all right?
Well,
it's because at 2 o'clock we have to take a break, and Nate he's being pulled.
You set my joke up. You blew. He got my joke.
Yes. Mr. America?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it's fine.
Good God almighty.
You know what? I'm going to go next year when Texas plays Tennessee, because I've never been. I was born there, but I've never been to Neyland.
You've been to Neyland? Oh my God!
I've heard it's great.
I'm a
It's life changing. I
really?
say that. I say that as
love
dramatically as it sounds. I was like, I could be a UT fan, Tennessee fan now after going to that stadium. It shakes your body. It's cool. Pretty cool.
What is really cool is that I'm a graduate of the University of Washington, and Neyland is only one of the 2 stadiums in the United States where you can boat gate.
Where you can what?
You can actually, as opposed to tailgate, they boat gate. People roll the boats up onto the dock.
Because they're on the water.
Oh, that's
so
funny.
All of it all takes place on docks.
Okay.
And,
my mind didn't even go. It went quickly away from tailgating, and it went to
a political scandal.
Watergate.
Yes.
Watergate. Yeah,
exactly.
Boatgate.
You know when they did all that point shaving on that boat out there in the middle of the Puget Sound, but they do boat gating. It's one of the best experiences of all time.
That's cool.
Talk to us a little bit. Let the people who haven't got a chance to hear from you about what the MVP Vets is all about. This is such a cool thing. We got a chance to do it.
Yep.
Which was so much fun,
awesome.
man.
I'm glad you came out. Yeah,
I am too. Tell people a little bit about it.
Yeah. So merging vets and players, MVP for short. We bring together vets and athletes, and we help them find purpose and identity when they lose a uniform. And we've got some really great opportunities over the years to work with some professional teams, current players, active duty as well. But essentially, the core of our mission is to help us with the transition. And I say us because I'm part of the community.
Yes,
spending time in the team room in the military, and then also spending time in the locker room, and losing both of those things was tough. I was fortunate to have the football locker room to kind of transition into from the military, but then when I got cut from Seattle, it was like, whoa, now I don't.
Where are my people?
Here are my peeps. Yeah, where do I? Not that I was just helpless. I mean, I could figure out what to do, but you still. It's less about not understanding how the world works or whatever, but it was more about just losing that identity and that feeling like I got a reason to get up at 6 to go train and then eat right and then rehab and whatever. Both of those jobs, they're a young man and young woman's game, and when you're I'm 44 now, so it's
looking great,
it's over,
killing it.
I got I hope a lot of life left, or a good amount, and feeling like you've peaked 10 years ago is crazy. But that's what both of those populations kind of.
Did you ever realize? Do you call them vetleets? Veterans and athletes.
No, that's
Vetly. I feel like you should coin that.
That's one of your words. There you go.
I like doing that.
You did it.
He was talking. I'm like, all I could hear was Vetly. But I'm just curious. But because you have been both a professional athlete as well as been in the military, both of those worlds. I felt a real thing when I was at Neyland, and we got to meet some of the coaches afterward, and I met the guy that does recruiting for college, getting them into the NFL, and he was just talking about I didn't even realize the massive difference between the seriousness of college into NFL and what the difference is, the psyche, all of it.
Yeah.
So what have you seen though that is, what would you say, being on both sides of it, are the common denominators that a pro athlete and a veteran has that also that they don't have? Like they've got to have a lot of similarities, but then also obviously a few differences.
I think knowing how to sacrifice, and it's a different type of sacrifice for sure. We would never compare war to playing sports. The battlefield and the ball field are very different places, but you have to sacrifice a lot to be elite, in anything in life. But I think in those very competitive worlds, and also they're physical in nature and challenging, and not that it's not mostly mental, which it is. I think that's the biggest thing, because even student athletes in college, like, they get a lot of flack for, you only got into this school because of you're a good player, and you take easy classes and blah blah blah. But I'm like, do you understand how full time these student athletes are? It's crazy. Like just the game alone is 20, 30, 40 hours a week sometimes, and then you got school, and some of them work jobs. Like, not everybody's an NIL sponsored athlete.
And you're taking your final exam breathing through broken ribs.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
And you have bruises on your arms. You don't know where they came from.
During the season, you have no weekend. You know what I mean? Like, you leave Friday to go travel to Tennessee, say, and play this big important game, and then you fly back at 3 a.m, and then Sunday morning you got to be in there for practice, and it's just like, it's a lot, So I think that like commitment, that time commitment, and the amount of sacrifice that has to go into it, the vets and athletes probably share
sacrifice.
More than anything.
That's the word. That's the word. Nate Boyer, tell them real quick where we have to go to a commercial break.
Yeah,
you can live here forever if you will. By the way, he lost his phone in the Uber, so if you need us to help you get home, we've got you. Tell where everyone can go to check out the MVP.
Yeah, so vetsandplayers.org is a website, and MVP the movie, for those that haven't seen it just went to Netflix Friday, so it's on Netflix.
Watching
now.
it tonight again.
Yeah, I love it. Thank you, brother.
You were straight out of Central. You will play every hero from here on out.
Oh,
You've got that vibe in the best ways.
Every zero and every hero.
No, and you know what it's like because you've lived it and breathed it as well. So thank you for your service. You going to the game tomorrow?
I'll be there.
Heck
Good
yeah.
to see a friend.
Army by a billion.
Good to see a friend over here, Nate. Thank you for stopping by again.
Yeah,
we'll be back on this. This Road Gang Radio continues in just a moment after these commercial messages from the people who take care of us. Please take care of them. We'll be back on the other side of this with more coverage from Media Row at the Army Navy.
Go Texas. That's how much I love you. Hook 'em horns. We'll be back.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest,
is that a fat joke?
And the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
Madison with a T, show 'em what you got.
Yes, it is New Orleans, but today it's not Nashville, it is Baltimore. As your hosts, Jimmy and Lindsay, are broadcasting live from Radio Row in Baltimore for the Army-Navy game. Take it away, guys.
Hey, welcome back here. It's been a wonderful day. We've made some new friends. We've actually seen some old friends as well. Big thanks for Nate for stopping in and spending some time with us. Lindsay, I know you're excited about who we have next.
You mean my new best friend?
Your new best friend is here on the scene. By the way, Road Gang Radio continues. You can find us at RadioNemo.com. If you're listening later on in the day, thank you very much. But Lindsay, let's get to the main event here. Introduce her.
Well, I have so many stupid questions, and
Lindsay's
I know she has
stupid questions of the day, number 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Thank you. And I know she'll have so many smart answers because you don't get to wear that crown both on your finger and your head and be crowned both Miss New York 2025 and, by the way, Miss America 2026 without being smart and well-rounded and balanced. Of course, beautiful inside and out and all the things. So thank you for joining us, Miss America.
Oh, my goodness. Thank you.
What, does that still weird to hear?
Yes. I'm 3 months in. I got crowned on September 7th, and sometimes I still have to remind myself that when they say that, oh, wait, that's me, it like settles in increments. You know what I mean?
I bet. I can't even imagine. I have to tell you. Okay. I've done one pageant in my life. I know, which I'm not a pageant person. We can all be like, no one's shocked about that, right? But I was in college at the University of Oklahoma, and I'm a singer. I sing for a living. So my sorority was like, oh, we'll nominate you. You do it because you can maybe win the talent. And I'm like, okay. Kathy, I walked in backstage the first day to like rehearsals or whatever. Miss Greek OU is like nothing. It's second in line to Miss America, right? And I walked in and I had a big plate of nachos from Taco Bueno, my favorite fast food restaurant back there, right? And I just remember all the women turning their head. It was like record scratch when I walked in with nachos. They were like,
oh my gosh,
what are you doing? And I was like, I'm going to eat these. I'm not going to put them down. I lasted one day in that. I walked out but I was just, and not because you guys don't eat, but because I didn't have the discipline, clearly.
Well, no, I mean, if it makes you feel any better, the first thing I ate after becoming Miss America was Taco Bell.
Yes,
I'm
queen.
proud of you.
Yes, yes.
I'm actually even more thrilled to know you, by the way. But we have a lot of truckers that listen to us, a lot of over-the-road truck drivers. Their lives are governed by schedules and times like there is no tomorrow. You're actually somebody who can relate. So talk to us a little bit about what it means to be on the kind of schedule you're on now in regards to appearances and places to go and people to be and things to do. I mean, how are you holding up?
Oh, I mean, it's great. I'm so supported, not just by, my community, my people, my family, but Miss America headquarters does an exceptional job of making sure that I have a very good balance. Yes, it's very crazy. It's hectic. We're all over the place. I mean, just last weekend we were in 3 states within 48 hours, but they always make sure that I have everything that I need and that I'm very taken care of and that I'm good. So
It's not as crazy and hectic as it could be because I'm really, really supported in it, but I love every single second of it. I thrive in chaos and pressure and go. Yeah.
I mean, the people who want to do something, be something, and then the people who just like getting into it.
Yeah.
You know, and you seem to strike me as are you a football fan?
I am. Yes, I do.
I'm relieved to hear that since you're here at the Army-Navy.
Oh my gosh,
Media
I'm so excited to be here for the Army-Navy game, especially for this because my dad's a naval veteran. I come from a long line of Navy vets, and we talk about this game all the time, always try to go. My dad lives in Plymouth. He's originally from right outside of Boston, and so when it was at Foxborough a few years ago and we weren't able to go, so mad. And so first phone call I made when I found out that I was coming, and of course he's just, minimally jealous that I'm here.
Sure.
He's not.
Yeah.
But, I'm so excited to be here. You may or may not find content of Miss America screaming at the game tomorrow.
I love it. It makes it more relatable. Okay, guys, so Miss America eats Taco Bell and plays and roots for football and fathers in the service. These are great things that make you relatable. It's why you represent our country now. I would love for you to dispel a myth because we have, some people will hear Miss America and think, There's that one girl who ruined it for everything. That one girl whose viral speech went back. But there are some misconceptions about what Miss America is or isn't. And I can tell you, sitting across from you, that you are a genuine, authentic human that deserves all of this. So what to you is now being a part of it and being the spokesperson for it is the biggest misconception that you wish people that we could just squash right now?
I think that a lot of people think you have to come from a certain background or have a certain type of backing for it to become true.
Really
and that's
point.
Not true at all. I mean, I lived a life that should not have set me up to be Miss America. And a lot of people wouldn't assume that looking at me now as Miss America. I mean, I came from a lower income household. My dad's a 100% disabled veteran. My mom's a multi-stroke and heart attack survivor. And I dealt with some pretty severe bullying through most of my educational experience, even into college. And that is not typically what you would think of when you look at Miss America, who seemingly has it all together. And I don't. Well, the reality is I don't. And especially in the age of social media, where we really think that people have it all together, people forget that's a highlight reel. No one's posting the worst day of their life on the internet.
Right. Well, I am sometimes.
Right.
It's making me a lot of money these days.
Hey,
Yeah.
I mean, true. But for me, I want people to understand that it doesn't matter where you come from, what you believe, what your goal is. If you have the heart and the determination to do something, whether it's Miss America or anything else, you can do it. And you cannot listen to the noise of other people telling you that you can't do it, because other people's opinion of you is not your business. And you have to be able to have the discernment to say, this is for me or it's not for me. And if it is for you, you have to do it with your entire being, because you can achieve it.
Boom.
What causes have you made your own? Because you have an opportunity to speak for people who might not have a voice.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I have always deeply admired about the women who have committed to these projects is that they have found things that are important to them. I had the wonderful gift of actually spending a little time having a great friend who was Miss Alabama a long time ago. And I just was she actually spoke up for victims of AIDS in the 90s and for Boy Scouts as well, too.
Yeah.
Who do you talk for?
Yeah, so my primary focus is promoting arts education in our school systems. I am definitely a product of arts and entertainment and access to that. And aside from my father being a veteran, he was a musician himself. And so it's something that's woven very much into who I am as a person. I did my very first show at only 4 years old. And I was blessed enough to have people who saw promise in me and made those classes accessible to me outside of my school. But that is not the case for the millions of students across our country. We have over 116,000 students just in the state of New York who do not have access at all to arts education in the school, and 2 million students nationwide who don't have access to that. And so it's a really big goal of mine to ensure that we have federal blanket structure on how we handle arts and education for our public school systems, and requiring to make sure that every single young person, kindergarten through 12th grade, has adequate access to a robust educational experience, including arts education, not just because we want them to have the opportunity to have what may seem like a more fun and creative class, but regardless of if someone wants to do it for their professional career like I did, or if they just want to use it as that creative expression, that's valid on both sides of the coin. And it's critical to our society to ensure that we are giving them that access, because it helps them with things like their emotional regulation, that emotional release, finding a place where they feel confident, finding that confidence, going into new spaces, knowing that thing that they feel comfortable and confident in doing is so important. And we hold that responsibility as the adults to prepare them the best that we can to be the best versions of themselves. And so to kind of bridge that gap, I'm the founder of 3 arts education scholarships, 2 of which go to children kindergarten through 12th grade who have to utilize resources outside of their public schools, and then 1 that goes into undergraduate and graduate students who are pursuing that in higher education. And so it's a long journey. We're working hard. There's 12 states left that it's not a core subject in the statewide curriculum. So a goal of mine as Miss America is to even just bring that down 1 number. We'd love to get it down to 0 states left, but working on that federal mandate is really going to be key to making that possible.
Cassie, I just wish you were well-spoken, and it's such a bummer that
I know,
you're not.
it's a real letdown.
It's a bummer.
Here I'm hoping for an articulate conversation when I get into no.
No, I could not agree more. I will tell you, as I'm a singer and songwriter in Nashville, and I also have a niece who I've seen a niece who has special needs, and I have seen music therapy change her. I have watched people. I host a show called We Should Write. I have watched people change just by writing, by expressing. And actually, our buddy Doug, who's listening now, who's a veteran, and he laughed at anytime his daughters would come to my house, and I would try to like vocal coach them and encourage them to express. He was like, "No, kill their dreams. They're not going to be in music." And now they've started taking me, and he's seen how they're changing in music lessons, and he's like, "Crap, I support it. I support it."
Even for my dad, there are days where he faces so many challenges post his service, and the one thing that's a constant for him that I see him being able to really lean into and gives him that release and that peace on days is being able to pick up his instrument. And so it's critical. I also have a sister who she has autism, and being able to, she's incredibly gifted with her visual artistry, and it's something that is so, it's unifying. It has no barrier or boundary that it has to jump across. It's universal.
You are incredible, Cassie Donegan,
you
Miss
so
America.
I'm breaking up your friendship.
Why? Because her publicist is pulling
Gotta
her
go.
away.
Gotta go. Love her dearly. You're welcome back anytime.
Oh, thank
Whatever
you both
you want
so
to push
much.
and promote, we'll help you with that.
With your causes, where's the best, before we lose you, the best place to send people to see what is important to you?
So you can find us on all social media at Miss America. Then our website is missamerica.org. And then my personal accounts, which is just Cassie Donegan, is linked on all of those. So head over to Miss America and you can find out everything we're doing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Get out of here. Go have a great day. Thank you so much. We'll be back on the other side of this, guys. We'll talk a little bit here.
No, we're still here. By the way, I just have to tell everybody, it was so cool. She's wearing her crown, of course, and so she had the headset on back behind her head. Like, this girl knows what she's doing.
She did it right.
She didn't move the crown, moved the headset.
Move the headset, by the way.
That's a power move.
I got to tell you, man.
Power move right there.
Miss America. What? And by the way, I like that it's Miss
There
America.
she is, Miss America.
All kinds of good stuff happening here. Hey, guys, it is Road Gang Radio. Head over to RadioNemo.com. You can check us out over there. We're going to Arlington tomorrow. You get the idea, man. You were there. You know it's groovy. You can also contribute on the chat. We'd love to hear from you, by the way. A lot of good folks talking over there. What we got, Lindsay?
Well, it's funny, Steve. Sorry, Steve, we didn't get to ask her that. I'll ask her. I'll go find her and ask her and let you know. But he said, question for Miss America. Are you afraid to get your hands dirty? Not in a criminal sense. I can guarantee you, after spending 5 minutes with her, she is not afraid to get her hands
That's an
dirty.
American right there.
Yeah.
That's a New Yorker.
Beautiful inside and out.
She looks like you think she'd look.
Yeah,
but
she's gorgeous,
I'm telling you something. It's like that's a sharp cookie right there, dude. That's a sharp cookie. I love the connection to Army Navy. I love the connection that she has. I love the fact that she reminds us. It's a good question you asked to dispel some rumors, but rather than go into the typical stuff, people always want to dispel, we're not stupid.
Right.
It went straight to, I'm not from money. I'm not
that was
from
interesting.
people. I'm not, nobody geared me to this. This is
I didn't
something
have
want.
I wasn't 4 years old and John Benet Ramsey being pushed and money behind my campaign kind of thing.
I am willing to bet, though, that somebody cared about her in her life, a teacher, someone who was involved, and said, you know what, man, you ought to go into this. If we'd had more time, there were more questions.
Well, probably it sounds like her dad that's both a musician and a veteran and a disabled veteran, so he probably had more time with her. I'm going to guess. I don't know. We're just we're just guessing now. But
we're spitballing here. We're coming up with backstories, origin stories.
Yeah, assuming this is Cassie's life story. We're writing it right now. I bet Dad was hopefully around more, present for her. She said that she's a singer. I think she's obviously music. And so she clearly got that from him. She clearly got the work ethic from him. I mean, there's a massive work ethic that goes into being Miss America, like an athlete, not on the strength side, but on a focus, on a like a Taylor Swift or whoever did. Like, you do the same thing, rinse, wash, repeat over and over and over, and it's eye on the prize, focus, bust your ass. You don't become Miss America because you're pretty.
No.
That helps, but
no. But here's the thing: is Miss America? Everybody in that final competition, they're pretty.
Yeah.
Nobody,
that's like, yeah, they're all pretty. Whatever. Now what?
Nobody ever took the stage of one of those. Oh my God! she better be talented.
Yeah,
Nobody
it's like in Nashville. It was like, oh, have you heard this girl? She's got a great voice. I'm like, okay, a lot of people in Nashville have a great voice. Now tell me, why is she interesting?
Yeah.
Same thing. Yeah, of course she's pretty.
What's interesting? She's compelling. That's a compelling human being.
You know who she reminded me of a lot?
Me, I know. I had the same feeling.
Amanda? She reminded me a lot of my friend Amanda. Who are you saying, Tara?
Who are you thinking, T?
I was going to say Sean Horton's wife.
Oh, yeah, she does kind of look like Sean
Horton's wife. Got a wee touch of the Sean Horton's wife in it.
Yeah.
Everybody suddenly is jealous of Sean Horton. You know what I'm saying?
Sean
like
Horton.
Same eye color, hair was kind of the same.
That's true. Sean Horton, our lead salesman, tell you, he's got a banging wife.
Smoking hot wife.
He got a smoking hot wife. He's not so bad himself. Plus he's fun and funny.
Yes,
she's a fine woman of upstanding qualities. That's what I get to say about the situation.
And I get to say she's a banging. Ow, yes, queen. I can catcall.
Such dignified coverage of the Army-Navy game over here at RadioNemo.com.
Hey, you know what? We even sang the states. Come on. Who wouldn't want to listen?
Do it again.
We sang the states.
You're welcome, America. It's quality radio.
USAA.
As if
USAA.
it was the moment they'd been waiting for their entire natural lives. Lindsay and Tara.
Drop the clapping emoji in the chat. Come on, guys.
Sang the states, as it were.
Feel free to leave us a comment in the chat if you didn't get to hear it and would like to hear it again. You just let us know.
I got to tell you, Jimmy is walking around here, man, like a maniac. The guy who actually set all this stuff up, he is like moving and shaking and shucking and jiving. Brought some great people in on us. By the way, good to talk to Nate Boyer, as always.
I kind of want Nate to come back.
Right.
Everybody wants Nate to come back.
What a good dude. You know why? Like, he looks like the guy. I love that he actually was a Green Beret. He actually has served. He actually has played in the NFL as well as playing for the University of Texas, and also is an actor. So he's so our buddy Doug, who I reference, who knows him, Doug gets called in. Doug's brother is an actor, a known working actor, and so they will bring Doug in. Like when his brother was playing a military role, they brought Doug in to come being a consultant. But his brother is wildly aware that he did not serve, and he will never be his brother Doug. It's like I can't play that part. You can't play Marine if you haven't been a Marine. You can play it well, but you can't play it and really know it from the heart. Like, no one knows how to be a Marine unless you've been a Marine or what Army, Navy, fill in the blank. I'm serious. And so Nate can do that. He can go play parts of war, of being
know the part,
enlisted, and play the part. It's different.
Well, you know what is
You're looking
funny,
at
though?
me like I'm crazy, and I'm not. That is true.
I'm laughing about it because the problem is that the low center of gravity rule in movies apply. Like Tom Cruise is 5'6", and the only problem they have when they cast people in movies who are the part, some of these guys are so big that they put him in these movies like, that dude's a giant. You're like, that dude's 6'2". That movie star is 5'7". Although actors are getting bigger these days. They are letting more people kind of get in the game. Like Chris Pratt, and 5'11" has become kind of the standard thing. I don't know what it is.
5'11" is the new 6'2"?
No, 5'11".
Maybe it's the new 5'4".
Yeah, 5'11" is the new 5'4". 5'4", 5'5". It's the center of gravity. It's because the female stars have gotten taller, too. That's the big thing.
What are they
eating? Movie magic, always.
What are they eating? Speaking of movie magic, Ariana Grande, all her hands are tattooed, but not in Wicked.
I know.
It's magic. That's magic.
Of Wicked.
Oh, we've run out of things to talk about.
No, we haven't. There's plenty to talk about. No. So by the way, there is now, there should be now an official winner of Transition Trucking.
Yeah, can Dave give us a call?
Driving for Excellence. We might actually have gotten a text about that. We'll be checking in on that. Dave Nemo, Brad Bentley, and all of our friends over at Fastport spent their afternoon over at the Pentagon and then at the Chamber of Commerce. The Pentagon was an ESGR signing. Where, of course, companies, we actually fell under this rubric. We actually signed yesterday. Companies make a commitment that if you hire anybody who is serving in the Guard, that you will commit to allowing them to do their duty with minimal fuss, and that you will work with them to make sure their schedules kind of play itself out. That signing ceremony took place earlier today.
Nemo says no winner announced yet, but they're getting there.
They're getting there. So
Dave Nemo did represent us over at that signing. He's speaking of the ESGR signing.
And we deliberately, normally Lindsay and I know who already won it. We asked not to know this time around, and we also told them, please don't tell Dave, because my worry was that he would go over and congratulate them.
Yeah, bless him.
Yikes. Just like you did that one year.
I did that one year. And last night, it's funny, I was talking
Lindsay
over at
did not do that,
no,
by
I
the way.
didn't. I pretended.
It was the funniest joke of all time. She did not do that.
I'm funny. When we were at the ATA over at the American Trucking Association reception last night, so we were talking with Kara Howes, who of Kenworth, and Kenworth is the truck they give away. And I guess the guy, when they had yesterday, so I stayed around to see my neighbor Lee Pepper speak, and then after him they had the 3 nominees speak, and one of them said mentioned Peterbilt, and you could see real quick the Kenworth people like, ugh. And so we were joking about that with Kara, like, how'd you feel when he said Peterbilt? She goes, I mean, if the voting wasn't already in, I probably would. And I was like, oh, I can tell you, I saw he said Peterbilt, he didn't win. I saw he didn't win. And she was like, what? And I was like, girl, I'm kidding again. Just kidding. But if he was, no, he didn't. Yeah. Yeah, that was you could tell the fright in his face.
No, usually, like I said, this is one time because Brad asked me, Brad's like, do you want to know? I said, this time I don't. Because we used to have to know immediately because we'd have to.
But do you think you know? Like, do you have a
No, I
instinct?
really don't. I don't have. I used to have. I've almost. The great joke was whoever would sit with me in Columbus, for some irony, I always sat with the winner. And so John Fry last year was trying to get me situated to sit with his nominee. He couldn't get him in. He's like, damn it! And the guy that I sat with won it. Yeah. But I didn't go to Columbus this year because I got there late.
Right.
Because I drove.
Right.
You remember that? You were a part of that. Because I actually came to your place to do a show from your place before then driving to Columbus.
You love to talk about the logistics of the driving and the flying.
Because the people that actually listen to this show.
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just pointing out. You love to, and then I will take a plate and where I will. You love to recount logistics.
And what's really cool about it, actually, but here's the thing. I didn't learn that from just being in trucking. I actually, when I was, one of the classes we took was called the chronotope, where it's this guy, this Russian theorist, realized that most stories, the most successfully well-written plots, always make a point of actually logistically explaining what you have to do in order to get there. And once you kind of read what he has to say about it, you realize that, like, you can give me any movie that you love, even a rom-com.
Father of the Bride.
Oh, my God. The amount of, no, listen, you know the entire layout of that house in the first 30 minutes of that film. By minute 15, minute 20, you know where the living room is, the dining room is, the backyard, and that's all chronotopic work. That we shoot the driveway, the garage, the front of the house. The walkway has its own comic moment of Steve Martin walking up the walkway, seeing all the work done on the house, and just slumping. And the only reason that pays off is that we know where he is. Which is so cool about that movie is by the time we get to the end of the film and he keeps missing essentially everything important about the reception, we know where he is. We know how far he has to go so that when he doesn't get there, we don't go, I'm confused. We're totally like that whole.
Set it up almost as characters, a little bit, right?
Well,
Spaces are
not almost.
Characters.
Not almost. The house becomes a character, and you can only set the house up as a character by setting up its geography. And what's really, really cool, I'll give you a World War II example in Saving Private Ryan. The reason it's so harrowing is the only shot we ever get in that opening terrible scene on the beach that isn't on the beach is the German pillbox. We get a shot from behind the machine gun, and we know when we see them in the distance of the beach, they have to get that far in order to get out of this nightmare. So we're with them every step of the way, getting closer and closer and closer and being like, is this ever going to end? And it's the coolest thing that when you realize what kills most people in telling a story, Lindsay, is you talk about the songwriting, about the day that you have. Well, you think about a day in the life, right? Woke up, the entire song, A Day in the Life, he's walking. And it's woke up, fell out of bed, dragged a comb across my head, found my way downstairs and drank a cup, looked up, noticed I was late, grabbed my coat, found my hat, made the bus. We actually walked the entire route with him. And if you think about the best songs, they really do take you on a journey. And a journey is point A to point B. It's really, really cool. And a lot of people don't give themselves permission to be boring when they create art, and therefore they come up with nothing.
Oh, mundane. Yeah, the mundane can be so profound because it's relatable.
You know, I mean,
because it allows you to put the movie in your mind. It allows you to become a part of it, place you inside the movie as well.
But your insight about the house being a character is a great insight, because the house has as much of a journey to make in Father of the Bride as they do, because it goes from looking like one thing to looking like another, but it doesn't get transformed like that. It isn't the blink of an eye. It gets transformed. We watch it happen. We watch it. Like, think about the best scary movies you've ever seen. They set the geography perfectly. We know what the house in the first Conjuring is from the beginning.
You do. I wouldn't watch that.
But what's another movie you love? Just any movie. This is like so near and dear to my heart. What's another movie that you just? I know Father of the
Christmas Vacation.
Oh my God, the house is such a
the house
character.
again.
It's such.
Home Alone. House is a character.
House is such a character. And it works because all those traps and tricks work because
Love Actually.
Oh my God! Okay, that's a really fun one, because it's a series of different ones.
We've got airport, we got different homes, but they're all tied together.
The Portuguese walk is phenomenal. When he has to walk through the length of the town to go propose marriage to Aurelia is just fantastic. The airport, you're right, is used terrifically. But every single one of those locations is so well laid out that we know how far people have to go to be in love. I mean, that's
So far to be in love. We've got so far to go. We've actually got 30 more minutes left of this broadcast. We got to take a quick break now, and then we'll be on for about 30 more minutes. You can get your questions in.
We got a winner too.
We got a winner, so we're going to talk about that on the other side. It is Road Gang Radio, live from Baltimore at the Army Navy Radio Road Broadcast. # Army Navy. You can steal that banner and take that home with us. Hopefully, I'm going to steal that, and I'm going to wrap the trophy in it. We'll be right back.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward. Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to Radio Nemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
You are in the Road Gang, by the way. This has been one of the most unique experiences we've had here on this particular job in a long, long time. By the way, Lindsay, on my own personal social media, I'm going to show you something here really quickly. Our good friend Matt Beach decided he would post that as his offering for a picture of you on social media that I put up there, which, of course, is there you are, lurking.
There she is, lurking.
Lurking.
Lindsay Lurking Lawler.
Lindsay Lurking Lawler. Of course, our good friend Trucker Bosun jumped in. Tom Bray was Go Army. Jerry was Go Navy. And now Trucker Bosun says, of course, Go Navy. Yes, Go Navy, Go Army.
I'm going to put my Navy sweatshirt back on.
Because it's no longer sunny outside, as a matter of fact. That's kind of the
I'm
reality.
always hot these days, being a woman of a certain age.
Of course.
But it's fine. Everything's fine. But I feel like I maybe I still, again, I'm still very torn wearing the Navy sweatshirt with the Army pen. It feels like somewhat sacrilegious, but I also feel like I would have no reason to be all in on one or the other anyway. Mm-hmm. So I do just want everyone to have a good time.
Right.
How about this? How about I'm rooting for Navy, but the Army's in my heart. You can take a side. It's okay. It's just a game.
I'm rooting for them both. I want everyone to have a good time.
By the way, I know who the winner tomorrow is, though, guys. It's America with a capital A. That's the truth of it, so much so. We were hoping we would get a chance to go. We're just so busy. We actually have to do the Arlington National Cemetery thing tomorrow, and then we got to get a whole bunch of people back to planes, back home, because Christmas is actually descending.
Oh, we're so busy. It is so hard being this popular, and I mean, so many things we have to go to. We're just so busy. I'm not saying you were saying
that's
that
like
way.
A voice for like a combination of a Valley Girl and Donald Trump.
Oh, I like that. The most hated.
Two most hated.
Oh.
Whoa.
Hey. Yeah. Valley Girl, Valley Trump.
Valley Trump.
Valley Trump.
Valley Trump.
Oh my God, it's so hard being this
the best people.
Popular. I am like literally the most popular. I'm just like a little bit more popular than you. I know you're kind of popular, but I'm a little bit more popular than you. I know you have 4 things to go today. I probably have 5.
Right.
Yeah. Anyway,
they live in Trump Valley.
Trump Valley.
That'd be a really great video game app to play. Like, I'm playing this as opposed to Stardew Valley. I'm playing Trump Valley.
Oh my God, Trump Valley.
Wow.
You could create a really positive game from that, or a really negative game. It's a game for everybody, man.
What's that helmet he's got there?
That's an Army helmet.
Is that Army for Tomorrow?
That's Army for Tomorrow, I believe.
Speaking of that, can we talk about that real quick?
Yeah, we're gonna.
So they from helmet to cleat. Both Army and Navy have very specific things paying homage to, because it's the 250th year, 250-year history. So they both have things that they are playing today. What is this?
We have a winner.
Oh, we have a winner. Okay, let me do this first then. Thank you. So we have a winner for the transition trucking. So Navy, Jim, it's the Under Armour made football jerseys and helmets. They include elements that honor USS Chesapeake, USS Congress, USS Constellation, USS President, USS United States, and USS Constitution. The only remaining frigate of them all, and the world's oldest commissioned warship.
So basically, you go back up there. Go ahead, keep going. It's fine. But the Chesapeake, the Congress, the Constellation, the President, and the United States are all gone. The Constitution is the one that remains.
Still afloat, literally.
Yeah.
Literally. The logo on the uniform is also adorned. It's adorned with copper, which is a nod to the chemical element that was pivotal in the construction of the 6 frigates, which were draped in copper to protect the wooden hulls from marine damage. There you go. The stone-colored pants of this year's uniform recall the uniforms of sailors during the time of the original frigates, and they're emblazoned with 6 ropes for the 6 frigates and 126 knots for the 126th Army-Navy game. Tomorrow will be the 126th time that they have met. And then splitting the helmet down the middle is a wooden plank displaying 6 ropes with 126 knots, again, in commemoration, of course, of the 126th Army-Navy game.
It's really it's cool stuff, guys, by the way.
We're looking at the helmet to our right now. There's a there's a man that looks very badass over there who's carrying it around.
And for those of you who don't know where we are, have been following this, the stadium that is actually in the distance from us right now is where the game will be played. Here it is Raven Stadium as well, and we can't talk about the Ravens, of course, because Lindsay's here. Because of all
Lamar Jackson ruined my entire season.
And ruined her entire season. He tried to come back and make a difference, but it didn't really make that much of a difference, by the way. To celebrate the Army's birth, the Service Academy is traveling back to 1775 to honor the ordinary citizens who rendered extraordinary sacrifices for the nation, and that's according to West Point's uniform website. Would you care to explain a little bit more, Lindsay?
Yes, so the Army uniforms, they'll be marbled white uniforms with their numbers stitched in purple honor, those who served and never returned, of course. And it says that they will serve as a symbol of strength in American democracy. The purple stitching represents both the military badge for merit that was issued by George Washington during the American Revolution and present-day sacrifices of soldiers, Gold Star families, and Purple Heart veterans wounded in service.
Which in many ways is a great shout-out to all of our friends at Reeds Across America. So emblazoned on the front of the Nike-made jersey is the West Point seal, which is surrounded by a chain, which of course represents the 65-ton iron barrier that stretched across the Hudson River at West Point and secured the entire river valley for the Patriots. The
Great Chain.
The Great Chain is what it's called, correct. One of the most significant engineering feats of American Revolution, and was a lifeline to Washington's, to the Continental Army. Washington's original army was protected by that chain.
Very cool. And finally, the very easily identifiable topography on the uniforms mirrors the style of the U.S. Constitution, which the players, upon graduation and commissioning, will swear to uphold in a compact that has, and I quote, guided our nation throughout its vaunted history, writes the West Point website.
We got to see those two jerseys with our first drop-in guests who actually joined us this morning, a West Point grad and an Annapolis grad. Glad to have them.
Glad to have them. Since we talked about the Navy helmet, we couldn't not talk about the Army helmet. The Army helmet will feature 1775, the year, of course, the Army was founded, on the back alongside the Army seal, which serves as a constant reminder that this team's players represent more than just the U.S. Military Academy when they step on that field. And so that reminds us, 1770, by the way, this is the 250th anniversary
of the Army.
And next year is the 250th anniversary of our nation.
Of the whole
What are we
enchilada.
doing? What are we doing to get together and celebrate, guys?
Well, I got some plans. I want to talk to you when all this is all over with, because I've got some plans. It's one of my favorite lines from Zero Dark 30. They're all going to get Bin Laden, and he says, "What are you listening to?" He goes, "Tony Robbins. I want to talk to you guys when this is all over with." And it's like they're going to get Bin Laden. And Chris Pratt is like, I'm listening to Tony.
I'm inspired. When I get back, I'm going to do jumping jacks every morning and say I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and doggone it, people like
He
me.
makes everybody, the whole thing, laugh. All these people are tense, and he's like, "I got some plans when this is all over with. I want to talk to you guys."
So we are here. One of the main things, we're here because of the good people of Fastport and Brad Bitley, and, of course, the Transition Trucking event with Hiring Our Heroes. And we've been every year. This is the first year that we're not actually there to see the actual winner be announced, see and hear the winner be announced, and then get those keys. It's such a cool moment when the keys are put in their hands and they're supposed to then start talking to people, talk to us on the air, go take pictures, and all they want to do, of course, is go outside. The truck is parked right outside. It's beautiful. It's silver. It says Hiring Our Heroes on it. All they want to do is get in it and take a spin around the block, but then sometimes they have to talk to bozos like us, and we say thank you. And then we can announce the winner now, right? It has been announced. Jim, would you like to do the honor?
Actually, why don't you announce it, Tara?
Oh.
Wow.
Let's see what you got, sister.
What an honor. Okay, guys. 2025 Transition Trucking Driving for Excellence Award recipient is Charles Jones Jr.
Of Rail, I
Rail
believe.
Transport.
Matter of fact, didn't you and I actually get a chance to really become friends at a rail event?
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of nice.
Yeah, we did.
That's kind of nice.
My music is on hold at Rail, by the way. I'm going to one up right now because when you call it, you put it on hold and you hear Lindsay, or at least it used to be.
My God.
All right, go on.
That's
fine. Everything's fine.
Everything's great.
Everything's fine.
Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you.
And by the way, big congratulations both to the Scriv and to Macy as well. They're great Americans.
Mm-hmm.
All three of these finalists
Yeah.
are great Americans. big shout out to our friend Charles. Just as kind of a reminder, guys, we will be interviewing Charles on Monday on Nemo Nation.
Yep.
We're excited about that, looking forward to get a chance to talk to him with what his plans are. I know there was a lot of other stuff that was attached to that. And by the way, like I said, all of these men and this woman were incredible nominees.
Incredible. A little bit about Charles, if in case you did not hear him on the show with Jimmy 2 days ago. And again, like he said, we'll be on next week. Charles Jones Jr., U.S. Army, E7, by the way. As we mentioned, he's a driver for rail transport. He's Sergeant First Class, retired. He's graduated from high school in Indian Trail, North Carolina back in 2004 and committed to the Army through the delayed entry program. He has over 20 years of service. He served as an unmanned aircraft systems operator, an instructor operator, standards operator, and platoon sergeant, and he completed 3 combat deployments to Iraq and 2 rotations in South Korea. He's a husband, he's a father to Alvin and Monica, and he graduated from Georgia Driving Academy just 1 year ago, December 2024, and began his professional driving career with rail transport earlier this year in 2025. And I'm sure if the people at rail transport are smart, and I know that they are, they will hold on to him tightly as long as possible.
Yes.
Oh, I think so. A lot of people, when they win that award, continue to drive for the company they drive for, and they just simply work out something in order to kind of lease the truck to that company. It's a great way to start your business. You get to hold on. It's a great way to start your business, and it's a great way for a great company to hold on to a great employee at the same time. Really kind of help them set for success. I know that OIDA has made all 3 finalists lifetime members. They have that going for them, which
Very
is
cool.
terrific. They also they get the Truck for Success class, and they'll get a chance to do that as well too. They're getting set up for success across the board, and I'm sure when we talk to Brad, and we'll talk to Brad on Monday as well too, because he'll be recovering from an extraordinary week. I do want to take a moment, along with celebrating Charles's accomplishment, to once again take a moment to celebrate Brad Bentley. So much of what you've heard content-wise this week has been the result of a collaboration between Radio Nemo and Tara and Brad Bentley. Of the guests that we have talked to, the people we've kind of set in motion. Lindsay and I really depend upon all of them to make this week the coverage that it is. Also, a big shout out to our friends at Reads Across America for making this week possible as well too, with all the content we were able to generate by the skin of our teeth. Over at the Driver's Lounge on Saturday and Sunday. And a special shout out, by the way, to people who hosted my Airbnb. Anybody willing to send their parents to sit with you until the repairman shows up for the furnace, that's good people. There's good people everywhere.
True.
You know, our 2 social media soldiers who stopped by a little bit earlier will tell you there's a lot of patriotism out there. There's a lot of people who love this country very much. There's also a lot of people invested in telling you that there are people out there who don't love this country. And I want to take kind of a moment to talk about that as well, too.
Well, goes back to Michael with Team Red, White, and Blue, and he was like, I don't know care what you're hearing or listening or watching. We traveled 12 soldiers across the country, and people showed up in droves no matter where we went, with parades and music and cheering and clapping and children and old people and young people. And he's like, I don't know what you're seeing. I mean, I know it happens, but I'll tell you what. They came out to support us.
Remember Kevin Post talking with me, suddenly realizing, wait a minute, you're a patriot. I'm like, yeah, and a lot of other people are too. A lot of people you
Not
wouldn't.
just you, sir.
Not just you. Well, and in all fairness to Kevin, it's like that Kevin knew certain things about what I believed and thought, oh, that's an end to that. And it's like, and then suddenly it's like, wait a minute. And I have to tell you guys, when you watch TV and you decide this Dem or this Lib or this Con or this Repub, think a certain way. Let that go. Go meet some folks. Go to church. Go to a community center. Go to the American Legion Hall.
What would happen? All right, here's walk me through, Jim. What happens?
The geography of it. Okay.
Yeah. So if there was any way that the parties would go away, if Republican and Democratic parties went away, what happens if it all crumbles and we have to start over again? What is? I mean, I know there listen, I'm not saying government does not need to be there. We need a governing force of some sort, or else people like me will just be eating cheeseburgers in the streets. What happens? I don't know. That makes
I'm not sure that's a bad outcome. I don't know how bad of it. So you're walking, but you're also eating cheeseburgers.
There's a lot of fat people not doing anything, not moving America
You're
forward.
out in the street, dude, so you're fine. Have that burger. Take that walk.
But I got to do more than that.
Yeah.
So what happens if both parties go away?
they'd come back.
That's it.
I mean, look. This is the thing too.
I don't need to try to make it fall apart.
We don't have too many political conversations of any sort of depth here because we present to you the news.
Because we like both kinds.
Yeah, and all kinds. We present to you pretty neutral trucking news. We give you information. We let you make decisions. Every once in a while, Dave or I kind of, we'll jump in with a little bit of commentary about this or that.
But nobody knows Dave's political stance.
Nobody knows it. And people are always surprised once they think they've got me figured out. But nobody knows Dave's political stance. Nobody will ever know Dave's political stance. Trust me. If you think you know, you don't. Let's be honest. There are some significant and necessary disagreements about what the size of the federal government should be. There are some serious and significant disagreements about what sort of role the government should take in shaping the morality of its citizens and the limits of that morality in both directions. There are significant disagreements that political parties are going to end up existing even if we got rid of them. It's kind of like God would exist even if he didn't.
Well, is that because, so riddle me this, is that because it's not, the party goes away, everybody still has beliefs. I find it fascinating, like my friend Doug, who I keep referencing today, he was hardcore Democrat for a long time. Mm-hmm. Now he is a hardcore Republican. And a switch happened. There's a lot of reasons why. But that is always fascinating to me because you're usually one or the other, or you're somewhere in the middle. You're not one and then the other. That's fascinating to me, unless you're being paid off, and that's a different conversation. But it's I feel like it's hard. Again, the label conversation. Once you get labeled, whether it's self-inflicted or somebody else telling you, once that is in your brain, it's hard to shift focus.
There's another word for shift. What is it?
Pivot. It's hard to pivot.
I think.
How did I not say pivot there?
I think.
How do you say shift?
Because you're thinking about trucks.
How do you not say pivot? By the way, that makes me think of, totally off guard, makes me think of, the song Fancy by Reba?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Here's your one chance, fancy, don't let. One time my friend was on stage and he sang, here's your one shot, fancy, don't. And later he's like, how do you not say chance? It rhymes with fans. How do you say shot? Here's your one shot, fancy? What? Here's your one chance, fancy.
He was thinking a little Eminem, you know what I'm saying?
You only get one shot. Oh, my God. Lose Yourself by Eminem and Fancy by Reba mashup? Ooh.
Now we're talking.
I know what I want for Christmas.
You're making those kind of calls. You're living in the high country.
Okay, sorry, back to what we were talking
No,
about.
but actually, okay. This is such a complicated thing because I think that a lot of people don't understand that they see certain people as the enemy, and there's a gravitational pull. There is, I think that there's a lot of people in the wrong party right now in both directions. I think that if you ask me, I kind of go back to the Free Soil guys, and the Free Soil guys were kind of the core of what became the Republican Party in the 1850s. It's these dudes and some ladies who wanted to be able to pick up their stuff and cross the state line and go do the job, regardless of what the job was, and do it well. And the problem was, as they crossed into some states, they were pretty much told, we don't need your labor. Why? Because ours is free.
People love free stuff.
Because it's it's locked up on a plantation and it's free. We don't need your labor. And somebody said, well, wait a minute. Wait a minute. You're undercutting my wages. And I think that, and then they turned around and said, well, who's on our side? And these railroads showed up and said, yeah, we can't have slave labor like that, because if we have slave labor like that, we'll have to be basically in the pocket of the people who create the slaves. And we want to make our railroads. Well, who else is in our pocket? Well, these moral maniacs in the Northeast who want to abolish slavery. So what you get is this coalition of people who are interested in being able to be free, to be left alone and do their own thing. And I think right now we're in the midst of figuring something out. I think that a lot of people don't understand that they may be in the wrong party. Do you want to tell people what to do because they make you angry? That's one party. If you want to be left alone to do your own thing, that's another party. And I think a lot of people are in the midst of figuring all this stuff out, Lindsay. So if the parties cease to exist tomorrow, it might be a good thing, because maybe the parties we need would show up. I mean, the idea if the parties went away tomorrow, more parties would show up, but they wouldn't be Democrats and Republicans. It would be something different. If we suddenly just said, everybody starts again, pick your new teams.
Well, I think that's what I meant. More so not it goes away and then what. More so it goes away in order to create the then what?
We've had that before. The problem is the last time we've had that on a couple of occasions. None of them have been pleasant occasions. You ready for them? 1850 to 1860. We know how that ended. And then there's 1920 to 1930. We know how that ended. Now, what happened there was a weird bird because the parties still existed, meaning they had the Republicans and Democrats, except there was this giant move between all these different groups, if that makes any sense. Something changed in both of them. They kept the same umbrellas, but what was going on underneath them had changed completely. I think we might be headed towards something like that pretty soon. I'm kind of.
Let's see, if you're going to start, what would you call your party? What would be your hill to die on your new party?
I'd call it the fight for your right.
You got to fight for your right to
party. No.
I'm part of the you got to fight for your right to party.
I don't know if there's the problem is that patriot smacks have there's always negative connotation. I wouldn't mind having a patriot party. But I'm not crazy about that. That's got its own
Then you got to refer to New England.
Well, no, and there's also people who I disagree with on a whole bunch of stuff who I think are deep patriots. You know what I'm saying? That's why I hate all that. The Patriot Party. It's like, wait a second, dude. There are people I don't agree with on certain issues who I can look you in the eye and say that dude's a patriot, man. You know what I'm saying? There are people I disagree with intensely who I think are like American in the best way.
Golf party. Party. Do you get it? Because see what I did there was par in golf, and then I went T-T-E-E, so I called it the golf party. You see what I did there?
How about we have the landing party? Kind of like that, too, about these people just kind of showing up on the beach and seizing the high ground. I still
like the golf party.
Seeing.
What about you, Tara? What would you call your party?
The Turtle-ins.
The Turtle-ins.
The Turtle-ins?
Turtle-ins. Their heads just kind of poke out.
Turtle-ins. Love that for us.
Alabama, Alaska, Arizona.
I
The
I
Liberty
like the
Party.
idea of the turtle party. It's like we got tough shells. We move slow though, guys. We move slow.
Turtles, tortoises, terrapins. There's different little sectors.
Well, you know what's really cool about it,
I
though?
love it.
It'd be really funny. It wouldn't be called the Turtle Party, but what we would have
Turtle
is.
soup.
But like the Democrats and Republicans have the donkey and the elephant.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we come up with some party and we'll make the turtle the symbol of it. It's like, well, what is it? It's slow and methodical.
That's the tortoise party. Then there's the turtle party. There's two different
We'll go with the
kinds.
tortoise party, though.
They're different but the same. Different but the same. By the way, Joe J says if grown-ass people will just act right, we wouldn't need government. It's worse than kindergarten. But, okay, fine. But then Trucker Boson backs that up and says, actually, if people practice things that we learned in kindergarten, the world would be a much better place. I'll tell you what, my daughter was in kindergarten last year, and she was a jerk. She was a big old jerk for the most part of her kindergarten year. So I want to agree with you, Trucker Boson. I know where your heart is, and I agree. But speaking from a parent, finally leaving the midst of kindergarten, that class, you don't want running the world. That's all I have to say.
Well,
although I do like nap time and recess and PE. Like if every adult could have nap, like Europe, like the siestas are brilliant for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
It's a reset. There's actually, I went on a songwriter retreat a couple of years ago, and the guy that was put it all together was funding it. He's a very successful entrepreneur, and he imposed on us songwriters, creatives who were had no agenda when we showed up for this writing retreat. He imposed upon us to make an agenda like all of his meetings and his retreats go. So we did. We woke up, and it was breakfast, and then we had
Fell out of bed.
We woke up, fell out of bed, walked on the hot. Yeah. We had a songwriting session in the morning, and then he said normally in the past we would just write all day until night until you burned out when you go to this. He's like, no, do a songwriting session in the morning, break, do a songwriting session in the afternoon, break, do a songwriting session at night. And those breaks in the middle, we'd have lunch, we went out on a boat, we did things. We wrote more songs in that retreat than most people said that they had written in any other thing because there was the break. It wasn't just work until exhaustion.
Mm-hmm.
There was the breaks, and then we woke up or came back, amplified and ready for the next one. So I say all that to say that when I run for president, I will be running for naps. I will, because I do not take naps myself. I would have to be it would have to be forced upon me, and I know I'd be a better person because of it. And so I am here for the nap party.
Bring back nap time.
Bring back nap time.
Bring back recess.
Yep.
Bring back runny mashed potatoes.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
All the things.
Yeah. Maybe even that little cardboard pizza. I didn't hate that.
Same.
Because we can have the trays with the the compartments. I
But
don't know.
bring
Jimmy.
back the ability to break the rules in a way that the people who make the rules look the other way while you do it. What's the thing is where
we need more breakable rules.
What I loved, I had a guy that we were approached one time by these kids who worked for us to be like they wanted to do something that was kind of daring and ridiculous, and he told them no. But then he kind of said, I said, they're going to do it anyway. He said, yeah, so we're going to tell them no. But behind the scenes, we're going to do everything we can to support them when people get angry at them. And then they're going to find out later that we were always there for them. He said, we're going to look awesome here.
And what you just said is bring back bagged milk. In so many words is what you just said.
Bring back bagged
milk?
Have you had bagged milk?
I've had bagged milk, but what does that got to do with bagged milk?
Nothing. That's why I said it.
I kind of like where your head's not at.
It's never anywhere.
I know. I mean,
to be honest.
I'm a little sad, by the way. In the chat, we were talking about the oldest tortoise in the world, Jonathan, and Joe J just said that the oldest one just died. But he says would have born 140 years. But I don't. This has got to be different because we know that Jonathan the tortoise. We talked about him the other day because Seamus filmed with him.
Yep.
They are associates. Seamus
Co-workers.
and Jonathan are co-workers, and he's 193.
I'm 193.
It feels like it. This show feels like 193, which means we're out of time. Thank you guys all for tuning in and joining the broadcast. We got to get out of here very quickly, Jim, because we got to make a train and get back for the Reese Across America Gala tonight. We will be broadcasting live. Make sure you tune in tomorrow. We will be live from 9 to 11 in the center, 10 to 12 in the east, live with Reese Across America Radio, broadcasting from Arlington Cemetery, one of our favorite events of the year. There's still time to go to Reese Across America to find out more. There's still time to get involved if you want to show up and join us tomorrow, Jim.
Always time. There's still time. As long as you're alive and well and believe in the cause and can move the mission forward, they'd love to have you.
I'd love for you to get 2 tattoos, Jim.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
The Allen Lund Company wishes the owner-operators driving across this great country happy holidays.
On today's show, Louis Pugh and Colin Long set the record straight on OOIDA's non-domiciled CDL efforts.
And truck driver Noah Melton, organizer of the Red Arrow Convoy in Michigan, spreads a holiday cheer. Trucking with OOIDA starts now. Welcome to the show. I'm Scott Thompson.
I'm Ashley Blackford.
Ashley, the holidays fast approaching. Are you all ready?
I am ready.
Got all your shopping done?
Oh, I'm waiting on it to arrive.
Okay, but you got it
But
done.
I've got the majority
You did the
done,
hard part.
yeah.
You're just waiting on the packages to arrive
Waiting
now?
on them to arrive and then wrapping them up. What about you?
I've got all my shopping done except for 2 people, which
Okay.
are the two hardest people to shop for in the world. My parents. So if they're listening to this,
Parents
let me know.
are hard to shop for.
Yeah,
they really are.
My mother especially. I will call her out on the air. She's very hard to shop for because she wants nothing. That's what she always says.
Yeah.
Do you have any any interesting holiday traditions that you all do?
We have gotten into the kind of tradition of going out for breakfast on Christmas Eve morning.
Okay, I like that. Where do you go?
Big Biscuit.
Oh, they're open. Big Biscuit's like a diner type place here
I think
in the
they're
Kansas City metro.
Yeah. Yep. So we've done that the past couple of years, and they have like a huge cinnamon roll pancake
on Christmas morning.
Christmas Eve.
Oh, Christmas Eve. Okay,
Christmas
gotcha.
Eve morning.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fun. Yeah.
What about you?
I was thinking about this actually, and no, not really. I mean, I have a very small family, so we're a very kind of tight knit, situation there. The Elf on the Shelf showed up a few years ago. That was kind of a new tradition.
Do you still do it? I've never fallen victim.
No, we don't. The Elf on the Shelf stays on the tree now.
Okay.
He's found a nice home.
Yeah. Well, your kids are.
They're older now, so I think they're over the appeal there.
Yeah.
We can ask this question to our next guest.
Yeah.
Fans or not? Well, maybe fans of the show, I suppose.
I hope so.
Friends of the show for sure. Louis Pugh and Colin Long. You know them, you love them. They are going to join us here in just a moment to talk about what has perhaps been the biggest issue, I think, in recent months. Certainly one issue that has generated a lot of conversation, the non-domiciled CDL issue. We've seen a lot of action on this, a lot of quick action from the Trump administration. OIDA has been really leading these efforts there in Washington, D.C. to get something done. And Louis and Colin are going to talk about what that has looked like, what the current state of affairs is, and what the future might look like as well, as the conversations on this issue continue to ramp up and go on strong here. So let's not waste any time. Louis Pugh and Colin Long, let's get right to them right now. And here they are, Louis Pugh, OIDA's Executive Vice President, here in the flesh. Good to see you, Louis.
Great to see you all.
And on the line from our nation's capital, Colin Long, OIDA's Director of Government Affairs. How's it going, Colin?
Great to not see you guys. I'm just kidding. I wish I was there in person.
Oh, sorry, Colin.
I was there in person.
Sorry, Colin. We just lost your call. It just dropped out. Sorry about that. I have to let you go.
Break it up. Bad.
Yeah, break it up. Exactly. Ashley and I were just talking about family traditions around Christmas or the holiday season. You guys have any kind of weird or, I guess, family traditions that maybe are a little out of the norm? Yeah. Louis?
Well, I just studied. I guess my whole family's out of the norm. So, like, we have this whole dysfunctional Christmas. I mean, usually it ends up somebody's mad, then they're glad, and, nobody can plan, and it's last minute, and it's just a disaster. And, of course, I'm the only one with no kids, so I'm the one who travels everywhere like Santa Claus. And, of course, I can never get anybody to give me times or days. And now it's even worse that I live 750 miles away. And that's what I've already sent my dates. This is when I'm going to be home. First come, first serve on planning. And that's sort of how the only thing that's always written in stone is on Christmas Eve night. I used to go to my grandpa's. Now I go to my cousin's. She has the whole family. So my mom's whole side of the family meets Christmas. That's the only normal thing. And everything else is just complete chaos.
The tradition is chaos. So I was just going to say
yes,
that.
Exactly.
Yeah. What about you, Colin?
This year we hosted a Krampus party.
Oh,
if you're not familiar with Krampus, Google that because I think it's quite unordinary or out of the ordinary for
Ain't that
Christmas
what you get before you go to the bathroom?
That might be something different.
I don't need to Google that. I get it all the time.
Yeah, please don't Google that here. At least not on the company computer. Yeah, is that your idea, Colin? The Krampus idea?
Well, no, Krampus is rooted in the Alpine countries. Well, basically, the evil counterpart to Saint Nicholas, and there was a party this weekend at my place to celebrate that evil side of Christmas because, like Louis, I don't have kids either. So,
well, that's what I was going to say. That was your idea, though, to kind of go off.
Hold it. You had a party this weekend, and none of us were invited.
Oh, we were there. Ashley and I were there. Yeah.
Oh, what? I wasn't invited? Wow.
Next year.
The next cooler of meat going to Washington, D.C. will be a little light for the Colin Long family.
There it is. There it is.
Come on.
Yep.
Well, getting on to a different topic, maybe a more less fun topic.
Let's get down to business.
We'll get down to business here. Let's set the foundation here by making sure we're all on the same page, starting with a simple question, Louis. What is a non-domiciled CDL, and why do we have non-domiciled CDLs to begin with?
A non-domiciled CDL is just the fact it's a CDL issued to you from a state that you're not registered in, or I'm sorry, resident in, excuse me. You're not a resident in. It was originally pushed forward by our good friends at the American Trucking Association and big motor carriers because they look for any way to save a buck. And what they wanted these because, say, a guy or gal in Florida gets hired by a motor carrier in Utah, and they're going to train them and put them through training, all that stuff. They go out to Utah and they go through all the training while they're on their permit. Well, while they're on the permit, they can't be driving by themselves. So there's a cost to going back to that state, whether it's for the driver or for the carrier, to go back and get them tested and everything in their own state. This way they could test and do all this in their own state. OOIDA has been against this from the beginning because, of course, this is another one of them illustrious pieces of legislation that comes out of a so-called driver shortage narrative bullshit. And so, anyway, with all that being said, if the carrier really wants to hire that person, then they should be willing to pay the cost to get them back to where they want as far as we're concerned. What's happened, though, which even I'll give them a pass on this. I don't think anybody realized this was going to happen. It opened up this huge loophole where not only is it people from America from different states, it's people from all over the world. And what we found out as time has moved on is that we don't even know who half these people are, where they're coming from, if they got them. Some states it doesn't show up on the MVR. It's not wrote on the licenses. You don't even know they're a non-domicile. So this has turned into a complete mess.
And the mess now, we're trying to kind of clean it up a little bit. And by we, I mean the Trump administration's made moves on this, and they've acted very quickly. OOID has been pushing that issue forward pretty strongly here in recent months. Colin, we've talked to you about this a little bit, but just to be clear here, with the issuance of non-domiciled CDLs, OOIDA's stance on this is that, as kind of Louis said there, no support for non-domiciled CDLs.
Yeah, we support what the Trump administration has done to put a lot of quite heavy-handed restrictions on the issuance of non-domiciled CDLs, and we certainly applaud them. And now we've transitioned to supporting legislation on Capitol Hill that would make the Trump rule permanent. And I think I always remind folks, if you like the moves that the Trump administration made, which having surfed trucking Twitter and trucking social media myself, I'm pretty sure everyone was very appreciative of those moves. You also like the legislation on Capitol Hill, if not more, because it makes it permanent. So, yeah, we applaud the steps the Trump administration and their champions on Capitol Hill have taken to really crack down on the non-domiciled CDL program, because we think it all goes back to safety. If you want to make trucking a much more safe and professional career, you should make sure that you're licensing folks who have been fully vetted and are fully qualified and capable of operating at the safest level. And we just don't believe that the non-domiciled CDL program in its current shape really was doing that. So we applaud the Trump administration and folks like Chairman Rouser of North Carolina, who have taken the fight to Capitol Hill and want to see legislation passed that makes the Trump rule permanent.
And can I ask you this, Louis, because I see the comments on social media, and there are a lot of comments, obviously, on all sides of this issue and every other issue out there for that matter. But I see a lot of comments about OOID's stance and, why aren't we just pushing to get rid of it? In a perfect world, that would be a scenario that OOIDA would advocate for.
We did.
Yeah.
We did. OOIDA is the people who brought this to the forefront. OOIDA has been fighting in this and bringing this up. Most members of Congress didn't even know about this until we testified. I testified and brought it up. But with that being said, when this became an issue, we told FMCSA the best thing for you to do is scrap the whole program. We also followed up by sending letters to every single solitary state, which I think there was 43 of them that are issuing these non-domicile, asking their governors to cease and desist with non-domicile CDLs. So first, if you are correct, OIDA would love to. I remind you that when this became a thing in 2018, 2019, OIDA was the lone voice saying, no, 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 we don't need non-domicile CDL. No, no, no. We're the only ones pushing back on this. Just like so many things. And then when it comes to fruition, everybody's like, oh my God, how'd this happen? Well, pay attention to what's going on out there. Yeah. But yes, OOIDA, I want to make this very clear, has pushed for no non-domicile CDLs from day one. But to answer your question fully, it's not a perfect world, so you never, ever are going to get exactly everything you want in Washington. It just doesn't happen. It's always a deal. And so is there things out there that are perfect? Probably not completely perfect, but they're as perfect as they're going to get. So we got to be realistic. And do we want to yell and beat on the table and hold our arms and hold our breath till we turn blue and get what we want or not get anything? Or do we want to try to work with people and get something that's really, really good and monumental to help solve this problem that's been out there for so long? I think we want to get something done.
If I may, Louis is right, but let's qualify the word perfect. We're as close to perfect as you can imagine. The restrictions put in place by the Trump administration, the restrictions included in the Rouser bill in the House, basically knock the program out. There's going to be extremely, extremely limited opportunities to have a non-domiciled CDL through these programs. And I think it's important to remember that one of the conditions that would allow folks to gain a non-domiciled CDL under the Trump rule and the Rouser bill is that there must be a demonstrated shortage of truck drivers. Last I checked, Secretary Duffy was telling folks there's no shortage of qualified truck drivers. So it doesn't even start the process moving forward when the Trump administration is saying, there's no shortage of drivers that would necessitate the issuance of non-domiciled CDLs. So we may not have perfect language, but if your goal is to get rid of the non-domiciled CDL program, this pretty much does it. And you got to get on board because the fractional state of the industry right now isn't helping solve the problem. What helps solve the problem is the Trump bill remaining in effect, the Trump rule remaining in effect, and the Rouser bill being signed into law to make it permanent. That's how you change the dynamics in the non-domiciled CDL program. That's how you basically bring it to an end. So either get on board or I guess get out of the way, because OIDA is committed to making sure that the Trump rule remains in place and the Rouser bill gets signed into law because it's pro-safety, it's pro-trucker. It will bring back professionalism to the industry, which will help us on a number of other fronts. It's the way to go, and I think people need to get on board.
And I will finish up with that. The only way right now that we see, the only way that the Trump bill will be codified into law and continue long after Donald Trump is out of office and the Trump administration and Duffy have left is if we pass the Rouser bill. Yeah. That's it.
Yep.
And I must remind you that Rouser is the chair of the Highway Transit Subcommittee. It's his bill. He's the gatekeeper. Whose bill do we think is going to get to see light of day? If any, it's going to be his. But again, why shouldn't it be? Because it's a bill that President Trump, Secretary Duffy, it matches their IFR that they passed, that everybody was ecstatic about. That's what's crazy in all this.
Yeah.
Everybody was ecstatic about, and then all of a sudden, when Rouser comes out with it, oh, this is terrible. This guy's trying to undermine trucking, put us out of job. That's not true at all.
Yeah, I want to make sure we hammer this because you've mentioned the Rouser bill a couple times there. It is the Non-Domiciled CDL Integrity Act. This is Representative David Rouser of North Carolina that we're talking about. We've had him on the show as well. This language in this bill is essentially identical to what we've seen the Trump administration do, right?
Yeah.
And it would, as you said, Louis, it would codify it. It would make it the law of the land. if a future administration comes in, they don't like what's being done here, they can basically reverse whatever the Trump administration did. The only way this is going to become, the law of the land and the way things are done is if this bill is passed, right?
100%.
Even to give it more credibility, it would take an act of Congress to then reverse that. So not only are you setting up a standard where it would become the law permanently, Congress would have to come together and say, actually, we're going to undo that. And that's a tall order. I mean, think about how many things we want Congress to get done, how many things we want them to undo. It doesn't happen very often. It's much more difficult to undo already in law than it is just a rule, which is why the Rausser bill is so important.
Colin, I want to go back to something that you've said a couple times now, and that's on it being pro-safety. And that's really the main reason that OOIDA is fighting this fight. Talk to me more about that.
It totally is. I mean, that's how we approach a lot of policies in Washington. How is it going to improve safety in the industry? And this one, I think, is kind of a no-brainer. I mean, when folks understand that certain individuals who are getting non-domiciled CDLs haven't been through the same type of vetting as domestic-based drivers, that should be the end of the conversation right there from our perspective. I mean, if an American driver is expected to go through a very rigorous vetting process that looks back on their time spent behind the wheel of any sort of vehicle, why isn't that being done for folks who are from other locations to drive in the U.S.? It makes no sense. And I think that's the real key to our argument about the non-domiciled CDL program taking safety in the wrong direction. And I think it's important to remember that this is just one symptom of a much broader problem. I mean, I think it connects to the English language proficiency problem. I think it connects to folks wanting younger drivers to be involved in interstate commerce. I'm not going to get into those side issues because we're focused on the non-domiciled CDL program, but this is just one component of a much larger pro-safety, pro-trucker package we are pushing here in Washington, and frankly getting a lot of support from the Trump administration and folks on Capitol Hill, and that's indicative in this non-domiciled CDL program because we have that Trump interim final rule and we have the Rausser bill in the House.
I would just add to what you asked is it's real simple. Any type of fast tracking people to driving a truck and getting a CDL, any type of fast track, whether you're from a foreign country or you're from America, is not good for highway safety. And I think we finally got a folks working at FMCSA and DOT are finally realizing that. That's why safety numbers have been going the wrong way for so long, because we're constantly been looking for ways to fast track people to get their license and get them behind the wheel. And again, I can't stress enough, it doesn't matter where you're from. Fast tracking these people with non-domicile CDLs or anything like this is not good for highway safety. It's not good for truckers. It's not good for the motoring public at all.
Let me ask you both this, if I could, starting with you, Louis. This crackdown, this better enforcement of non-domiciled CDLs, widespread support in the industry. There have been surveys that have come out showing that an overwhelming majority of truckers are in favor of doing something here and enforcing this and making things a little bit more even, I suppose. With that in mind, the momentum here would seem to be on OIDA's side and on the side of doing something about this. As we look forward here and getting this thing across the line, the finish line, what does that look like for everybody out there in terms of, I think there's a lot of misunderstandings out there and a lot of misconceptions, and people are confused about what this means and what that means. What's it going to take to get everybody on the same page, that majority on the same page, to say, let's get this thing done?
I think it comes down to just the fact is we have to understand that we're trying to make the roads and highways safer. And I myself saw this before I got off the road. These things were starting to really build momentum even when I was coming off the road, of folks who couldn't speak the language very well or couldn't speak the language at all. Their driving habits, their courtesy on the highway, all these things weren't the best, to say the least, and put you in danger. So it's very important to truckers because they live on the highway. That's their office. And there's nobody who knows more about highway safety than a trucker. So for this all to come together, truckers need to pick up the phone, and I say this all the time. OIDA is a grassroots organization. That's where we get our power. So pick up the phone, call your lawmaker. Tell them what you're seeing. Talk about these non-domicile CDLs. Have an open mind. Be courteous, but tell them how it affects you. Tell them what you've seen, all these things. We've seen big headlines on TV. There's definitely a taste. There's definitely a push to get things. I mean, it's there for a while. It seemed like every other day there was either a non-domicile CDL bill or a English proficiency bill or something.
Yeah.
It's, we got a spreadsheet of them all. End of the day, this Rouser bill is when we get across the line. There's probably going to be a few more things, but look for your calls to action. Join OIDA, be part of that one movement, but go to Fighting for Truckers, but mainly reach out to your lawmakers and talk to them. I got a phone call this morning from an office, and I'm not going to talk about it yet, but about something that's really important to truckers. And that's because they were getting complaints, and they called me to say, hey, do you know anything about this? Can you educate us? Blah, 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 blah. And we're going to have bigger meetings, and hopefully there'll be more to come on that. But picking up the phone, sending messages via email, whatever to your, and don't think for 1 minute that you're not qualified. Okay? You're the expert. I'm just a trucker. I ain't got no college education. I got a vocational school education. And, I go down and testify. If I can do it, so can you. Just talk about your business. Nobody knows your problems or your situation better than you. Tell it to the lawmakers because they don't know. And I can promise you this, and we're seeing it in comments to FMCSA, they're getting plenty of voice from the other side on this. And the people who don't want to lose their licenses, so pick up the phone and call.
Can I touch on what Louis just talked about?
Yeah.
If you're observing this issue and you're confused about some of the things you've heard, the negative things you've heard about what's going on Capitol Hill with non-doms, I encourage you to check out OIDA's comments. The Trump interim final rule had a public comment period. It closed just the day after Thanksgiving, Black Friday, it closed. Go check out our comments on there and see if they align with what you think. And while you're there, check for comments submitted by the folks who are telling you what's wrong with approaches like the Rouser bill. I challenge you to do it because I don't think you're going to find comments there. I think a lot of the detractors on issues like the Rouser bill are only doing it for attention on social media, and when push comes to shove and they have to get involved in the actual regulatory or, in some cases, the legislative process, they're nowhere to be found. Why is that? It's an open-ended question. I don't have an answer for you, but I have a lot of suspicions as to why these folks aren't actively trying to shape policy. They are just bad-mouthing things and misleading folks on social media, probably for the clicks and the attention.
Stirring up the pot.
And finally, if you're confused or you have more questions, call OIDA. You can call in here. You can ask for our compliance department. You can ask for me. You can ask for Todd. You can ask for Colin. Any of us are more than happy to explain to you how this works, why this works, where we're coming from, happily to explain it. So again, all else, call us.
While we got their attention right now, I'd asked you earlier about kind of the misconception about OIDA's stance and why aren't they calling for this or doing this or, what have you. Because I think that is a misunderstanding or a misrepresentation that's out there by people who are, as you said, Colin, kind of trying to stir the pot. Are there other misconceptions or other things that are floating out there that you want to make sure you clear up while we've got you here with regard to this issue? Because, again, there are a lot of people talking online. And, Colin, when you were here about a month ago, I think we talked about this briefly. But these social media warriors are out there and are talking a big game. But is there anything, specific you want to make sure people understand about the association stance here and, what you are fighting for?
Yeah, I'll make it real simple. If you like the Trump and Duffy bill and you are in favor of the Trump and Duffy bill, then there's no reason you shouldn't be in favor of the Rouser bill, because no matter what these people tell you, it's the exact same thing. It's the same thing. It will make it a law. That's the difference here that will carry on. And as Colin said so correctly, the only way that it could ever be overturned if the Rouser bill passes is another act of Congress, which, as we all know, takes a lot to do. So if you want this legislation and know this legislation lives past the Trump administration, then you better be supporting the Rouser bill, because we get somebody else in office, this could be gone with a stroke of a pen.
Mm-hmm. Colin?
I mean, that sums it up pretty well.
Louis for the win.
Yeah, I mean, and get involved in the process, because we have high hopes for the Rouser bill, but we would be much more secure if folks would rally around the fact that this is the way forward to crack down on the non-domiciled CDL program to improve highway safety. I mean, this is it. You're either a part of the solution or you're a part of the continued problem. And I don't think our members, there's certainly some who are confused, but I think by and large, a lot of members understand that the Trump rule was a step in the right direction. The Rouser bill will be the next step on the path towards solving this problem. And I think they're supportive of both, but there are a lot of folks out there taking shots at Chairman Rouser unnecessarily. And I think it's either from a position of confusion because you've been listening to folks who are misleading you, or it's because the folks just genuinely don't want you to believe that Rouser is just following along in the Trump interim final rules footsteps and making something permanent. It's a necessary step. It's an important step. Everybody needs to get on board, because then we have a much better chance of getting this done.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, MHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home.
As part of the road gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Wreaths Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
Louis, you mentioned reaching out to lawmakers. Colin, you want to talk about fighting for truckers real quick for everybody out there to do exactly what Louis called for to reach out and talk to people?
Yeah, fightingfortruckers.com is a great resource for folks who want to get involved. We've made it very easy for you to talk with your lawmakers on issues like the non-domiciled CDL program. You can also check out our comments, which go back to the point I was making earlier. If you're confused about where OOIDA stands, we submitted very extensive comments on this interim final rule, which is the only game in town when it comes to non-domiciled CDL. So take a look at those. But really, Fighting for Truckers is a great resource for folks who want to get involved in grassroots advocacy, folks who want to become their own lobbyists and let Congress and the administration know where they stand on all the issues and how they can go about helping you operate your business as successfully and as safely as possible.
Yeah, fightingfortruckers.com, and we'll put the OOIDA comments in our show notes for anybody if they just want to click on that and they can check them out there. Louis, Colin, what did we forget? Anything?
You can go to Fighting for Truckers
No, we
and
did that,
send
Louis.
a comment just as fast or quicker to change something than you can go on social media and bitch about something that's never going to change anything. Don't forget that.
Colin, we forget anything?
I mean, I think if you're looking to learn more about these issues, I think it's important that you read the information from the firsthand source. I mean, read the Trump interim final rule, read the Rausser bill, read OOIDA's comments. You'll get a better understanding of what's actually happening and the necessary path forward to crack down on non-domiciled CDLs than you will surfing social media. I mean, that should go without saying, not to admonish folks too much, but if you're trusting what certain folks are saying on social media, then of course you're going to be misled. I mean, I hate to be so blunt about it, but there are people doing really good work in the Trump administration, really good work on Capitol Hill, and they're not hiding from the fact that they are interested in severely restricting, cracking down on the non-domiciled CDL program to the extent that it starts improving highway safety and it starts improving professionalism within our industry. So take them at face value because we work these issues day in and day out here in Washington, D.C., and we have great trust in the Trump administration on the interim final rule and Chairman Rausser on his legislation because we know they have the same goal of us, which is limiting non-domiciled CDLs and making sure that only properly vetted and qualified and trained drivers are the ones being licensed and getting behind the wheel of a commercial motor vehicle.
All right. Now, non-domiciled CDL is obviously a topic that's been taking up a lot of your time, Louis, and I know a lot of yours, Colin, but that's not the only thing you guys are working on, right?
No.
No, non-domiciled are a piece. It's a piece of a much larger puzzle, and I think it all goes back to a lot of the cheap labor policies, which are frankly unsafe policies that have been built on this myth of a driver shortage. I mean, Louis kind of touched on this earlier. Like, who are the beneficiaries of non-domiciled CDL program? It's certainly not those drivers who are being compensated poorly and treated poorly. It's the carriers who employ them who can drive their costs down to increase their profits, and oftentimes it's at great cost to safety. I mean, non-dom, like I said, is one piece of a much larger puzzle. We're working on English language proficiency. We're fighting against things like size and weight increases that are unsafe, and drivers do not want to operate heavier, bigger trucks. We're fighting against younger drivers being given the green light to drive from Florida to Washington when they've never experienced that type of driving, whether it be in bad terrain or bad weather or whatnot. Truck parking, restroom access, the list goes on and on and on. And all of our goals, I think, kill multiple birds with one stone. They improve highway safety, but they also improve professionalism within the industry. They make life easier and better for professional drivers. And we see the non-domiciled CDL issue as an acute problem, and we're obviously taking very aggressive steps to limit it. But that doesn't mean we're not continuing to promote all the issues that have been priorities for us over the years that make life easier and more successful and safer for the drivers out there.
Yeah, I mean, you can find all that at fightingfortruckers.com. There's all kinds of stuff on that we're working on. And I mean, and a couple other things is driver pay. I mean, and overtime, for those things for drivers, more flexibility in hours of service. So there's plenty of things out there we have to fight constantly. Broker transparency, that continues to drag on. So there's plenty of these things. If you go to Fighting for Truckers, you'll see most of them. And again, I will say it one more time. If you have a question about what we're doing or what we're working on or why we're working on something, please pick up the phone and call in. We're more than happy to explain and talk to you.
There it is. Colin Long, Louis Pugh, we appreciate your time, and thanks for your work on this issue as well.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us, and thank you to all the men and women out there driving a truck and listening to this. We appreciate everything you do every day. Thank you.
At Truck Stop, we built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
When winter strikes, stay running and stay ready with House. Diesel Treat prevents gelling, but if your fuel freezes because it's untreated, Diesel Lifeline works fast to reliquefy and de-ice. House, prevention and rescue for your diesel.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them, but let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me now for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Truckers, your engine works as hard as you do. Don't let torsional vibrations sideline your rig. Vibrotech TVD viscous dampers protect your crankshaft, cut downtime, and keep you earning mile after mile. Over 75 years of trusted protection made in the USA. Find a dealer at vibrotechtvd.com.
Since you started, what you've loved about trucking is the freedom. Heading out on your favorite route, a good driving song, and thinking about truck insurance. Well, maybe not that last one. That's why we're here. At OOIDA, we have a full range of truck insurance products, expert advice, and great customer service, helping you get the right coverage for your operation. Go to OOIDA.com, because your job is to drive. Our job is to help with everything else.
So it's a holiday season, and Ashley, I continue to be amazed by the ways in which truckers find to celebrate despite, as we know, some challenging circumstances.
Yes.
I also love a good convoy. I love a good light show, which is why we have reached out to Noah Melton. He is one of the organizers and founders of the Red Arrow Convoy in southwestern Michigan. And Noah joins us on the phone now. Noah, how's it going?
It's a little cold out, a little snowy, but to be expected.
Which part of Michigan are you in? You're out on the road right now, I believe, right?
Yeah, right now I'm over in Chicago, over by Bolingbrook, Illinois.
That is that is a cold area this time of year for sure.
Yeah, it's not too bad right now, but the temperature's dropping. When I left this morning for Wisconsin, it was in the low 40s, and then now it's down at 33. So, and it's supposed to be down in the single digits by tomorrow morning.
Yeah,
so,
that'll be fun.
Yay.
Yeah, we're supposed to get a blast here as well, for sure. Hey, Noah, tell us about yourself, if you wouldn't mind. We're going to talk about the convoy here in just a moment, but tell us a little bit about yourself, where you're from, what you do, what you haul, all that good stuff.
Yeah, I'm from Southwest Michigan, born and raised. I got into trucking when I was 16. I worked at a place that made exotic jerkies, and the owner of the meat shop had a trucker friend that he grew up with that would always come in and get jerky to give out to his customers. And he had a W900 Kenworth, and every time he would come in there, I was just glued to the window looking at it. And he told me, he's like, "You like trucks?" And I said, "Yeah, my dad drove trucks, and I've always wanted to be a truck driver, but I'm still in high school, and I work at a jerky shop, so it's not really the thing going right now."
But
and
you
he's
got
like,
there?
"Well, yeah. He's like, "Why don't you come to the farm and you can check the truck out. I'm like, all right. So I went to the farm later after I got off work, and he was in the passenger seat, and I was like, well, this is interesting. And I'd never driven a semi-truck before other than that day, and he put me in the driver's seat and had me drive around the block. And, when he put me in the driver's seat, I went to double clutch, and he smacked me in the back of the head and said, we don't do that. You float your gears. Okay.
Lesson learned?
And,
yeah.
Yeah. And so his name was Colin Cowan, and he ended up being my best friend, my best man in my wedding. My wife actually, when we were in high school, we ended up taking that Kenworth to prom senior year.
Love it.
And, he passed away last March from cancer. And so it's been a hectic last couple of years. And so he owned Big P Express, and that's who I work for and have been with for 5 years now. And I've been driving truck ever since I was 18, but being a small business, their insurance wouldn't cover me due to my age. So I got on with a local company and just ran within the state of Michigan until I was 21. And then I came over here, and I've been over here ever since.
I love talking to people like yourself who clearly from a young age, you had it in your blood, it sounds like, and it was something that was always kind of speaking to you in the back of your mind that you wanted to do this, and now you're doing it. And I would assume just by hearing you talk that you love what you do.
I've never worked a day in my life.
Love it.
It's basically a hobby I get paid to do. I mean, there's certainly those moments when you're stuck in traffic that you have choice words, but I guess that comes with everything.
Yeah, we're familiar with that. We got to back up.
Yeah, I was going to say there's something we got to touch on here.
Ashley's been champing at the bit here.
Exotic jerky.
Yeah.
Please tell us more.
Yeah, please.
We both just looked at each other like wait,
whoa,
what?
Huh?
So the name of the jerky shop is Zicks, Zicks, Specialty Meat. And they're out of Berrien Springs, Michigan, and they make ostrich jerky, camel jerky, kangaroo jerky, buffalo jerky, alligator jerky, duck jerky. If it's meat, they'll make it.
Have you had all of those? I assume you taste tested all of them?
Oh, of course. Yeah, most definitely.
So let me ask you this, because anytime you hear someone eating like an exotic animal, they always say it tastes like chicken.
Like chicken.
Yeah, it tastes like chicken. What is I don't know, what was one of the weirder ones? Ostrich, kangaroo. What do they taste like?
I guess it's kind of hard to explain. Duck has a little bit different flavor than kangaroo, but I used to always joke with my wife's younger sister. She played basketball, and so I would always bring her kangaroo jerky to her basketball games, and that might put a little extra hop in your step,
Yeah. Love it. Yeah.
That is interesting.
I've had duck before. Never had kangaroo. I don't think.
Had duck. I didn't know people ate kangaroo.
Well,
apparently they do.
Yeah.
And they make jerky out of it. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Well, there you go.
Well, there you go. End of the interview.
Well, good talking with you, Noah. No, just
kidding. More you know.
We, as we said earlier, we reaching out to you to talk to you about this convoy that you organized, and I think you just had the third version of it, third annual convoy. Tell us about it, and maybe we can go back to the beginning here, because like most things, it started out as an idea, and I think you were in on the ground floor of this thing. But kind of talk about the origins of, again, it's called the Red Arrow Convoy, right? Talk about how it all started.
So there was a gentleman named Ernest Brown, and he's local to us, and he wanted to get a couple guys together to just kind of do a little convoy, and he tried for a couple years, and it just never really took off. And then he invited me to it one year, and that was 3 years ago. He invited me to it, and he's like, invite your friends. So I invited friends, and friends invited friends, and we ended up having 45 trucks the first year. And it was a Monday when he invited me, and the convoy was that Saturday, so it blew up fast.
Yeah.
Wow.
And so, when you have 45 trucks and you're going down a parade route that's about 45 miles long, it's a lot to get put together. And the first year we didn't have any law enforcement, we didn't have any permits, we didn't have nothing. We were just running it. And so I gave the little drivers meeting, and I told people, I said, hey, we don't have like people shutting down the intersections, but if we stay tight, they can't catch us all, right? And so we ran the whole way, and we posted it on Facebook, and it kind of got spread around. And, you know, this was right at the tail end of COVID, and the amount of people that lined the streets that first year was just unbelievable. I was in tears the whole ride because, I mean, there were signs, "We love you, trucker," "Thank you, truckers." Like, it was just very emotional in an industry that a lot of times we feel is very thankless.
Yeah, we're very familiar with that for sure.
And I know people were very, outspoken and grateful for truck drivers during that time. Do you feel like that's continued over the years during this?
During the parade, it's grown. I mean, the first year we had the 45 trucks, and there might have been 2,000 people spread out over the route, you know, in different little towns, because we go through, I think, 5 or 6 different little towns. And, there were people there. And then the second year we had 70-something trucks, and it was about double the amount of spectators. And, I mean, there were people that would put little campfires out by the road, and they'd be roasting marshmallows as we're coming through, and their kids are out there. And it's funny because, you know, the whole route, we're going slow, you know, anywhere from 15 to 20 miles an hour. And, you know, we're just blasting the air horn the whole way. And, you know, these people are coming out of their houses like, what in the heck is all this racket? And they come out and see it. And then, there's elderly ladies that are out there doing jumping jacks in excitement. Just unbelievable.
That's great.
And, this year we had 89 trucks in total, which, you know, put end to end, I mean, we were over a mile long length of convoy. And it was just an absolute blast. And the amount of spectators now has just tripled because all the little local businesses that are on Red Arrow Highway, you know, they're taking advantage of it, and they have watch parties. And so it brings in business for them, all the local businesses. And, I mean, there were thousands and thousands and thousands of people out there lining the streets this year. There were several people that had their camper out there in a little parking lot, and they, you know, because they come out there and get the best spot and wait around for a couple hours till we come through.
That's great. What we should make it clear too, this isn't just a typical convoy. There is a Christmas and a holiday theme behind it, right? And all these trucks that you're talking about here are decorated, right, in some form or fashion.
The vast majority of them do some sort of a decoration. We don't require it just because, you know, some of these guys are, I mean, one gentleman that attended the parade this year, he was on his way up from Chattanooga coming there. And so he didn't really have time to do much decorating, but we don't require it. But a lot of people go all out. And we had a couple sponsors this year that donated things to the convoy for us to give out. And so we gave away a brand new leaf blower to one of the drivers that we had walked around and chose that he had the best decorations this year.
Nice. What stood out about it?
He had Merry Christmas down the side of his hopper bottom, and instead of having like a stenciled out Merry Christmas, he took the rope of lights and took the time to spell it out and tape the lights to the trailer. Uh-huh. And then he had stuffed animals in the hopper bottom hanging out the top, and on the back, you know, they typically have a little ladder so you can see how full it is. On the ladder, he had a giant inflatable Santa Claus climbing the ladder.
Oh, nice. That took some time. Put that all together.
Yeah, I mean, there was another gentleman that he started 2 weeks ago decorating his truck. And, I mean, there's a lot of time these guys put into it, and we're very thankful for it because, you know, I mean, time is money, as everybody knows. And so for these people to, you know, take the time out to do it, because like I tell them all during the driver's meeting, like, you know, my wife, she does all the permits because we have to get permits now for each township, each county, each intersection that we have closed down. Any of the state roads that we cross and close, we have to get state permits to shut those down. and my wife is an angel, and she takes care of all the permits and stuff like that. And so we go through a lot of work to put it on, but it would be nothing without the truck drivers that come out and donate their time and, I mean, burning fuel and wear and tear on their truck to do the parade.
Yeah.
How did you decorate your truck? Were you one of the ones that went all out?
I didn't go too crazy this year. I put a wreath on the front, a lighted wreath, and then I went on Amazon and found the longest, like, singular roll of lights I could find because I didn't want a bunch of junctions. And then I pull a Conestoga flatbed, and so my wife and I spent like 5 hours with a forklift and an apple basket, and I would raise her up, and she'd slide the roll over the top, and then we'd wrap it. And so I wrapped it around the whole trailer, the whole length of the trailer. And it was nice because the lights were cheap enough that come Sunday afternoon, I just took a knife and cut the lights off because they were cheap enough. I'll just buy another set next year versus taking the hours and hours to unravel it all.
Nice. Yeah.
It sounds like you have a good wife.
She's an angel. I'm beyond blessed. I mean, we took on 3 foster kids last year, and she was working nights, and me being a truck driver, I get home every night, but it's not always for a long time, and it's always different hours. And so on top of taking on the foster kids, on top of she runs a photography business, she was also getting her master's degree and raising the 3 kids.
Wow.
And putting the convoy on top of this. I just, beyond blessed. It makes me a little emotional because she's a rock star.
She's on Santa's good list
Yeah.
this year. It sounds like every year as well. You know, you talking about that, you were interviewed by News Channel 3 in Kalamazoo for this convoy, and you told the reporter, and I'm paraphrasing here, but you know, that as a trucker, you miss a lot of family time and you miss a lot of the holidays, and that it's nice to have everybody together for something like this to celebrate. I imagine just hearing you talk there that would probably be the biggest takeaway for you with this event, because it sounds like just a great event where everybody's getting together and probably everybody's in a great mood, and I imagine you take a lot away from that.
Yeah, I mean, we do pizza, cookies, hot chocolate, coffee, and so we're able to spend a little time together and hang out. And the convoys at nighttime, we leave at 6 p.m. right as it's starting to get pretty dark out. And so, like I tell all the drivers, your truck don't have to be clean. This is not some big shine show like, you know, some of these shows you go to, you feel like if there's a bug somewhere on your grill, you're disqualified. And so there's none of that here. You just come out and enjoy the time together, and it's right before Christmas, and, you know, it just really brings in the Christmas spirit.
Yeah, for sure. You know, something that was also mentioned, I think, as you look to the future of this convoy too, it sounds like maybe you're thinking about kind of folding in a charity aspect as well.
We've talked about it, and we're still trying to get it all figured out. We're trying to stay away from getting into kind of like a nonprofit or any of things like that, because I don't want to add any more stress to my wife's life and my life. And,
smart man.
Yes.
Yes.
We're, you know, the international dealership, West Michigan International, that allows us use of their parking lot, and they opened up their body shop this year and set out tables, and they raffled off a set of hubcaps to the drivers. And so we're thinking about maybe next year, if they do some kind of a Toys for Tots drive, tying that in with the parade. That's one of the ideas we have. You know, there's a lot of things we could do with it, definitely.
I'm curious what advice you have. I mean, you've been doing this a few years now. What advice do you have for truckers who are out during the holidays, especially on Christmas?
Try to make the best of it. One of the things that I've always tried to do my whole life, my grandpa instilled it in me, and other people in my life instilled it into me, is if you fake a smile long enough, eventually it'll just become natural. And so even if you're having a bad day, just try and smile about it. You never know who that shipping and receiving office, you never know what they just walked into. And I know when I was out on the road the day that the gentleman that taught me to drive, when he passed away, I got the phone call that morning, and pulling into that shipping and receiving office to make my delivery, you know, they were super nice and just there was no trouble there. And had they had an attitude or just something like that, it really could have set me off just because of the day I had. But because we didn't have to deal with that and they were just angels, it was very nice.
That's great. Great advice.
Yes.
Sounds like a great event you got going up there, and early stages now. 89 trucks I think you said this year. Sounds like it's going to keep growing, and I would imagine the more the merrier for the upcoming events in the coming years.
I want to break 100 in the worst way possible.
You're going to get there.
I just seem like that's a number.
Yeah. Well, again, looking at the video and all the pictures from the event, it looks like a great time. And, hats off to you. As I said earlier, I love hearing about these kinds of things that happen and are organized by folks like yourself who, again, you're part of a community and you're trying to embrace that and celebrate that and get everybody together and on the same page. And over the holidays, as you said, that's what it's all about is coming together and putting a smile on your face. So kudos to you for doing that for a lot of people out there and putting those smiles on their faces. So doing a great job, and we really appreciate your time, Noah.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for all you guys do.
Thanks for listening. Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people. That includes Jim Fetzer, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
You can listen to new episodes and extended interviews on your favorite podcast platform and on the OOIDA YouTube page. Please subscribe while you're there. If you've got thoughts, we'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave a message, or send us an email to podcast@ooida.com, and we might include it on the show.